everyone, T-Bear here. Up in the right hand corner we're starting to hear explosives in the background. I have it going, so we'll listen. This is day two, part 2.
Because I've been listening to this stream for a couple hours, and just in the last 20 minutes or so, it's really started to pick up.
I'm gonna finish eating real quick and I'll be right back. I'm still here though.
Yeah, listen, see? Intel Crab. Heavy artillery audible from the Independence Square live feed in Kyiv. Unclear what direction. That's it right here. That's it. Live stream event shows flashes. Our viewer said live stream events. Oops. Oh, live stream events is the Fox News stream. That's the Fox News stream. So I'm going to play, if you're looking for just the Kyiv stream, or no, Fox News is still live, and they have the same shot as live stream events, but it's bigger. Lower left live stream events? That's not, lower left live stream events is not Kyiv. It's Dnipro. All right, hang on a moment. Breaking, guys, look. This is Donald Standiford posted this. Kalbakino airfield in Mykolaiv following a reported Russian missile strike. Now, I don't know when that is. I have the DW stream and the live stream events stream. I'm hearing gunfire. I just heard gunfire. on the Kyiv stream. I just heard it. Wow. I just heard it. I'm not going to post it. It might have been anti-aircraft too. But, I mean, this is scary. I have updates, two updates for you, two updates. Heavy fighting reported near Kyiv and Vassal Kyiv. Vassal Kyiv is a city of 37,000 people, some 25 miles south of Kyiv. It has an airfield. Russian paratroopers reportedly landed in the city. Ukrainian forces are fighting them. Breaking news. This is Kyiv Independent. Heavy fighting reported in Vassal Kyiv near Kyiv. Vassal Kyiv is a city of 37,000 people, some 40 kilometers south of Kyiv. It has an airfield. Russian paratroopers reportedly landed in the city. Ukrainian forces are fighting them. That's here. There's an airport. They might have, if they landed, they might have landed at this airport. There's Kyiv. There's Vassal Kyiv. And then they also said the Kyiv Independent. More shelling reported near power plant in northern Kyiv. For the second time in the past 24 hours, Russians are trying to attack a thermal power station in Troyshina, Kyiv's northern left bank area. The Ukrainian military is repelling the attacks. And that's going to be up here. Up here, up north somewhere. Up here, yeah, right. Troyshina is up here. See, there's Kyiv, center of town, and then Troyshina is up here. So we're hearing about attacks going on down here and up here. It is 3:09 a.m. local time. Okay, ELINT News from Nexta. Gunfire, aircraft, anti-aircraft fire, and explosions on the edge of Kyiv tonight. Look at this. Wow. Breaking news. Next to Kyiv, more than 50 shots and explosions, machine gun fire in the area of Shulyavka and Zu in the last 10 minutes. That's from Nexta. This is very scary. More explosions on the DW stream. There is Zu and Shulyavka. I don't know where Shulyavka is. Shulyavka here? Oh, that's where the Zu is. Zu and Shulyavka would be right here. Oh my gosh. The Kyiv is, so the center of town, I believe, is like here. I mean, this is Museum of, sorry. There's a monastery here. Where's the government there? Where's the Rada? There's the Parliament building. Look at that. That's the Parliament building right there. The Rada building. See that? The zoo is not far from there. They're saying there's shootings in the area of the zoo. The zoo is only about 5 miles or 4 miles. It's even less, probably about 3-4 miles from the Parliament building. So they said at Shulyavka and Zoo, which would be in the general area of the zoo. See, it says Shulyavka there. So if we look at like the Kyiv Zoo, it's right there. That's so again, they said more than 50 shots and explosions, machine gun fire in the area of the zoo. Kyiv now, I just saw a video posted by English Lugansk. Let's listen to this, by this account. It might be the same video. Might be the same video we saw before. I don't know. It's the same video we saw before. Oh my gosh. Look at this. I don't know if this is real. This is crazy. This might be real. This account, Bash Karma, has been posting a bunch of videos, a lot of them real. So I don't know if this one is legit. It says it's a Russian helicopter attacking Ukraine equipment on the highway. This is the incident that resulted in a Buk being destroyed. So I don't know if this is legit, but look at it. Watch. See that? Watch it again. Look, see that? Same people. Now that might be, I don't know if it's old or not. I said I don't know. Whatever it is, wherever that video is from, I don't know if it's from Ukraine, as I said. Wherever it is, it's quite a striking video. Whether it's Ukraine or somebody else, somewhere else, it's a pretty fearsome video. I'll say that for it. I don't think it's a fake video. I think it's a real thing that happened, but I can't tell you where it's from. But I will say that account, Bash Karma, has been posting lots of real stuff. That's not like I'm familiar with that account, and they've been posting a lot of real videos. We'll see if any of the OSINT accounts pick up on that. Some people are saying it's Ukraine. What'll happen is what'll happen is the OSINT accounts will check it out, and they'll post it if they think it's legit. Oh, Zachary Cohen says explosions heard during Clarissa Ward live shot in Kyiv. Joe Truzman, look. Joe Truzman is reliable. He's reliable. He says it's legit. I'll wait for somebody else, but Joe knows his stuff. So he's retweeting that video now. Woofer's posted it now too. We'll see. Another Kyiv video right here by English Lugansk. Apparent Kyiv video. I can't confirm this. Wow.
If you guys can, please make sure to share out the video.
English Lugansk account, I know. So I can't confirm that.
If not,
tonight,
that's fine too.
Hang on a second. Definitely regular explosions on the DW stream. Been going on for a while.
Want to get more people in here, make it more fun and interesting, and all support each other.
What is this? I'm seeing an unconfirmed video. I don't know this account. Oh, wow. Guys. Hang on, guys. Hang on. All right. What I can tell you, this account is followed by Defense Intelligence of Ukraine. All right. Look. Guys, look at this. This says, unconfirmed, this account is followed by a lot of accounts that I'm familiar with, including Defense Intelligence of Ukraine. Victory Avenue Now, Kyiv. Unconfirmed video. Now, that was posted by this account 10 minutes ago, and it says Victory Avenue Now. I don't know if it is. Well, all I can say is the account is followed by a bunch of accounts I follow. So I assume we'll see that somewhere else on one of the other accounts I'm more familiar with, if it's legit or looks like it's legit. But it's scary looking. Ignis Fatum, hold on, I'll show you what he says. So I don't know if that one's legit, but the account looks like it's an account that posts a lot of, well, anyways, a lot of accounts I'm familiar with follow it. So let me show you this. Ignis, sorry, where is it here? Ignis Fatum. Footage being shared online shows fighting ongoing near Beretskaya metro station. Oh my gosh. Let me show you where that is. Beretskaya metro station. Some very concerning reports coming out of Kyiv tonight. That's not far from the zoo. We heard another report from Kyiv Independent of shooting in the area of the zoo. That's very close to the zoo. See, the zoo is right here. The zoo is here, and that's where that metro station is. Same area. Hang on, guys. I'm seeing a lot of unconfirmed videos now. Give me one moment.
If you guys could share out this video, let's get this out. I would really appreciate it very much. Let's all support each other in this.
Here, look. Caucasus War Report. Massive explosions in Kyiv City. Again, I can't confirm it. This is the one we just saw, Beretskaya metro station. Either it's getting targeted by Russian rockets or a weapons cache is exploding.
How are you all holding up tonight?
Oh, crap. Did it even post?
I hope you guys are all well and safe.
Oh, look, here, additional footage near the Barrett Sky, near the metro station. Intel crab. This is what happens in my town near my neighborhood.
Muito bem.
Crab says, heavy battle near Berettyska metro station in Kyiv. This is within the MO7 business loop, Kyiv proper. I need to update the headline.
I like this guy. He finds all the information out. He just keeps scrolling for you, basically, and you can watch the other
We
screens.
are bringing you live coverage. We're bringing you live coverage. Some very concerning reporting coming out of fighting in and near Kyiv, Ukraine. All right, guys, here's what I need to do. We are bringing you live coverage. We're going to continue bringing live coverage. Hang on. I apologize. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back in 2 minutes. We're continuing in 2 minutes the live coverage.
How's everyone doing tonight? Hope you guys are all hanging in there. Yeah, like I was saying, the reason why I like this guy is because he sits and searches and only gets the reliable, reputed information. And so it's nice just to be able to sit back and watch these screens. The top one's up in Kiev. That speaker is on, so you can hear the shooting in the background. And then the one right below it, that speaker is also on, in case that anything happens there. And those are 4 different screens of 4 different towns. And then Inventor Lee, he, oh my gosh, my finger. He has all kinds of good streams on covering Ukraine here. So, and then the other one, the other one is of Kiev also. So, it's been pretty quiet up until probably about a half hour ago. About a half hour ago, everything started, and we've been hearing loud explosions in the background. So he'll be back in 2 minutes. And yeah, like I said, he just flips through and gets all the reputable information. So it's nice to sit back and watch him. So I'm here. So if I shut off my screen, I'm still sitting here. I just don't want to have everyone. I don't know. I'm usually on the screen, but it's. I hope you guys are all staying safe, and if we share this video, it will really help me out, and I would appreciate it very much. Get this information out. This is scarier than a lot of people think it is. So I would really appreciate it. If you don't, I totally understand, and that's fine too. I won't get my feelings hurt too bad. No, I'm just kidding. I hope you guys are well. Okay, he's back.
We are back. Some very concerning reports. We're hearing multiple reports of fighting in and near Kyiv, Ukraine. So let's get caught up here. But some really concerning reports, videos of fighting in and near Kyiv, Ukraine. Oh, look. These clashes are visible via traffic data. Brady Afric. If you go to Google Maps and you look up the traffic. So this is the area here. See, that's... Hold on. So there, Kyiv, like the center of town is like in here. A parliament is right near. It's about 4 miles from Parliament building. We're talking about the zoo area, and actually, let me just do it this way. Barrett site. It's see that this is a.
Oh my gosh, this is terrible.
Big gunfire on the DW stream. Heavy fire on the DW stream. It sounds like anti.
I have that one right up above.
Berest Iska stop. Beret Iska stop, and also we're hearing about fighting there near this metro station here, and also near the Kyiv Zoo, which is just right here. So in here, and then that's not that far from like the Parliament building. The Rada building is right on the water. The Rada is basically just due east of that, probably like 4 miles. That's how close it is and centrally located. We're talking about this area where we're hearing about this fighting. But I am hearing on the DW stream on YouTube, I just heard a bunch of like gunfire or anti-aircraft fire. Right here. Here. All right, hang on. Wow. DW stream, more gunfire. Very scary. Armed forces. Nope, nothing. This is very worrying. See, Live UA Map posted this. We talked about this before. Oh, extremely hard combat near Kyiv Zoo. That's that area we've been talking about. Look at this.
повністю розстріляють. Це в шокі. Була набагато більше. Це Берестейська і не центр.
That's from Live UA Map. It originally was posted by Ilya Ponomarenko. He's a Kyiv reporter. Extremely hard combat near Kyiv Zoo now. He's in Kyiv. Oh, and he confirmed this. He retweeted this video. This is the one I showed you. Victory Avenue now, Kyiv. Another video, hold on. Another video, apparently, look at this one. From Rob Lee, video of fighting reportedly near the metro station. That's the same one, the Berest-Taiska metro station in western Kyiv. Unbelievable. All right, hang on a second here. Let me do something really quick. Now, let me just leave it like that. Let me do it this way. Some people said they heard shouting on the DW live stream, which I didn't. Hang on one second here. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. They're all volunteers. I really, really, really appreciate all of our moderators in our chat rooms. Linda Belk is there. Thank you, Linda. And DW's on YouTube. Look it up, DW Live. Rusty G, DW Live on YouTube. Rusty G is moderating. Thank you, Rusty. I gotta, hold on. What I'm gonna do, give me 1 second here. One moment, let me see if this is better. There it is. Give me one more sec, guys. I'm just kind of setting something up so I can see what's going on. Give me 1 minute, please. Thank you. I'm just setting something up so I can see better what's happening here. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Thank you also to any of the moderators at YouTube I'm missing over there. Thanks to all of our YouTube and Twitter moderators. Lamar Watkins is there right now, Rusty G. Also our Twitch moderators, thank you very much. And our Facebook moderators, K. Lowry Body, I know has been moderating. Bud Green has been in there, and any others I might be missing too. Hang on 1 second, let me do this. Let me do this. Also, our Twitch moderators, let me thank them really quick. Then we'll get back to the updates. Bastion Girl, Duxor, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Skinny Survivor, Toby, and Sully, thank you. We are bringing you the latest updates here. Again, fighting reported in and around Kyiv, Ukraine. We've shown you several videos. I'm seeing a bunch of videos posted. I think we've shown them all to you so far, all the ones I'm seeing. Hang on. One moment, guys. If you hear some sound in the background here, I actually have I'm listening to the DW stream too. I haven't seen any new videos after those ones I've posted to you. We've shown you four or five videos. I haven't seen anything new after those. I'm looking around to see what I can find. Yeah, everything I'm seeing is a repeat of what, there's like 4 or 5 videos. So like this is one of them. We've already shown you this one. I'll just show it to you again. Oh, hold on, where is it? I'm hearing gunfire on the DW stream. Just heard some. This here, next to, again, Berestskaya or whatever it is, Beretaiska, here. It's a metro station, this one here. Berestaiska, metro station. That's only about 4 miles from the Parliament building on the river. That was from Nexta. I'm continually hearing what sounds like artillery explosions. We've been hearing for like about an hour and a half ago on the DW Live Kyiv stream, we started hearing more explosions and they haven't stopped. We keep hearing these booms and they keep, I don't know if it's artillery, but we keep hearing them. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Breaking news. Kyiv Independent reports Russian saboteurs disguised as national police drove up to a checkpoint near Vasilkiv, south of Kyiv, where heavy fighting has been reported and shot Ukrainian soldiers there. Source Ukrainian Pravda, citing their sources in the military. Ukrainian Pravda is a major paper in Ukraine. Kyiv Independent, I'm familiar with. These are both major outlets in Kyiv, in Ukraine. So immediately after, a group of Russian soldiers arrived at the checkpoint by truck. So this is unconfirmed, but these are well-known Kyiv and Ukraine news outlets. They're reporting Kyiv Independent Russian saboteurs disguised as national police drove up to a checkpoint near Vasilkiv, south of Kyiv, where heavy fighting has been reported, and shot Ukrainian soldiers there. Immediately after, a group of Russian soldiers arrived at the checkpoint by truck. I cannot confirm that, but I can tell you those are two generally quite reliable sources. So very disturbing report. I agree with Woofers here. Claims of another transport plane shot down south of Kyiv. I find this worrisome. We're hearing all these claims from the Ukrainian military of planes being shot down and not seeing evidence of any of them. And now they're claiming another one shot down. I am concerned about this. I think what Woofers is saying is, man, it really stretches the imagination to think they're shooting down this many planes. So I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen any evidence to back these up, the claims today. This is a video we saw before, another video of fighting reportedly near the zoo in western Kyiv. I don't think we did see that video before. This has no sound on it. This might be a new video. Hang on. Did Rubio post? He has not posted for an hour. Again, a very concerning report from Kyiv Independent. It's a reliable outlet. I am familiar with them. They say Russian saboteurs disguised as national police drove up to a checkpoint near Vasil, south of Kyiv, where heavy fighting has been reported and shot Ukrainian soldiers there. The source is the major Ukrainian newspaper, Ukrainska Pravda, citing their sources in the military. Immediately after, a group of Russian soldiers arrived at the checkpoint by truck. I'll see if I can find the report in Ukrainian Pravda. I have their website. I don't see it there on their site. Again, the same 3 or 4 videos I keep seeing. Same 3 or 4 videos that came out in the last 40 minutes or so. I'm looking around, and I'm not seeing anything new. Maybe I'll re-show you one of the ones we saw before. This one here, this Intel Crab, heavy battle near the Berestayska metro station in Kyiv, within the MO7 business loop. Kyiv proper. Very concerning. Very, very concerning. President Zelensky did say at midnight tonight local time, He said that tonight the Russians were going to try to take Kyiv. That's what he told the nation. It is currently 3:47 a.m. I am hearing stuff on this. I'm not hearing that much on the DW stream right now. Next up, just posted this. A heavy explosion was heard in Berzniaki. Kind of that low rumble explosion in the middle there. I don't know where Woofers is hearing this. Woofers says Russians reportedly present northwest of the city at Obolonsky district. I can fix the echo on some of the vids echoing. I'll fix that. Sorry, sometimes I forget to do something and the videos echo. I'll fix it. That district would be northern Kyiv. So, look, again, we've heard of a bunch of reports of fighting near the Kyiv Zoo, which is here. We're talking about, 4 miles away from the river. Here's the Dnieper River. We're talking about like right around here. Kyiv Zoo area, also that metro station, if I can find it here. It's here somewhere. It's like Bereskaya or something. Where is it? Right there. Berestaiska. Let me actually see if I can do this to show you. This is the area where that metro station is, right around here. So I don't know if, somebody was coming in. I don't know what happened, but this is that. This is right where that metro station is, somewhere around here. The station is right there, actually. I'll show you. Oh, that's in the station. There's the station right there. But this is like Western Kyiv.
There's a bird's butt in the camera. Well, tail feathers.
That's the area. I'm hearing less explosions on the DW stream right now. I wonder if a lot of the explosions we were hearing on the DW stream was from that fighting. I don't know. But for the moment, it's quieter there. Hang on, one of our viewers mentioned flight radar. I'll check the flight radar. Yes, as Freedom Fighter says, it is 3:52 a.m. local time. I am waiting for Flight Radar 24 to start working. It seems slow. I think a lot of people are looking at it. I cannot get in it yet. but definitely quieter on the DW stream. What was that? What was all that fighting about? And what happened? You know? I haven't seen any new videos the last few minutes either. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see here. See, this is what we've been talking about. This is what we've been talking about. There are reports of heavy gunfire by the Berestayska metro station, according to a Ukrainian military unit that is located there. That's what we've been talking about. So they're reporting that too. Now again, I'm not hearing. Well, I don't know if we could hear that on the DW stream, but we've been seeing reports of and seeing videos of fighting apparently from there. Oh, did we already post this? I thought I missed this too. Didn't? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed this one. I apologize. Thanks for letting me know. I missed this one. Justice for All told me. They also posted this. See, we've been talking about this. This is the area we've been talking about. Explosions, gunfire in Kiev's areas Shulyavka and Berestayska. More than 50 explosions and heavy machine gun fire have been reported in Shulyavka and near the city zoo. And Shulyavka, I think it's that area we were just looking at. I think. Let's see. That's the metro station. The zoo is a little over is here. Then where's Shulyavka? Is it one of these places? I can't find it. Shulyavka. Sorry. That's where the zoo is. I'm hearing, I think, some distant explosions on the DW stream, I think. Trey Yingst, Kyiv is under attack right now from multiple directions. That is from Fox News' Trey Yingst. He says Kyiv is under attack right now from multiple directions. Lucas Tomlinson says, Ukraine's defense minister warns Russian troops can disguise themselves as servicemen of the Ukrainian armed forces and other law enforcement agencies, as well as be in civilian clothes. I mean, that's the kind of message I think. I'm guessing it's a legit warning, but Russia would love that. It's like strikes terror into everybody. But the warning did come from Ukraine's defense minister. Basically, it's like be suspicious of everyone. Hang on a second here. Hang on one moment, guys. Hang on one moment. I'm just checking a couple sources here. Give me one moment. What is this video? I'm looking at a Telegram video from Nexta. In Kyiv, on Vysotsky Street near the garden, 2 people shine in blue. I don't know what that means. Maybe somebody else will see it and can figure out what it is. And Trey Yingst reporting from Fox that Kyiv is under attack from several directions. Bash Karma posted this, and again, I do find this count reliable, Bash Karma. I can't confirm this video, but they've been posting a lot of legit stuff from Ukraine. They said hysteria, panic, and paranoia seems to have settled in Kyiv. This couple is calling on someone outside, waving his phone around with the flashlight on. They accuse him of being a possible spotter for Russians. Is it the lights? Is it the, he says waving his phone around, they say. I guess it's not the lights. I don't know, I see some lights blinking on it.
Координирует, наверное, да?
Наверное, да. Махает в этот, и сразу пошли выстрелы. Алло, пожалуйста, отзовитесь хоть кто-то. Не можем дозвониться до полиции вообще никуда, никто трубку не берет. Высоцкого, улица Высоцкого. Бульвар Высоцкого. Был во дворе, теперь возле дороги.
Бульвар Высоцкого 5. Корректив.
So somebody on a phone with a light on and thinking they might be a spotter for the Russians, you know, so I can't verify the video. It seems like it might be legit. Here, look, see, Michael Kaufman. Difficult to sell, but seems like the fighting is taking place in western parts of Kyiv, like Shulyavka. CC Hawk says, hope citizens don't turn on each other. I can't imagine the atmosphere right now. My thoughts to everybody in Ukraine, but I can't imagine the atmosphere right now. But there has been clearly fighting tonight in western Kyiv. But not, I mean, we've seen fighting and we've heard the sounds and we've seen explosions, but we're not seeing huge columns of force. I've seen no armor, right? So I don't know if maybe, do we have a situation where like some special forces came in or some advanced force came in or agents came in or something like that? Because no one's saying that they've seen lots of forces. I've seen no videos of armed troops or reports of such. Conflict News says, heaviest fighting tonight appears to be around the they spell it a different way. They spell it Berestayskaya metro station. Beyond multiple videos of explosions and gunfire, the fighting is apparent on Google Maps traffic data. I assume that traffic data is due to the fighting. I don't know if it was like that before. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for your support of the channel. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks for the stars on Facebook as well. You can reach me on Twitter at Lookner. Look at this. This is from Ignis Fadum. One of Kyiv's bomb shelters as the battle for Kyiv, well, maybe the start of it is ongoing right now.
No. Пошли на парковку проверять.
It's unbelievable. In this day and age, 2022, this is going on. Ukraine reporter, now this isn't confirmed, they think that the Kyiv troops might be paratroopers. I have no idea. They think that there might have been troops dropped into Kyiv. What can I say? I have no idea. Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. Another video of the fire reportedly at the Kharkiv tractor plant.
Завод ХТЗ. Вид с домов на метро Масельского.
Now, I don't know if that was like yesterday or today or what, or tonight or last night, I'm not sure. Yeah, Michael Kaufman says, difficult to tell, but seems the fighting tonight is taking place in western parts of Kyiv like Shulyavka. But just to be clear, he says a number of videos suggesting battles there. We've seen some videos with lots of shooting and explosions, but again, there has not been any kind of video evidence about like armored vehicles. You know, I've seen no videos actually showing a Russian soldier. So, but we have seen explosions and very loud, and heard loud explosions. Rob Lee posted this. The sound of fighting reportedly in Kyiv tonight. Hang on. I just saw a new video. What's this one? One moment, please. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Breaking news. Nexta. The bridge on Victory Avenue in Kyiv was blown up near the Berestayska metro station. Russian troops are moving towards Shulyavka, reports Vigrod. Oh my gosh. The bridge on Victory Avenue near the metro. Let's go look at this. So the Victory Avenue would be, hang on. There is the metro station. There it is. Now where is Victory Avenue? This is very scary. That I can't find. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I can show you where the station is. The station is right here. That's the station. Oh, can I do 3D? Hold on. I can. It doesn't work very well. Oh, I can. No, it's not going to work. All right, hang on. It's Paramo. People are saying it's Paramo. Hang on. People are saying stuff. It's Paramohi Avenue, people are saying. Okay, hang on. Hang on 1 second. Thank you. One moment. One moment. Breaking news. Oh, no, that's not new. That's not new news. This I have no idea. Ukraine government keeps saying today that they've shot down planes, and there's not a shred of evidence that's been presented for any of them. I've seen no evidence whatsoever. We have not seen any evidence that Ukraine has actually shot down planes today. I think they've claimed they've shot down like 5 planes, including 2 transport planes. So maybe they have, but there's been no evidence presented of that. Yeah, so if we go back here, people are saying that this is the street. This is, okay, so the idea is that the report was that the bridge on Victory Avenue, I guess would be here? What is it a bridge over? There's the station. Well, I'm gonna go down there. So this here is, that's Victory Avenue. That's Victory Avenue. Oops. Hold on. And then, hold on. I'm not doing a good job. Victory and the station is right here. I guess the station is right here. So I'm not sure where the bridge would be. Is it this bridge right here? I mean, there's a bridge here. That's a bridge over Victory near the station. I don't know if that's it. And I don't know who'd be blowing. Is it Ukraine blowing it up because they're trying to prevent the forces from coming? And hold on a second. Moving towards Shilyavka would mean moving towards the river. So the idea would be that hang on, let me go back here, sorry. I don't know which bridge it is. There's a bridge here too. There's a bridge there too. So I don't know which bridge they're talking about, but Shilyavka is more towards, is like the zoo area, more down here. So the Parliament building is right in here. The Parliament building is near the river. So we're talking about, according to the report, Russian forces being about 4 miles away from the river. Well, I know what I have to do. I have to refresh this. Why is this? Hang on, there's a bit of a delay here. Let me just fix something. I just heard a boom on the DW stream. I am hearing gunfire on the DW stream. I am hearing gunfire on the DW stream. A bunch of gunfire on the DW stream right now. Breaking news. So an unconfirmed report that Russian forces are moving towards the center of Ukraine. Okay, I don't know if this is true. Russian attack on the Victory Avenue in Kyiv has been repelled, the military say. See, so the military is claiming that they've repelled the attack near that metro station. That's different than the other report that said the Russian troops were moving towards the center of town. So I'd be careful with these reports. I just don't know what's going on. That was from Ilya Palmer. Yeah, here it is. Look, here's what they say. Russian war criminals attacked one of the military units in Kyiv on Victory Avenue. The attack was repulsed. You know, what can I say? You know, it might be true. I can't. That's what they say. Lots of explosions. I'm hearing a lot of explosions on the live stream now. A lot. Lots of gunfire and explosions. Oh my gosh. Hang on. I gotta post this. Give me 1 second, guys. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. Give me 1 second here. I gotta take a second and kind of reset things. Very loud, three booms. I don't know if that's gunfire. That was very loud on the live stream. That was 3 big shots, very loud. That was very close. That was very close. That was very loud and very close. This is very scary right now. Fighting in Kyiv going on. Thank you to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it, mods. Hang on one moment. What is going on with this? Give me one moment, guys. I'm just kind of I had to reset something here. Very worrisome. Remember, President Zelensky said that Russia would be attacking Kyiv tonight. And we are hearing fighting in Kyiv. We are hearing fighting in Kyiv. This is Michael McFaul. This is concerning. Michael McFaul is the former ambassador to Russia. He says, hearing that Chechen assassins have arrived in Ukraine, can anyone confirm? So, you know, I don't think he posts that lightly. It's just not clear what's going on now. We don't know who exactly the fighting is between. I agree with this from what we've heard. Based on traffic data, based on OSINT Technical says, based on traffic data and the ground reports, it looks like the Russians are trying to push down Paramoy Avenue. Now, there might be, for all we know, there might be armored vehicles out there. I just haven't seen them. I haven't seen video of it or anything, but who knows what forces might be there. Wow, Lucian Kim. I send a Facebook message to a Ukrainian border guard I befriended in 2014. His reply, thanks, buddy. Sorry, I can't talk right now because there's fierce fighting in Kyiv. I'll write later. Breaking news. Marco Rubio just posted and said, I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way he would 5 years ago. Very scary. Look, we've talked about this many times. I've told you many times. I've said that if he invades, he's crazy. And I've shown you analysts who've said that this invasion seems irrational. Even forget the evilness of it and the moral abhorrence of it. Just from pure self-interest, it seems crazy. And it's a huge departure from what he's done before in terms of the risk involved and just in no way leaving it ambiguous what's going on, and just being clearly just a major attack on one country just nakedly attacking another country's right to exist. It's just very different, and it's very, very, very worrying. It should be worrying for everybody in the world. Remember, Marco Rubio is the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He has lots of information. And what will he do what will the troops do when they get to Kyiv? Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Marco Rubio. Russia's invaders are working their way towards the center of Kyiv. They aren't going to be very happy if when day breaks and they realize they've been cut off and are now trapped by thousands of pissed off Ukrainians. A new video, shots are heard in Nova Kakova. Nexta.
Это просто пиздец. Залп полетел. Летят. Пролетели. Вон еще летят. Еще летит. Прям перед домами. Прям перед домами. Прям возле хики.
Охуеть.
Я тебе сейчас видео покажу, ты охуеешь от жизни. Это просто пиздец.
Nova Kakova, is that Kyiv? Oh, that's in Kherson. Okay. That's in Kherson. There's been heavy fighting in Kherson lately. So that would be down here, Kherson, southern Ukraine. Southern Ukraine. Wow. Breaking news. Oh, so this is coming from the Ukrainian military. Russian troops have attacked a Ukrainian army base in Kyiv. The attack was repelled. Reuters citing Ukrainian military. For whatever it's worth, look, I have no idea what happened. So, what can I say? But this is the Ukrainian military claiming that Russian troops have attacked an army base in Kyiv. That's from Idris Ali. Gray Hughes, our viewer, says maybe Ukrainians blew up their own bridge to keep Russians out and perhaps trap ones already in. I did say before that I didn't know who blew up the bridge, Ukrainians or Russians. I have no idea. So, the Ukrainians have blown up bridges in other parts of the country the last couple of days. Thank you, Gray Hughes, for writing in. It is 4:31 a.m. How big is this Russian force that's apparently in Kyiv? No idea. No idea. See, this is the Ukrainian armed force claiming they shot down all of these planes today. Today around midnight, we shot down an attack aircraft and a transport plane. There's been no evidence presented for any of this. And nobody's posted any videos and no evidence. So I don't know if any of this is true. That's the Ukraine Armed Forces. And we have no idea, could there be Russian troops elsewhere in the city? Special forces or something? Who knows? Something's going on. Diogo says sunrise in Kyiv in 2 hours and 16 minutes. So we've been seeing videos and hearing reports about fighting in Kyiv, Western Kyiv. Trey Yinks posted about a half hour ago. Kyiv is under attack right now from multiple directions. We showed you this. Explosions, gunfire in Kyiv's areas Shulyavka and Berestayska. That's about 4 miles from the center of town. More than 50 explosions and heavy machine gun fire have been reported in Shulyavka and near the city zoo. Actually, I'll say this. For a couple hours ago, for like an hour on the DW stream, we were hearing booms, a lot of booms. Now I'm not hearing much on the CNN is reporting Russia attacks Kyiv from multiple directions. That's what CNN is reporting. I'm not hearing much on the DW live stream. There's like 4 videos. There were like a bunch of videos coming out, and then no more came out. It's the same 4 videos. I'll show you some of the videos again. But there were a bunch of videos coming out from Kyiv, and then they basically stopped. Here's this one from Live UA Map in Ilya Ponomarenko. Extremely hard combat near the Kyiv Zoo. I just heard what sounded like loud gunfire on the DW stream. I just heard it right now on the DW stream. Like 4 or 5 shots, very loud on the DW stream. I am hearing gunfire. I'm hearing gunfire on the DW stream. That stream is, it's Independence. Independence Square, I think, in Kyiv. That's right on the water there. That's like central Kyiv, I believe. Heavy gunfire right there. Heavy gunfire on the Independence Square. Heavy gunfire now. Heavy gunfire now on the Independence Square live stream on DW. Breaking news. Breaking news. Very heavy gunfire. It died down. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm just posting this. Just heard heavy gunfire for several minutes. Oh, that's Maidan. I'm sorry. That is the Maidan Square. That's it. Maidan Square. That's what we're looking at, right? Oh, I'm hearing it now. Hearing it now, heavy gunfire. Breaking news. Very heavy gunfire. Wow, this is awful. I'm hearing very heavy gunfire on the Maidan Square live stream. Unbelievable. 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 This is Maidan Square. The live stream on Maidan Square, I'm hearing gunfire, lots of gunfire. DW. Non-stop. Unbelievable. All over the place. All over the place. Gunfire everywhere. Gunfire everywhere. All right, let me check for updates, but this is unbelievable. It is really intense fighting. Breaking news. We are hearing, if you go to DW Live on YouTube, there is a live stream from Independence Square, Maidan Square, Kyiv, Ukraine, and we are hearing very intense gunfire. Very intense for several minutes. For several minutes. DW Live on YouTube. No one's even commenting on it yet, but it's unquestionable. The Mikhail D, who I follow, says, so crazy to hear gunfire all the way to Maidan Square. Who knew Maidan would hear gunfire once again 8 years after the revolution, this time from an invading force? Maidan Square is central Kyiv. It's right on the river. It's right on the river. So I don't know if they're in Maidan Square, but we heard about 5 straight minutes of very intense gunfire, multiple guns. I don't know if it was automatic or what it was, but intense. There it is, Independence Square. You could hear it from there. About 4 miles earlier, about an hour ago or so, there was a bunch of fighting about 4 miles west of there, roughly near the Kyiv Zoo or west of the Kyiv Zoo. Yeah, so there's the Kyiv Zoo, and then there's a train station over here. The metro station here, this metro station, a local Ukrainian media said a bridge was blown up, and that Russian troops were making their way east. But now, for the first time, we really started hearing this close. We heard a lot of gunfire sounding really close on the Maidan Square live stream about 5-10 minutes ago. And that's right there. That's right there. So what else is happening? I mean, look, for all we know, if we had live cams elsewhere, we'd be hearing this elsewhere. We're just restricted to this one live cam. And I'd be careful of this report. AFP says Ukraine repulsed Russian attack on main Kyiv Army Avenue. I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have. Ukraine has said they shot down a bunch of planes today. I don't know if they shot down any of them. This is very, very concerning. I mean, look, I can't even... Hold on. Hang on. I don't even have updates. I'm looking at news outlets and stuff, and I haven't even seen an update. Like, to me, the biggest breaking news and the biggest update I can give you is what we're hearing on what we just heard on the live stream. I don't care if the Ukrainian government is saying we repulsed an attack. All I know is that about 10 minutes ago, we heard like 5 straight minutes of very heavy gunfire on that live stream and that, I don't know where it was exactly, but that live stream is right there in Independence Square. So something is very, very much going on, very, very concerning. Big thank you to all of our moderators. Big thank you to all of our moderators who are with us tonight. But this is really concerning. And I'm looking for updates, but I have nothing more updated for you than what we heard on the live stream about 10 minutes ago. Someone said a camera was just killed. A camera went off the air. Yeah, I'll keep looking. I've been looking at different outlets here. Guys, this I think is an old story. This is an old story, I think. People are looking at this like it's new. Washington Post posted an article hours ago about this. I don't think this is a new story about, it's now, I don't think they're saying that the U.S. just called them up right now and offered. There was a story about this hours ago. We read it on the air. They said earlier, I think it said like weeks or months ago or something, they had offered him that. That's not a new story. More military cars on the whack milk stream, someone said. Well, there is a stream called whack milk. But they have one Kyiv shot. Oh, they have a couple Kyiv shots. 2. Oh no, they have a hotel shot. Hotel Baccara. The big breaking news is that we just heard several minutes of very, very intense gunfire on the live stream coming from center of Kyiv a little while ago. There is clearly something big going on right now in Kyiv. Now, OSINT Technical says this. I don't know if this is true. He says, looks like Russian forces made it partially down Paramoy Avenue and ran into stiff Ukrainian resistance. Seems like they pulled back. Maybe that is true. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm certainly not relying on the Ukrainian forces or the Russian forces to tell me what's going on. I do not find those accounts reliable. It's an armed force during a military has every interest in presenting the best case scenario of what's going on. I'm hearing new explosions. I just heard a couple of booms on the Kyiv stream. Very intense. Oh, look. Thanks, Ortiz. Trey Ying's just posted. Look, Trey Ying's just posted. Gunfire in central Kyiv. And guys, again, I consider everything the Ukrainian army says to be taken with a grain of salt. Same with the Russian army. Again, armies have an interest in presenting the best possible view of what's going on. So I am not taking anything the Ukrainian army says as factual until I get a lot more evidence. And all I know is that the Ukrainian army has claimed to shoot down 2 transport planes today and several other aircraft, and I have yet to see any evidence whatsoever of it. No one has even posted, no citizens have posted, oh my gosh, I saw this thing exploding in the sky. Nothing, absolutely nothing whatsoever. Not a shred of evidence has been produced, even by the general public, that 5 aircraft have been shot down. So again, I just Don't take any of that as highly believable until I have more evidence. And given that Ukraine army has today claimed they shot down like 5 aircraft, including 2 transport planes, and produced no evidence, that makes me less likely to believe the rosy news they're coming out with tonight about Kyiv. I hope it's true. I hope all their news about fighting off Russian invaders is true. But them claiming they shot down 5 airplanes without a lick of evidence doesn't make me very confident about their pronunciations tonight. More gunfire. More gunfire right now. Lots of gunfire. Lots of gunfire on Kyiv stream again. A lot of gunfire. Lots of gunfire. Lots of gunfire. I posted the link to the stream. Lots of gunfire continues. Gunfire continues. I posted the link on my Twitter, @Lookner. DW live stream. More gunfire right now. Turn it up. You got to turn it all the way up. Turn it up. You'll hear it. Turn it up. We're talking about Independence Square. It's on the Independence Square camera. That's that's central Ukraine, central Kyiv. You can actually see on the camera shot the large monument. Well, that's a mall. Independence Monument right here. That's the monument you see on the live shot, on the live cam. The live cam, I can actually show you which way the live cam is looking. The live cam looks this way. I think the live cam is maybe like up here or something, because it's looking it's looking past this towards this direction. And there's I can't find any updates. Hang on a second here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really just looking around for updates. Boy, it's really striking. I gotta say, like, it's really something when the most information we have. This is very rare. The most information we have is from the live stream. More gunfire. More gunfire right now. But this is the most updated information I have. I can tell you from the live stream, there's been intense gunfire that's audible in central Kyiv. There's no information more updated than that. I feel like that makes everything else that's come out obsolete. So what we can know is that there is stuff going on and we don't know what it is. And who knows where is President Zelensky right now? I don't know. What else is going on? The internet still works there, I guess, right? I haven't heard that it's out. Power is still working. I see lights on the live shot. But this is very, very bad. For people watching on Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook, in 51 minutes on Facebook, we're going to hit 8 hours. So in 51 minutes on Facebook, the broadcast will stop. When it stops, I will just start it again. So again, if you're watching on Facebook, in 51 minutes, the broadcast will stop, and then I'll start a new one. There's an 8-hour limit on Facebook. Just heard another explosion on the Kyiv live stream. So again, the big headline, about an hour or two ago, there was a bunch of fighting in Kyiv. Gunfire. Heavy gunfire. Heavy gunfire on the live stream, on the Kyiv live stream right now. Heavy gunfire. Very heavy gunfire. Very heavy gunfire right now. Maidan Square live stream. Right this second. It's still going. More gunfire. Wow. Very heavy, still going on. And just guys, look at this. To tell you how long this has been going on for. The first tweet I did about the gunfire when we started hearing was 23 minutes ago. So this has been off and on now for about a half an hour. A half an hour, we've been hearing the gunfire. That sounds close. That sounds close. I'm hearing more right now. This is the central part of Kyiv. This is not the distant booming. Very close gunfire right now. I posted the link on my Twitter, @Lookner, DW Live. Look up DW Live on YouTube. DW Live on YouTube, you'll see it. Link is on my Twitter, @Lookner on Twitter. I posted it. You got to turn the volume up. But something is very much going on. Again, a couple hours ago, there was a lot of fighting. A couple hours ago, we heard booms for like an hour in the distance. And then we started hearing about fighting and seeing some videos of fighting about 4 miles away in western Kyiv. And now, gunfire ongoing, audible in central Kyiv on the Independence Square live stream. It's still going on. Oh my gosh. Very intense. Very intense. Oh my gosh. Wow. Very intense. Very intense. Very intense. Very intense. There is something going on. Wow. 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 It's louder now. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Fox News posted this. This is Trey Yinks from Fox posted this a little while ago, like a half hour ago. Ukrainian capital under attack from multiple directions by advancing Russian forces. It is louder. It's louder and closer. I have not seen any reports from any of the Ukrainian reporters or outlets that updates anything on this. Again, the heavy gunfire continues on this live stream in central Kyiv, Maidan Square. The iconic location of Kyiv, Maidan Square. We are hearing close gunfire, intense there, on and off. It's been going on for over half an hour now. Some of it very, very intense. And I have no update for you. The government, the armed forces, has said like a couple times over the last couple hours that they repelled offensives. It doesn't sound like it. Sounds very, very close. This who knows what's going on? It's very worrying. More gunfire. This is really terrifying. Sky Obits, I don't know. You know, the U.S. has said that they've been talking to Zelensky. The question was, do they have plans to evacuate Zelensky? Look, I can't tell you. I mean, he was there tonight. He said he was staying there. I think the Washington Post had a story today saying that that U.S. had wanted him to leave or something. But he's there. He was there as of very recently. So I don't know. I just obviously that would not be something they would publicize, is any kind of evacuation plan. We're going to have to just, you know, see if we hear from him or not and where he is. Here's the headline, Washington Post: explosions rock Kyiv as Russian forces close in on capital. U.S. stands ready to evacuate Zelensky, but I don't know the specifics. The U.S. government is prepared to help evacuate him, but he's refused to go. I mean, he was there as of a few hours ago. He was there. More gunfire. But there's clearly something going on. Is it how many Russian forces are there? That I cannot tell you. I have no idea. Is it a few? Is it paratroopers? Is it special forces? Where are they coming from? Beats me. But clearly this is not a case of, oh, an hour ago. There's active fighting going on. I looked at the flight radar. All I see is the U.S. drone down here. I'm guessing if something was to fly out, they might have their transponder off at this point. Oh, what's this here? What's this one? Is that a plane? What is this? This is Orentol. Airport ground vehicle showing up. Okay. More gunfire right now. Just heard some loud gunfire. A lot of it. Breaking news. Look, guys. Russian forces are closing in on Kyiv. Intense fighting ongoing. Trey Yingst. Lots of gunfire now on the scanner. On the heavy gunfire. Heavy gunfire. Very heavy. I'm going to play his video in a second. I haven't played his video yet. I am hearing a lot of gunfire on the live stream. Very heavy gunfire in the live stream. There is a lot. Oh my gosh. I'm hearing so much gunfire on the DW live stream. What is going on there? What is going on there? Yes, time check. It is 5:14 a.m. 5:14 a.m. in Kyiv. 5:14 a.m. Lots of, it sounds like machine gun fire or anti-aircraft fire. It sounds like it's very rapid, a lot of it. Could there be helicopters involved or something? I have no idea. Go to my Twitter. I have posted a link to the stream on my Twitter, @Lookner on Twitter. DW Live on YouTube. DW Live on YouTube. Very heavy gunfire, just heard again. DW Live on YouTube. Link on my Twitter, @Lookner. DW News. DW News. DW News on YouTube. DW News. If you search DW Live, you should find it too. DW News. Hang on. Hold on. All right, guys. Hang on. Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. Big breaking news. Major breaking news. Real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider. Oh my gosh. Gigatrans, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. Oh my gosh. They're shutting off the internet. They are shutting off the internet. Breaking news. This is awful. They are shutting off the internet. Breaking news. NetBlocks, real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider, Gigatrans. This is awful, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. The incident comes as heavy fighting is reported in Kyiv and Vasilkiv. This is it. This is what many feared. This is what many experts said they thought would happen. This is really bad. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. This is really bad. I can't believe it. This is awful. Maybe that's probably why we haven't been hearing reports the last hour. I wasn't hearing anything. I'm guessing the Russians shut it down. Next it says air raid alert in Kharkiv. So the idea is that it was thought that Russia could shut down the internet to, there's many reasons you might want to do it, but a big reason you might shut down the internet is to prevent the government from communicating with the people, to prevent the government from functioning, to prevent the military from functioning. There might be a big military attack tonight, we might see. I don't know if we'll hear about it, but that could be part of just killing the command and control and communication among the military and the government in Ukraine. Also, for all you know, they might want to sow panic among the people. For all you know, there might be horrible stuff going on in Kyiv that they don't want people, live streaming or posting. So this is very, very bad. Now, we are still seeing the live cam, the DW live cam. We are still seeing that. We are still seeing the live cam. I don't know how long we'll see the live cams for. I don't know how long we'll see the live cams are, but this is a very, very significant disruption. This is very significant. And lots of gunfire in Kyiv. Visible on the live stream. Now, maybe in Ukraine they might have thought this was coming. Maybe there's some action they can take to try to disrupt it or something. I'm sure the U.S. might try to help Ukraine fight off an attack on its internet or something. So I don't know the tech stuff about that. But that is a really significant thing. Oh, is the camera image frozen? Is the camera image frozen, or is that the way it always was? I don't know. Heavy gunfire on the stream. Let me try to get you some more updates about this. I don't know that I don't think we're going to hear this stream for long. Very, very close gunfire. Close gunfire. Look at this. Security Council Secretary Danilov. We are stopping the horde best we can. The situation in Kyiv is under the control of the armed forces in the Ukraine and our citizens. When they say stopping the horde as best we can, that's not encouraging. This is from Alexei Sorokin, who's in Kyiv. Yeah, I agree with this. I agree with this. Explains why a lot of videos aren't coming out. Maybe people can't upload videos. We haven't seen any videos for like an hour. Air alarm and air raid in Kharkiv. This is very bad. I wonder if tonight is when you're going to see the main invasion. There's so much gunfire right now, so much close gunfire on the Independence Square, Maidan Square live stream. There's so much. DW News on YouTube. And this is what you don't want to see. This is what a lot of people thought might happen the first night. Shutting down the internet. Maybe they'll shut down the power. Yes, Mysterious MM says, here comes the shock and awe phase. I don't know, but remember, many analysts thought that the initial airstrikes would be much bigger. Also, only about a third of the ground forces have come in so far. I am very, very worried that the big invasion might actually be starting tonight. So much gunfire. Who know, maybe the first 2 days, I don't know, we're probing. Only a third of Russia's troops apparently had been used so far. There's so much gunfire. Hey, and my stream the picture on the stream seems to be frozen. Are you guys having that too? Is power out in Kyiv? I don't know that. So again, major internet outage going on. I think the picture on my DW stream froze, but I don't know. I'm looking. Doesn't seem to be moving. It's not frozen? I can't, maybe it's not, I don't know. Stream is fine. Maybe it's just frozen on my TV. People are saying it's not frozen. Okay. Okay, people are saying it's not frozen. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see. People are saying look for a wire or a rope. I might try reloading the stream again because I'm going to reload the stream because mine was frozen. Mine was frozen, but I'll just try it again. More gunfire. More gunfire. So much gunfire. Close gunfire. This is very bad. Breaking news. Major gunfire. Lots and lots of gunfire on the Kyiv Maidan Square central part of Kyiv live stream right now. Major internet outage reported in Ukraine. This is very, very bad. People saying their live cam is frozen now. I still see some of the live cams working, but I'm very worried about power. NetBlocks, they know what they're doing. This is a major outage. They say internet backbone. One of our views. Network data from NetBlocks confirms significant disruptions to internet service in Kharkiv. No, this isn't even updated. No, that's the update. They don't even have a post about it yet. Ukraine's internet backbone provider Gigatrans, internet backbone, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. Internet backbone. Internet backbone is maybe defined by the principal data routes between large, strategically interconnected computer networks and core routers of the internet. Anyways, I don't really know how that works, but more gunfire. If you are watching on Facebook, in 23 minutes on Facebook, in 23 minutes, it will hit 8 hours. So the live stream will stop on 8 hours on Facebook, and I will restart it right away. I'll restart it right away on Facebook when the live stream ends. So if you're watching on Facebook, again, just when the stream ends, automatically in 23 minutes, I'll start another one. Intel Doge says this back and forth gunfire makes me think this is an active gunfight between Russian and Ukrainian troops. Heavy gunfire, including what sounds like large caliber weapons, continue to be fired in the distance. There is a lot of gunfire. Guys, I'm going to need to take I'm going to step away for 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Very loud, very close and loud. Hold on. Very close and loud. Closest gunfire yet. Sorry. That's the closest gunfire I've heard yet on the stream. That was the closest I've heard yet. Very loud gunfire on the Kyiv stream. That was very close. Give me a minute, guys. I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back. We are back. We are back. Major internet disruption appears to be underway in Kyiv. Not in Kyiv, in Ukraine. Again, NetBlocks. Real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider, Gigatrans, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. This could be Russia taking down the internet in Ukraine. Ongoing heavy, intense gunfire, loudly visible, loudly audible. I'm listening to it right now on the DW News live stream from central Kyiv in Maidan Square. In Maidan Square, the famous Maidan Square in central Kyiv, that's where the live stream is. And we've been hearing intense gunfire for like an hour on it. It's very loud and close. This is very, very concerning. I mean, concerning is not the word. This is terrifying. Okay. Russia's plan is clearly is to. Rob Lee posts this. Russia's plan clearly is to reach Kyiv as quickly as possible and force Zelensky to surrender, including Ukrainian forces across the country. If Russia can't take Kyiv quickly or Zelensky refuses and resistance continues across Ukraine, Russia's costs and problems multiply. Leonard Bershiditsky, he's at Bloomberg. Leonard Bershiditsky says, the focus on taking Kyiv is equally mad. There are lots of places the Ukrainian government could relocate to, but urban warfare in one of Europe's biggest and most beautiful cities is just utter insanity from every point of view. How does any of this make any sense? Hey guys, I see videos being posted of resistance and stuff. I would be careful with the videos. I've seen a video. People are posting a video from 2014, I believe. I believe a lot of people are posting a video from 2014 and saying it's from tonight. Update. Air raid alert in Kharkiv, Ukraine. In Kyiv, people are urged not to leave shelter. That is from Alexei Sorokin, and that is, he is in Kyiv. He's a Kyiv journalist. Now, the live stream is still working. I'm looking at a multi-stream, and I haven't seen like the live streams all go down. So the internet is still functioning, but NetBlocks is not making this up. This is very worrying here. Major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider Gigatrans. Let me say a quick thanks to all of our moderators. I can't thank you enough, moderators. I really appreciate it. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Thanks to all of our moderators who are there. We have right now, hang on guys, Cynthia Moon is there. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thank you to all of our moderators. I can't thank you enough. Sorry guys, give me 1 second here. I just want to thank everybody. Ian, Facebook, we have about Facebook in 13 minutes. Roxanne Betke is there. Thank you, Roxanne. Again, reminder to everybody watching on Facebook, in 13 minutes, the stream will stop because it'll hit 8 hours. Once it stops, it'll take me a minute or two, and I'll put a new stream up on the same Facebook channel, Agenda Free TV. So if you're on Facebook, stream's going to just end in like 13 minutes. I'll right away put up another stream. Thanks again to our Twitch moderators. More close gunfire right now on the live stream. Close gunfire on the Maidan Square live stream. Very close. Single shots. Unbelievable. Bastion Girl, Duxor, Markin NC, Papa Bear, Schulthei, Skinny Survivor, Toby, and Sully, all moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very close gunfire on Maidan Square stream. Kevin Rothrock says, if Ukrainians are losing the web, it's very bad. As Rob Lee has argued, Continued connectivity has been deliberate on Moscow's part so Ukrainians could witness Russia's crushing superiority. If communications are dying now, it seems Russia doesn't want the public to see what's next. Yeah, that very well might be the reason. Also, again, Russia might be trying to just just kill the command and control that the military has and that the government has, and make it so the government can't communicate and the military can't communicate. Maybe they're trying to sow terror among the people of Ukraine. I wouldn't be surprised if cell phones stop working. So this is a country of 44 million people. Only Putin knows what's coming next. It's very, very scary. Rob Lee says, interestingly, Russia's plan resembles its operation in Crimea in 2014 in some ways. There was clearly a hope that if they moved fast enough with airborne and special forces and targeted some key Ukrainian capabilities, they could achieve a fait accompli with minimal violence. That didn't happen. Breaking news, Ragnar sent me this from Nexta. Russians have seized the Kipty-Bashevsk highway in Sumy region. That's to the east of, that's about 100 miles or so east of, over 100 miles east of Kyiv. They are not allowing civilians to exit the road. This was reported by the broadcaster Suspiln with reference to the head of the military administration. So that's going to be, look, we had heard stories about Russia taking, we've seen videos of Russian forces checking people's and turning people around on roads and stuff the past couple of days. This highway would be, there's Sumy right there. So there's Sumy. I basically wonder if they're just not going to let people leave the country, you know? The highway, the report was Kipty-Bashevsk highway in Sumy region. So I have to find the specifics. Sumy is a region and a city. Kipty-Bashevsk. I'm not finding Kipty. Might be a different spelling. There's Bachevsk. No, it says Alchevsk. I can tell you where the Sumy region is. Sumy Oblast. There it is. So we're talking about northeastern, the Sumy region. Hang on. Sumy region is up here, next to Russia border. Sumy region is next to Russia border. So it sounds like they've taken over some big highway there. Is it this one? I don't know. That's a major highway right there. So, but again, they're not. It says Russians have seized the Kipty-Bashevsk highway in Sumy region. They're not allowing civilians to exit the road. To exit the road. So what are they doing? They're not allowing civilians to exit the road. Ziman thinks they're doing it so the Donbass fighters. Oh, I see. So what Sumy is saying is, what one of our viewers is saying is they might be trying to prevent forces in the east from going back to Kyiv. Something I've seen many analysts say over the past couple weeks is that Russia might do its best to keep other forces in Ukraine from heading back and helping out in Kyiv. So that very well might be going on, particularly the forces that have been fighting in eastern Ukraine near the line of contact. So Facebook stream's going to end in 5 minutes. I will start another one right away. I think this was earlier, probably. Yeah, this was earlier. Doge says video of clashes between two unknown parties in Troishina, Kyiv Oblast. I think this was several hours ago. Yeah, this was. Yeah. I think was several hours ago when we first started hearing about fighting in western Kyiv. I don't know this place here. I got to look it up, but again, I believe I saw that several hours ago. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not western Kyiv. That's up here. That's up here. I apologize. That's up here. So maybe it's a new video. I don't know. I think I've seen that one though, but I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen it. That would be up here. The fighting we saw a few hours ago was in western Kyiv, like over here. But the live stream is right next to the river, right near the river. Oh, here, guys, hold on a second. Hold on. Michael Kaufman. Seeing proliferating claims of internet connectivity loss in Ukraine, but seems to be confined to cities like Kharkiv or parts of cities. Would be good to hear confirmation from those tracking the problem or people in Ukraine. Cause could be physical damage. ICT connect. I don't know how to look at this. ICT connectivity anomalies. He posted this. More gunfire right now on the live stream. Look, Kyiv, 100% anomalies detected in the last 10 hours. So there's a bunch of, well, it looks like there's a bunch of orange dots over Kyiv. But again, I can't. I'm not used to reading this. I'm not used to reading this, so. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. A lot of gunfire now on the live stream. Very close gunfire. Loud gunfire, very close on the live stream. Huge. Huge gunfire. Heavy gunfire. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What? It sounds like something firing something? Like rockets or something? Are we hearing rocket fire? Wow. Wow. Just crazy, just crazy. That's the loudest, closest by far all night. I'm not an expert. I was seeing. This is so loud right now. It's just crazy right now. It's just crazy. DW News live stream on YouTube. DW News. It's so loud and close. This is in Maidan Square That's where this video. That's where the camera is. It's so close and so loud. It's so close. It's like right there. Unbelievable. 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 That was unbelievable. That was by far the loudest and closest of the night. Loudest, closest, and craziest of the night. It sort of sounded like something was launching, like a whooshing sound. All right, hey, I got to restart the Facebook broadcast. Guys, give me 1 second. I am restarting the Facebook broadcast now. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. Give me 1 moment. I just got to start my live stream here. I am just starting the Facebook live stream. Give me 1 more moment. I'm sorry. I am just starting the Facebook live stream. Okay, we're live on Facebook again. Hang on, guys, I'm sorry. I just literally posted the live stream on Facebook. All right, Facebook, we're back. Okay. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to, let me just make sure the Facebook stream is working. I just had to fix something here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I'm sorry for the delay. I just had to, okay, we are back on Facebook. Sorry for the delay, Facebook. We're back. New stream. We're back here. Hopefully everybody didn't have trouble finding it. We're bringing you live coverage. Breaking news tonight. Intense fighting in Kyiv for, I think, over an hour now. We've been hearing intense fighting, very intense fighting on the live stream that's being shown in Maidan Square, right in the center of Kyiv. In the last 10-15 minutes, we've heard the loudest and closest scary gunfire all night. And in addition, that comes after a few hours ago, there was fighting about 4 miles away in western Kyiv. And it's we don't really know what's going on. And also there's reporting of a very problematic, worrisome reporting about internet issues. Will they shut down the internet there in Ukraine? You can see NetBlock says confirmed. Oh, update. Breaking news. Some connectivity has returned to Ukraine backbone provider Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. The incident comes amid fighting around capital city Kyiv. It is unclear if connectivity will be sustained. So I don't know what to make of this. Some connectivity has returned to the Ukraine internet backbone provider, Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. So is Russia trying to shut off the internet, like many thought they would? Or might there be physical damage from fighting that's causing this? I have no idea. Could Ukraine be doing something to counter what Russia is doing? Could the U.S. be helping them? I don't know. But that's an interesting report right there about the internet here. And one of our viewers just said, sun is coming up in Ukraine. So we don't know what's going to happen with the internet. But that's at least positive news. Maybe it won't go down. Marcus Yam. What is this? Oh. Hang on, guys. I have an update for you. Hang on. Guys, Marcus Yam is in Kyiv. Marcus Yam is in Kyiv. You can see right here, Marcus Yam. He's LA Times photographer. He's in Kyiv. The sound of gunfire is getting louder and in longer spurts in Kyiv. He's in Kyiv. He's there. So again, he says the sound of gunfire is getting louder and in longer spurts in Kyiv. Ben Solomon posted this today. Ben C. Solomon from Vice. A horrible scene at the Medyka border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. This was just the end of the line. Thousands were pushing to cross to safety. Behind them, a line of cars 30 miles long. Only a handful of customs agents to process people. Next says this is from Odessa, on the which is a coastal town in southwest Ukraine. Ukrainian air defense in Odessa. Look. This bells in Kyiv now. We're hearing bells on the live stream. Bells on the live stream. Hang on. There are bells on the stream. We just have no idea what's with all this gunfire. What has been going on there in Kyiv? Where is the government right now? Is the government okay? Is the government okay? What's going on? Breaking update. At least 4 to 6 jets flying high above Ukraine, air raid sirens. Jets are flying over Venezia. Venezia is in west central Ukraine. How does he know about Venezia? And he says jets are flying above Venezia. There's anti-aircraft fire, rocket fire, air raid sirens. He is in Venezia, apparently. Bryce Wilson covered Ukraine since 2015. So he said, look, jets are flying high above Venezia. There's anti-aircraft fire, rocket fire, air raid sirens. That's 10 minutes ago. Then 2 minutes ago, at least 4 to 6 jets flying high above Ukraine, air raid sirens. And Venezia, again, is, that's going to be Western Ukraine, central Western Ukraine. So who knows what's going on? We are so limited in what we know. What is going on all around Ukraine right now? Could there be more ground forces crossing into Ukraine? Rob Lee, military analyst, says Russia assembled a massive force in case its most optimistic scenario didn't pan out, most of which hasn't even been committed into Ukraine. They will escalate and it will get uglier if they fail to achieve their political goals with the much more limited force option. Breaking news. Nexta, air alarm in Lutsk. Air alarm. We're hearing about air alarms. I wonder if we're starting to hear about different air raid sirens going off and air alarms. I wonder if we'll start seeing airstrikes tonight. Maybe they're ongoing. Lutsk is in western Ukraine. Air raid siren, air alarms in Lutsk. This is western Ukraine. Look. We're hearing about western Ukraine. Lutsk is in western Ukraine. And then also we heard about Venezia. We heard about jets over Venezia and anti-aircraft fire there. And then air all the way over here in Lutsk, air alarms. And then look at this. It is being reported that in the village of Babinci, one can hear tanks driving along the Starobodenskaya road. I just wonder if Russia's going to make a huge, as I said, are they going to make the huge move tonight? Are they bringing in a lot of the ground forces they hadn't brought in yet? Will there be more airstrikes? Very, very worrying. Barbinci. Where's that at? Probably spelled it wrong. Babinci. That's here. Babinci is in it's Russia. I want Babinci, Ukraine, not Russia. What does it say? I'll have to go back here. It's not coming up. How about this? How about that? I don't know. There is a city. That's wrong too. That's the wrong country. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is. Those places. Look at what Naveed Jamali, who is Newsweek editor at large, he thinks, here's the question I have for all of you. How can Russia both be doing badly in the war and surrounding the capital of Ukraine? He says, this is a trick question. The only way the Russians will do badly is if it eventually costs Putin his position. He will take Ukraine at all costs. But again, we talked about this at length earlier. What does he get? Is his plan to occupy the country forever, to leave hundreds of thousands of Russians there, trying to forcibly subdue and put down a population that doesn't want them there? I'm not gonna. We talked about this before, but we showed you some experts who just said like they thought it was crazy that he's doing this, even from a self-interested perspective. Aside from the fact that it's morally abhorrent and utterly evil, shockingly evil on a scale few human events are. But that just out of pure self-interest, I've shown you analysts who said like, what is the end game here? That you occupy a country and try to install a government that the people there aren't going to want, and they're constantly, and you're just paying to have this giant occupation year after year after year, where Russians who are the occupying force are just getting killed constantly, and what is that? What good does that do you? The whole thing seems so crazy, and I will draw your attention back to. I agree with this. Nahid Dosani. Want to know the only difference between you and a refugee? Luck. Yep. People in Ukraine, a lot of them are going to be refugees now. Maybe the luckier ones. Oh, look, guys. Trey Yingst. We had to temporarily move our live position in Kyiv because inside amid heavy gunfire. Wow. I hope he stays safe. I mean, that shows you right there. That shows you right there. Yeah, for whatever reason, my DW stream has been frozen for like a couple hours, but I'm getting the audio though. Remember what Marco Rubio said tonight, the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So he has information that we don't have. Marco Rubio. But remember what he said. I'm going to remind you what he said. I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way as he would have 5 years ago. me just check for updates here. Hang on. What did the Ukraine Armed Forces post? What did they post? They say on the Brest Metro, the 101st Brigade destroyed a column. Everything is calm. Everyone is like, I mean, all day from the Ukraine Armed Forces, they've been posting great news, great news, great news. As I said, they claim they shot down like 5 aircraft today, including 2 transport planes. There's no evidence of it. So again, I am not really trusting the Ukraine Armed Forces at this point. I'll have to see some confirmation of the good news. Neil Hauer. Neil Hauer is in Kyiv. Neil Hauer is in Kyiv. He says heavy fighting in many areas of Kyiv now. He's there. He is there. He says heavy fighting in many areas of Kyiv now. We have no idea what's going around the country. We've heard of air raid sirens in different places. So I can't tell you what's going on. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 sec. Some people are sending me random videos, and I have no idea where they came from, so I'm going to assume they might be fake. Or not fake, but maybe old or something. One of our viewers, Bruce, says, a long way off, but at what point did they consider preemptive strikes? We're dealing with a psychotic sociopath here, evidently. Look, you heard Marco Rubio say it, many people, I think he's crazy. I think he's just crazy now. But he's got over 6,000, I believe it's over 6,000 nuclear weapons. It's 1,000 nuclear weapons. So the big worry is getting a conflict with a country with thousands of nuclear weapons and a leader who's prone to doing who knows what. It's a very scary situation right now for the entire world. I think it's for the entire world. Very scary situation right now. Very scary. You do not know what this guy's going to do. We haven't heard the gunfire on the live stream for about 15, 20 minutes now. Yeah, guys, I think there's an old video, guys, going around of people throwing Molotov cocktails at tanks. I believe that's an old video. Be careful what the videos you see. I mean, I've seen no videos coming out from tonight from the last several hours. So the idea that there just happens to be one crazy video with a tank just seems kind of strange. What's this? Oh, hang on a second. What is this? Is this person in Kyiv? I don't know where this video is coming from. Ellie sent me this. I think it was Ellie. Ellie Bourne. I can't. This person, Paul Ronsheimer, he's with Bild Zeitung, and I can't confirm this video. I don't know if this is from tonight. I don't know. He says image Mutafis. Who's Mutafis? So again, I just don't know. I cannot confirm that's from tonight. I just don't know. I'm not going to show it because I haven't seen anything else like that. It could be from tonight or today, but I haven't seen anything else like that. I haven't seen anything else like that. So I'm not of high confidence about that one. Armed forces that, all right. Ukraine Armed Forces says, during the night, Russian occupiers did not take the city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of the saboteurs. Ukraine Armed Forces says, during the night, the Russian occupiers did not take any city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of saboteurs. I hope so, but we'll just have to see. I'm not very confident. I'm not very confident that they've been spreading wonderful, good news. They've been making good news reports for a day now. And they said they shot down all these planes and there's no evidence of it. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That's a real account, by the way. That's the real account. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They are, hold on. That's not the official account. They're followed by the official account. But they're not the official account. I'm deleting it. I'll wait until the official account posts it. I think that's the account, but I'm not sure. No, that account is followed by the defense, by like official Ukraine accounts. But I don't know if that's like who's exactly posting on that. So I deleted the tweet. But the armed forces have been coming out with like nonstop good news for the last day. So anything, any kind of, and it's, there's been no proof of it. So, anyways. I don't want to post that if I'm not 100% sure it's coming from, like, it's literally from an official statement. Again, I think it's there. I think it's the official account, but I can't. They literally are followed by Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, who follows them. So, but again, let me see if I can find their Facebook. Maybe I can find it on Facebook. Facebook Armed Forces. Oh, active combat operations are now taking place on the streets of Kyiv, where occupants are trying to land paratroopers from the air. Look at this. Currently, heavy battle. Oh, no. That's not Kyiv. That's Vassal Kyiv. No, active combat actions are now taking place on the streets of Kyiv, everywhere the enemy gets a decent cut and suffers losses. That's what they said. This is their official page. I'll post this. Oh, Doge already posted it, see? Doge posted it. There you go. Oh, this is official now. Defense of Ukraine retweeted this. Okay, here we go. Oh, that is their real account. See, Defense of Ukraine retweeted the Armed Forces account. This is the real Armed Forces account. Ukraine Armed Forces. During the night, Russian occupiers... Oh, is this in English? Hold on. They posted it in English. They posted it in English. So here is their post in English. During the night, the Russian occupiers did not take any city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of saboteurs. Hey, that'd be awesome. That'll be great if it's true. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. No, they posted it twice. See what happened? That one is in English. These are not in English. I believe. Oops. Let's see. Let's see how it happened. Oh, no. Oh, oops. You're right. You're right. I have to repost again. Oh, my God. I thought they posted it twice. I'm sorry. This is what happens when it gets late. I thought they posted it twice. So, and they posted it in English the second time. So now I have to do this again. I apologize. Sorry. I'm sorry. Can't even find it now. Now let's do it. Now let's do it. For the third time, I'll post this. And everybody will be like, why are you posting this thing again and again? Okay, now, here we go. Ukraine armed forces. During the night, the Russian occupiers, blah, 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 blah. I'd like to believe this, but we'll just have to see. Okay, I think I did it right. Finally. Enough. Sorry. I mean, something happened. Something has been going on in Kyiv. Hang on, guys. I'm going to look at some of your comments in a second. I'm just kind of catching up here. So we have no idea what's going on there. We don't know what happened. Oh, my stream is working. My live stream is getting brighter. My DW live stream is getting brighter. So it is not frozen. Now, another question is, look, so Anders Ostlund, Intel Crowd retweeted, said, I'm sure Russia planned to capture Kyiv during the first 24 hours of the offensive. I don't know if that's the case. Now there's been 48 hours and Kyiv is still free, and Ukrainian resistance is stiffening while Russian soldiers die in urban warfare. The thing is, though, I don't know what kind of forces were brought to attack Kyiv in the last few hours. Was it a huge force? Was it like an airborne force? I mean, in the meantime, I think we do have huge columns of Russian forces moving towards Kyiv, which I believe have not actually got there yet. So you know, I am certainly hoping that this attack was repelled, although there was so much gunfire, but maybe that did happen. But there might be other forces. There's clearly, I have seen no reports of like heavy armor in Kyiv. Maybe we'll see it later, but we know that Russia has been trying to bring two different lines of they've been bringing mechanized forces on two different paths from the north and from the east. So, and I don't know that they've actually gotten there yet. So it'll be really interesting to see what happened tonight. What happened tonight? My stream just stopped. DW stream just stopped. Breaking news, DW stream just went down. Live stream went down. Live stream out. Live stream out. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Kyiv live stream that everyone was just watching went down. And the logo is still there. It just stopped. Yep, it's gone. It's black. It's black. It's black. I get the DW logo. I get the DW logo. I'll show you. Is Fox's up? That's the one there. It just went down. That's that one. Well, we'll see if other ones go down. See, look, those two. Kyiv live stream from DW just went out. Mainstream, all of us. So, I don't know. They're showing something now. They're showing it now. They're showing like a weird. They're showing a weird satellite thing. They're showing a weird page on it. Look at this. It's jazz music, and a weird signal. That's what it is right now. That's what it is. It's now that. Well, the question is there some kind of bigger internet issue? Is there a bigger internet issue? All right, hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the Fox News stream up. Kyiv Live. Fox is still live. Fox is still live. I'll post that. I'll post that. I'm posting this right now. I just posted it. I just posted it right now. See, look. Fox News stream of Kyiv is still live. Did the DW stream go down because there's some internet issue? It's unclear if there's a huge internet problem there right now. I don't know. Just to show you again from NetBlocks, we talked about this before. Look, NetBlocks. Originally, this was very bad. Originally, they said real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider Gigatrans, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. The incident comes as heavy fighting is reported in Vasil, Kyiv, and Kyiv. Then later they posted, the last post on this was when? 52 minutes ago. Some connectivity has returned to Ukraine internet backbone provider Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. The incident comes amid fighting around capital city Kyiv. It's unclear if connectivity will be sustained. DW have it explained on their live. Hang on. Hang on, guys. Oh, I see. Kyiv stream momentarily down due to technical reasons. They expect it to come back on in an hour. What is GMT now? Well, they expect it to come on at 4:35. All right, it's 4:36 GMT. So it should come on any time now. It should come on any time now, because they expect it to come on they expect it to come on at 4:35 GMT. Uh, 21 minutes ago. Look. Tracer fire in Kyiv 21 minutes ago. I couldn't really see it. That was from Trey Yingst. Oh, wow. Hey, guys, hold on a second here. Hold on. Intel Doge is saying the AP has reported that the two planes have gotten shot down. Look. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. Two American officials with direct knowledge of conditions on the ground in Ukraine say a second Russian transport plane was shot down in the past day. On Friday, Ukraine's military said it had shot down. All right. So Ukraine says it shot down two Russian transport planes in the past day. This story says, as Rob Lee says, two U.S. officials confirmed Ukraine shot down a second transport aircraft tonight. If true, this would be a really significant mistake for the Russian military and possibly the worst loss of life for the Russian airborne forces since the Second Chechen War. James Laporta says, new AP reporting tonight, Ukrainian President Zelensky was asked to evacuate Kyiv at the behest of the U.S. government but turned down the offer. But was that tonight or just because the Washington Post had that earlier today? An American official tells me Zelensky said the fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride. But Rob Lee found this thing about the planes. So again, photos in the Daily Mail. We got to be careful here with this. So hang on. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Rob Lee also says, keep in mind that some IL-76 would be mostly carrying airborne armored vehicles and others would be full of paratroopers. Not clear what these transport aircraft were carrying. By the way, the DW stream is still down. Oh, a video posted, PM breaking news. Oh, sorry. PM breaking news found this. Justin Ling says this video claims to be from Kyiv as the sun rises. I don't know if it is.
Papa Roach, Kill the Noise Tour.
Okay, my question is, is there a live stream? The DW live stream doesn't work. I know, yeah. So the DW live stream is still not working. So we can't watch this one. This is still down. This is still down here. This is still down. So we can't watch that one. Is anyone I'm trying to figure out if there's another Kyiv live stream with sound on it. Anyways, hold on a second. Well, but see, there's live streams with sound, but they're not necessarily from Kyiv. I need sound from Kyiv. Whack Milk? People are saying Whack Milk is up? Okay, I'll look for Whack Milk. Nemiko. No, Nemiko is the guy's talking. Whack Milk. Hang on. Live Stream Events has one up. Live Stream Events does not have sound. NZP Chasers. The Washington Post has sound? No. NZP Chasers has sound not from Kyiv. The NZP Chasers is from one of the other streams. Washington Post, people are saying, is live stream with sound. Oh, Washington Post is live. No, Washington Post is not live. Washington Post is recorded. They're not live. I just checked 4 different streams. Man. Well, I'd like one with sound. Whack milk. I'm looking at whack milk. Why do you think the sound on whack milk, which is cars, which is vehicles, is coming from the Kyiv live stream? There's vehicles on the other live streams. All right, none of this is working. None of these things are working. I can't find sound anywhere on any of these streams. Hang on. It's important to have, though. Live stream events has no sound. Live stream events has no sound. So anyways, the best I can tell you is I have no sound. None. All right, guys, I am going to go and catch up on the, no, we're going to catch up on the news. I got to catch up on the news. Let me catch up. Too much worrying about all this stuff. DW stream never came back. DW stream never came back. Oh, guys, look. Here's a new video. This morning, smoke rising from the Kyiv, near the Kyiv Zoo, where there was fighting last night.
В районе зоопарка что-то горит. Там были сегодня жесткие какие-то бои. В районе зоопарка что-то горит. Там были сегодня жесткие какие-то бои.
I'm muted again. Oh, gosh, sorry. Anyways, I'm muted again. Yeah, this is what happens when it gets late. We've been on for like 10 hours. I think we've been on 10 hours. 9 hours. So what I was saying is, Rob Gillies is with AP. He says a second Russian military transport plane was shot down. Ukraine has claimed that they shot down like 2 Russian transport planes in the past day. I haven't seen any evidence of it, but now we have 2 American officials telling AP that this happened. So, waiting for more details on this. Waiting for more details on what happened in Kyiv overnight. See, look, the drive, the war zone. AP says, via DOD sources, that not 1 but 2 Russian IL-76s were shot down roughly 50 miles south of Kyiv during a major airborne assault operation. We continue to update our original post. There is no independent confirmation of this so far. Ukrainian forces claim to have shot down a Russian IL-76. There's no independent confirmation of this, although we now have U.S. officials claiming this. Okay. All right. Well, maybe there'll be photos or something. Maybe there'll be photos or something at some point. Michael Kaufman says, I find that if this really was an airborne operation, if these transports were part of an airport operation, if they were part of an airborne operation, Michael Kaufman says, I find the need to attempt such an airborne operation puzzling, but they've been trying high-risk airborne operations from the outset for unclear reasons. It remains to be seen how many troops they were able to paradrop. Again, there's been no photos of this. Nobody has taken a photo of something exploding in the sky. So there's no evidence of there's no photographic evidence of this at all. So we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe there will be. Here's another claim. Again, unconfirmed. Unconfirmed, Ukraine claims they intercepted a Russian drone in the Black Sea. The Russian drone targeted a Ukrainian border guard ship overnight, but Ukrainian forces shot it down, they claim. I don't know if this is true. We keep hearing about them shooting things down, so maybe we'll start seeing the evidence of it. This is the best I can say. It's the best I can say. Huge deal, though. The planes are a huge deal if they did shoot them down. It's an enormous deal, but... Oh, look at this. Guys, look at this. Hang on. Hang on. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Zoya Shevtalovich, 26 minutes ago. 26 minutes ago, Ukrainian police just released an alert for Kyiv residents via Telegram. Active fighting is taking place on the streets of our city. Please stay calm and be as careful as possible. If you are in hiding, do not leave it now. If you are at home, do not go to the windows. Do not go to the balconies, hide indoors, for example, in the bathroom, and cover yourself with something that will prevent injury from bullet fragments. If you hear sirens, air alarm signal, go to the nearest shelter immediately. Wow. How about that? That was a half an hour ago. She posted that. The DW live cam went down 45 minutes ago. By the way, thank you to everybody for your support for the channel. It's because it's so busy and everything in the nature of the stream, I'm not individually thanking every single person, but I really do appreciate the support because that's what lets me do this. You guys let me do this full time. So thank you so much for everybody who's for your support of the channel. It's very kind of you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. I mean, again, I would not be able to do the channel without your support. So thank you so much. What is this? Hang on. And a quick, hold on a second here. Hang on 1 second. 1 second, folks. What is this? Yeah, I'm going to have to probably just get a snack soon because we have been on the air for a while, and I did eat a few hours in, but I did not eat after that. In a little while, I'll grab something to eat. And thanks everybody for the Facebook stars. Thanks to all the Facebook star senders too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sirens on Nemeko stream, people said. Hang on. Oh, I guess Nemeko says they have some Kiev feeds or something. Well, I'm giving up on DW stream. DW stream seems to be not working. Why is this not working? Oh, it sounds like maybe Nemeko has the Kiev sound on it. Okay, hang on, folks. Sorry, it's just been crazy. Let me try to get you some more updates. That's what we're doing here. I might have a Cliff Bar soon. This was posted by Igor Gherkin from Melitopol. Hang on. Look at, oh my gosh! Look at this! Look at this! Is
All right, guys. So yeah.
hold on. Hang on.
We're currently monitoring.
Hang on. Is this from today? This is in Melitopol. And Melitopol is down here. Southern Ukraine. So I don't know if that's from today or yesterday or what, but that's a scary video. That's from yesterday. People are saying this is from yesterday. But look, I mean, I didn't see this. Yesterday. It's scary. Hang on. Scary. I mean, the fact that it was yesterday doesn't make it less scary. Thank you, Josh Z, for your kind words. Josh Z, thank you. Factual News just posted this. Thousands of cars wait at Ukrainian border crossing to Medyka, Poland as temperatures drop below freezing. Ben C. Solomon posted this. Line of cars to the Polish border at least 30 to 40 miles long, barely moving. Some are turning around to try to find anywhere warm to wait. That's from Ben C. Solomon. He is an international correspondent, Vice News, Showtime. Hang on. I am trying to find you more updates about what has happened in Kyiv and what's going on in Kyiv and what happened last night and overnight. So much gunfire. So much gunfire. What happened? Hang on a second here. People keep mentioning like St. Petersburg protests. I know there's been protests there, but Moscow time right now it's 8:02 a.m. in Moscow. I'm not aware of any St. Petersburg protests going on right this second. I mean, if you're watching videos, I'm guessing you're probably watching some footage from the last couple days. Yeah, I'm not showing. Oh, sorry. I'll check Kyiv. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hang on. I was checking before the Kyiv translation and looking that up. Here it is. Sorry. We've been on the air a while, so I'm going a little slower at this point. I probably should eat something too. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment. What is this photo? See, I don't even know when that is. That could be yesterday. Don't know what's going on. Yeah, and again, we told you this before. There's an Associated Press is saying that 2 American officials told them, confirmed that 2 Russian transport planes had been shot down yesterday over Ukraine, but there's still no one has any video of it or anything, or any photos. So we're still waiting to hear more about that. So Oliver Carroll says this. He says, not all going to Russian plan. Moscow appears to have switched plans to assault Kyiv from using the airstrip to the northwest of Kyiv, Antonov, to an airstrip south of Kyiv, Vasil Kyiv. Intense fighting. Supposedly, maybe Ukraine has shot down 2 large transport planes there. Unclear who controls airport now. Oh, hang on. Hold on a second. Is this really legit, this video? This is from 2014. See, look. People are sharing this video. See, people are sharing this video of people throwing... Hold on. People are sharing this video of people throwing Molotov cocktails at tanks. See, Elint News says video is from the 2014 revolution. That tank video is not from tonight. Oh, here's somebody who's actually in Kyiv. Sun is up in Kyiv. The shooting in my neighborhood stopped. I can hear birds. Feels like the end of a vampire movie. Something tells me this night was important and the enemy will remember this night too. So that's from Alexander Sherba, Ukraine's ambassador to Austria, former ambassador to Austria. I will say this to you. I've learned a bunch of things. While covering. We've been on the air for like over a month covering this news story, and I've learned a bunch of things. But I think the thing I learned most of all, there's one thing I think I learned most of all from covering this. The later the stream goes, the lower the quality of the people in the YouTube chat goes. That's what I've learned. Okay, let's get more updates. I'm going to have to eat. We're getting that point where we're going to have to eat something. I got to eat something. I have to eat something. I might bring some cereal in here or something. Because I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. We've been on for like 9 hours now or something. And I didn't, it's been so intense, I haven't eaten for hours. I'm trying to think if I should. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm trying to think if I should like eat. Maybe take a few minutes and then like leave the stream up and then go somewhere and then come back and eat and not eat on the air. That probably is the better idea. I might take like a 10-minute break or something like that. I might take like a 10-minute break. We might do that because it's just. I can feel that that we need to do it. Yeah, people are saying sirens in Lviv. Okay, there's been there's been sirens in Lviv on and off for the last couple of days, so it's not. I hope nothing happens there. I'll bring you up to date. Yeah, so we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say. How about this? Thank you to all of our moderators. By the way, I really appreciate all of our moderators. Josh Z says eat. Yeah, so I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, few minutes break. I'll be back right here. 10 minutes or something. Thank you again to all of our moderators. I can't thank you enough. So give me a few minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage. Okay, I'll see you in a few. Thank you for your support, everybody. Thanks for your support. Okay, we are back now. We are back now. Thank you for staying with us and your patience. Thank you for your patience. And a big thanks to our moderators. We have moderating now. One moment, please. One moment. I'm just getting all organized here. Let me get all organized here, folks. Excuse me. I'm so tired. I'm not even just burping on the ear. Okay. We're back. I want to update you. Let me thank our moderators. I don't even know. We've been on the air so long. If any moderators have stuck around, Sarah is there. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you, Sarah. Sarah is moderating on YouTube. Okay. Oh, DW is back? Is DW back in Kyiv with sound? I heard. One of our viewers said the DW stream is back. All right. Did anybody post about that? I'll post about it. Did Doge post about it? Yes, DW stream is back. Doge posted, see? Still no Russians in the city, supposedly. Why is this playing? Hang on. What is going on? That's not live. Give me 1 second. Sorry. All right, hang on. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, I got the DW stream with the sound. Wonderful. We have the Kyiv stream is up. So Intel Doge posted the link to the stream. Thank you guys for letting me know. As you can see from here, DW stream from Kyiv is back. Still no Russians in the city. The link is there. Intel Doge posted it. I retweeted it too. Okay, so Sarah is moderating. Thank you so much, Sarah. And also, let me, yeah, I know my hair is all messed up and everything. It's just a mess. What can I say? Let me thank our moderators before we get back into this. Roxanne Betke is there. Hello, Roxanne. Thank you. And, oh, is this even? Yeah, we're right. Here, we're good there, I think. And then on Twitch, we have Bastion Girl Daily Disclosure, Duxor, Mark and NC, Mike Button, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Tariag, Toby, and Sully. Thank you, mods. Okay, now, here's what we're going to do. First of all, I have to change the headline to say intense fighting overnight, because it doesn't look like it's going on right now. Intense fighting overnight in Kyiv, Ukraine. Now, I saw some updates while I was off the air, and I want to give those to you. Okay, so in case you missed it, it is now 7:39 a.m. in Kyiv. Thanks. The Jared, I probably should take breaks more often, the Jared. I probably should. Because instead of, I eat on the air, so I probably should. There was a single explosion a couple of minutes ago, somebody said. Okay. So, in case you missed it, it's now 7:39 a.m. And thanks, everybody, for your support for the channel. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. That's very kind of you. And thank you to all of our YouTube members. Hey, thanks to all the YouTube members. Much appreciated YouTube members. Thank you. So, no, I haven't seen it. Give me 1 second. Let me just summarize. It's now 7:40 a.m. Kyiv time. Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. At midnight last night, the President Zelensky of Ukraine announced that he believed that he announced that Russia was going to attack Kyiv tonight, overnight. And there was some kind of attack. It doesn't look like it was the main armored. Russia has been approaching Kyiv on several fronts with large armored columns, mechanized, with tanks and stuff. Those didn't get to Kyiv yet. So last night appeared to be, and I'll show you something from Rob Lee about this, it appeared to be maybe an airborne and or special forces assault of some sort. And it appears that there was some sort of airborne forces which would be dropped from the sky, or special forces assault, and that was repelled because there was a lot of heavy gunfire last night. There was initially a bunch of fighting in West Kyiv, about 4 miles outside the center of the city, and there were like a bunch of explosions and gunfire from that. And then for I want to say over an hour, there was super intense gunfire in the central part of Kyiv. That you could really hear it we've seen videos of it. You could also hear it on the live stream from Independence Square, from Maidan Square, and it was really intense for a while. But it appears that I don't know what the nature of this attack was, but it appears that it's been repelled, which is great. But again, a lot of details to be gotten to here, and I don't know what's going on with that. Also, Ukraine claims they shot down 2 Russian transport planes. I mean, these things can carry over 100 troops, and Ukraine says they shot them down yesterday. And now the AP is running a story where they say 2 American officials confirm this, but there's no evidence that's been put out. There's no photos, there's no videos that we've seen, nothing. So we'll have to see what comes of that. I don't know what to think about that, because I would think at some point somebody will have some kind of video of something being shot out of the sky, or something, some debris or something would be able to be produced. So that we'll have to see. And I have a couple other things to show you here too that I saw right before. Hold on a second. I have to hide somebody. Yeah, it's getting to the point. It's getting to the point when people are rude in the chat. I'm not even going to warn them. I'm just going to hide them. All right, Sarah's on it. Cynthia Moon is on it. Yeah, I mean, people are being like super rude, and I'll just hide them. I don't care anymore. I've had it with the rudeness. Hold on. Like this person I'm hiding. This person I'm hiding. Yeah, if you're just rude, I'm just gonna hide you. Sarah's got it. Now that person doesn't get a second chance. They're gone. They're gone. Great. Good. Out. Okay. All right. Anyways, I mean, I want to be able to read the chat, right? Because I like being able to interact with you guys and hear what you have to say. But the downside is the rude people, so we got to get rid of them. The mods are doing a great job. AJ's there. They'll get rid of them. Out. Kick them out. Kick them out. Also, there's some stuff I wanted to show you that I saw when I was taking my break. Okay, I saw this here. Next reported, a journalist of the Segodnya news outlet reports the airport of Ternopil is under fire. Air raid alert in the city. I haven't checked to see if I can find anything else about Ternopil. The airport at Ternopil. Ternopil is in the west of Ukraine. That's kind of near Lviv. Well, it's western Ukraine. Ternopil. So I'll see if I can find anything more about that. Yeah, I haven't heard anything more about that. I don't know. So I'll let you know what I hear. And then I also saw this. This was really interesting. Let me show you something I saw from the border guard of Ukraine. Where did it go? What happened to border guard of Ukraine? Hold on. Okay, hang on. Got it. Got it. Guys, check this out. Check this out. I got to turn the stream down because there's birds on the stream. If I have this, if you hear stuff on the Kyiv stream, please let me know. I'm going to turn down the Kyiv stream here, and then I'll turn it up if you let me know that you're hearing things. Because otherwise, you're going to be hearing birds on the stream. So, look, this is State Border Guard of Ukraine. Now, look, they posted an update about drones. State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. 59 minutes ago. The enemy of drones is trying to actively conduct, the enemy of drones, oh, no, here. Where'd it go? What happened to it? Where did that post go? I didn't get rid of it. Here it is. See more. There it goes. The enemy's drones are trying to actively explore the Black Sea coast and the Danube. The activity of enemy drones is observed on the site of the, Ismail border squad on February 26th. That's today. That's Saturday? Is that what day it is? I don't even know. Unmanned drones from a height of about 1 kilometer explore the Black Sea coast and the Danube River, they're saying. Danube River, I don't know where that is over there. I'll have to look at that. This is Ukraine, in Ukraine. So they're saying that these drones are hovering over the coast of Ukraine, Russian drones in the Black Sea. They say they open fire against air violators as they approach, and armed forces are informed about each of them. One enemy drone was shot down, which carried out an attack on a ship of the State Border Guard of Ukraine. So they're saying that there's these drones that are flying over the coast of on the Black Sea. Here's the Black Sea is here. So they're flying over the coast, and they're observing, and the armed forces are trying to shoot them down. And then I don't even know, the river they mentioned, the Danube, where is that in relation to this? Danube River, is it in Ukraine? Is it even there, or is that like a bad translation? Oh, there it is, Odessa Oblast. Danube River, all right, well, I'm going to have to follow it then. Hold on. That goes to Ukraine? Maybe it's a bad translation. I don't know. This goes south, south, south. Oh no, it goes east, 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 east. Okay. Following. There it is. No, it goes here. There it is. Right. Where are we? Ukraine. Oh, it's right on the border. Danube. Is It's on the border of Ukraine. Ukraine, see? Romania. Ukraine. There. Danube. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So the Danube is right down here. That's where it gets out in the. So they're saying, basically, Black Sea coast of Ukraine. They're getting these drones. I've heard of the Danube River. I don't think about it being in Ukraine, though. I didn't know where in Ukraine it was. I didn't really have a good sense of where it was in general. I knew it was in Europe. I figured it was in Europe somewhere, but that's about it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know I don't know exactly where the Danube River is. That makes me an idiot, I guess. Anyways, so we'll have to see. I've heard some analysts say that analysis that says that Russia hasn't used many drones in the actual hostilities. All right, so I saw that, and then something else I saw. Let me just make sure I get it, everything I wanted to catch up on. Rob Lee said this. He's a military analyst. He said, important to emphasize that the Russian forces that are currently near Kyiv are likely special forces and airborne forces with light armored vehicles. Heavier Russian tank and motorized rifle units are headed towards Kyiv with artillery. It will be more difficult for Ukrainian forces to stop them. So, just something worth keeping in mind. And I wonder, will Putin get mad about not taking over? It seems like there was some attempt to take over. It seemed like there was some attempt to maybe take Kyiv or do something. We don't know. We do not know what apparently there were Russian forces in Kyiv last night. There was heavy fighting, but how many of them were they? What were they there to do? I'm not aware that there was like a lot of armor or anything. So what was their mission? We don't even know this. But it's another day, and no Ukrainian cities have been taken. Does Putin start getting angry? Does he start like indiscriminate bombing or something like that? Because the airstrikes so far have been, relatively speaking, the airstrikes have been a lot less than a lot of experts thought they would be. So I don't know where this is going. I mean, this has only been going on for a couple days too. Just keep in mind, right? It's Saturday. The war was declared on Thursday morning, and it's Saturday morning. This has all been going on for only about 52 hours or something. So it seems like it's been going on for like weeks or something, but I think it's like 52 hours. Kiki Glacier says, that's what worries me. Joe says Putin's going to have a fit. I don't know. Look, obviously, was last night, was Russia really hoping that last night was like, they were, like, how upset and how much stock and how much confidence did the Russian officials and Putin have that whatever mission they were going to do last night would work? And I don't know what that mission was. So I don't know how upset they would be. Also, there was this weird thing where there was a report about the internet backbone going down, and it looked like they were going to take out the internet, which many people have thought they would, and it just appeared to not get better after a while. So that was really weird. Remember this. Originally, real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider from NetBlocks. I mean, that looked like they were taking out the internet. But then, update, some connectivity has restored to the Ukraine internet backbone provider. But service remains intermittent at present. So was that an attempt to take it down? I have no idea. I don't know. But it's only been 2 days. Nah thinks Putin was just wearing down the Ukrainians. That's why the majority of forces are still waiting. It's just, look, it's without knowing what they're thinking, what Putin's thinking, and what the plan is. I mean, you just don't know. So I look to the military people, but they don't know what they would tell you they don't know exactly what the plan is either. All right, so let me. That's the basic. That's what's going on. And then Tim Judah had posted, Kyiv now, total silence, no Russians here in the center. But there was a lot of gunfire overnight, definitely. All right, so let's get caught up and see what's going on. Let's see what else I can find for you. Intel Crab says alert issued for Lebedin, incoming artillery. Hang on one second here. Hang on one second. This account is what? What account is this? Oh, Ukrainian TV channel. I want to get that up going. All right, so again, alert threat of artillery fire for Lebedin. Direct TV channel. Lebedin. Where is this? Okay, that's Ukraine. That's going to be... Oh, that's up here. That's near... There's been a lot of fighting in Sumy. So that's not too far from Sumy. That's up here in northeastern Ukraine. Lebedin. 24,000 people. An air base is located nearby. So they got an artillery alert. That was just posted by Intel Crab. And the channel that posted it is this one here. Thanks to Michelle Sparks, who's always one of our members. Appreciate your support, and all of our other YouTube members as well. What else did they post here? Okay, check this out. So this is a Ukrainian TV channel. They say 10 minutes ago, the mayor of Vasil Kyiv, which is, I believe, south of Kyiv, assured that the fighting in Vasil Kyiv was coming to an end. It lasted all night, and the city remains under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces. Where is Vasil Kyiv? Can I find it here? That's down here. Yeah, there's an air base there in Vasil Kyiv. And apparently there was a bunch of fighting near here. I think Russia was trying to take this air base. We heard some reports about that. But it sounds like they haven't. The idea is that they'd want to get an air base near Kyiv so they could land a bunch of troops and forces and tanks and stuff in planes. But they tried to do it northeast of Kyiv, and that didn't work, apparently. And now they tried to do it northwest of Kyiv, and now they're trying it southwest of Kyiv. And apparently they haven't been able to get either of those airports. I think the one northwest of Kyiv actually apparently got... I think the Ukrainian army may have destroyed it. But I'm not sure. Sirens in Kyiv. Sirens in Kyiv? Sirens in Kyiv. Breaking news. Sirens in Kyiv. Thanks to our chatters. I'm watching the live stream. Sirens in Kyiv right now. Sirens in Kyiv now. Air raid sirens in Kyiv. If you go to the DW live stream, yes, the sirens are going off now. Intel Doge posted that. Thank you for the heads up, chat. I had the volume down, so. If you go to YouTube, DW Live, DW News on YouTube. Oh, hang on, I know what I'll do. Those sirens are scary. Let me try to get you some updates about it. Yes, the DW stream is live again. Oh, it's under DW, it's DW Deutsch. DW Deutsch is what the channel is. DW Deutsch. Stop for a second. Maybe the sirens are done. Oh, Zelensky just posted. Zelensky just posted a video. No, he didn't. No, this is from 12:50. This is from hours ago. This is from a number of hours ago. Okay, he did not just post. My bad. This is Global Military Info's opinion. I like this account. They believe Russia will likely continue attacks from the northwest and southwest of Kyiv in an attempt to encircle it. They are rushing heavy armor and artillery to support the siege. Ukrainian air defense and and man pads in the urban environment setting has allowed Ukraine to maintain a strong defense. Yeah, the sirens stopped going. All right, hang on a second. Hang on. Max Seddon says Kyiv seems to have stood its ground against a Russian onslaught overnight. Christina Berdinsky says, morning Kyiv, empty streets, explosions are heard from time to time, but there is more and more confidence that we will stand. Glory to Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. This is what happened. Zelensky did post. So my brain is not working. I have internalized, I'm feeling like I'm on Kyiv time. So I said, oh, it's 8 in the morning now. I saw Zelensky's post and it said like 12:57 a.m. And I was like, oh, that's from 7 hours ago. Because I'm so used to talking about what time it is in Kyiv, I think it's that here, but it's not here. It's 1 a.m. here. So yes, Zelensky did just post. My bad. I'm just explaining to you why I thought it was old, because I feel I get mixed up and think I'm on Ukraine time. So that's what happened. So let me go back and see what Zelensky said. I don't know if, let's see.
Всім доброго ранку,
There.
українці. Зараз в мережі дуже багато з'явилось фейкової інформації, що, немов я закликаю складати зброю нашу армію і йде евакуації. Значить так, я тут, ніяку зброю ми не складемо, будемо захищати нашу державу, тому що наша зброя – це наша правда. Наша правда в тому, що це наша земля, наша країна, наші діти, і ми все це будемо захищати. Ось і все. Ось це і є те, що я хотів вам сказати. Слава Україні!
So Zelensky posting from Ukraine, outside in Ukraine, in Kyiv. Okay. All right, so I'm not hearing the sirens anymore from Kyiv. Somebody will post a translation of what he said. I think Michael Barthel says he's saying, don't believe the Russian trolls and fake news. The Maidan, the heart of Ukraine, is still in Ukrainian hands. Because it says, don't believe the fakes. Let me see. I bet somebody posted I bet somebody I follow posted a translation of it. I know he said we won't lay down any weapons. Zelensky stays in Kyiv. Ukrainian President Zelensky with another address from the streets of Kyiv. Trekker Chance says translation merely a flesh wound. Our viewer said that. Sirens again? I'm watching the stream. I'm not hearing sirens. All right. What is this? Hold on a second here. I just saw this too. I just saw this. Where is that report? I saw an unconfirmed report about something. Japanese-owned cargo ship hit by missile off Ukraine an hour ago. A cargo ship owned by a Japanese firm was hit by a missile off the coast of Ukraine on Friday. But that's yesterday, injuring one crew member. This isn't new, I don't think, is it? Oh, the marine transportation firm in Western Japan said Saturday. The ship Nomura Queen was damaged, and one of the 20 Filipino crews sustained a non-life-threatening injury. The ship can operate under its own steam. Ukrainian authorities said the missile was fired by Russian forces. Oh, it is new. A total of 3 non-military vessels have now been hit since the start of the invasion. Yesterday there was a report that 2 ships had been hit, but was one of them the Japanese one? I found the Lookout posted something about this yesterday. I'll show you. If I can find it. Nope, too much. It's here somewhere. I retweeted a post that they posted. Now I can't find it. Now I can't find it. No, it's going to be earlier. It's going to be earlier. Can't find it. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if that was reported at all yesterday or if it's new for today. I just don't know. At this hour, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, Navy Network I posted was a Jap. Oh, maybe it was Navy Network or something. I don't remember it. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, translation. Hey, Michael Barthel translated some of Zelensky's speech of his video. Translation. There is a lot of fake news that I am telling our army to lay down arms. I am here and our army is not laying down arms. We will fight for our land. That's from Michael Barthel. Cool. Okay. So we got that. Oh, and Darth McClunky. Here's the translation too. Zelensky, I'm here. We will not lay down our weapons. We will defend our state because our weapons are our truth. And our truth is that this is our land, our country, our children, and we will defend it all. That's all. That's what I wanted to tell you. Glory to Ukraine. I bet Putin really hates him. I bet he really hates him. It just seems like, I bet it drives Putin crazy. Yeah, I saw this. I didn't know what to make of this. Mr. J.D. Redding sent me this. I saw this before. You know, it's like I don't know stuff about like I didn't know anything about Russian domestic politics. So a Communist Party member and state parliament deputy called for an immediate end to Russia's war with Ukraine. But I can't say I don't know enough about it. Now Kevin Rothrock knows something more about it. He said, "Here's something: Communist Party member and state Duma deputy Mikhail Matveyev." Remember, the Communist Party is not the big party in Russia. I believe is United Russia. Communist Party is a smaller party there now. Communist Party member and State Duma deputy calls for immediate end to Russia's war in Ukraine. I voted to recognize the DNR LNR for peace, not for war. For Russia to become a shield so they wouldn't bomb the Donbass, not so we'd bomb Kyiv. So I just don't know how big of a deal it is. He says, to my knowledge, this is the most senior official in the Russian government to voice opposition to the invasion of Ukraine. So, you know, I'm not really in a position to draw big judgments from that. It's interesting. Yeah, current seats. Current seats. Duma, government, United Russia, 325, Communist Party, 57. There's the Russian Duma. SRZP 28, LDPR 23. Okay. Tom Nichols, who writes for The Atlantic, thinks the stink of this war will cling to Russia in a way that previous Russian atrocities failed to do. I don't know where this is going. It's very strange. It's Russia has so far. I mean, like again, the attempts to. They haven't made an attempt to take Kyiv that was like, with one of their large with a large mechanized force. Last night it appears that it was like some, as Rob Lee said, some combination. I think Rob Lee said there's some combination of like airborne and special forces. So, but a lot of experts were thinking that they would launch a huge amount of airstrikes and really establish complete air dominance, which they have not, and degrade the Ukraine military a lot further than they actually did. It was a very short air campaign, and then they haven't shut off the internet, which is and they haven't done anything with power. So like a lot of experts thought they were going to do stuff to totally mess up the command and control of the Ukrainian military. So they've gone. We talked about this earlier, like hours and hours ago when it started the stream. But they've been going pretty they've been going pretty light in turn. I mean, obviously, it's not like many people have died, but compared to what it was expected they might do. So, what is keeping them from going heavier? And I maybe they will, but I don't know. So there's that, and then there's this whole question, like, will they, and will they increase? And by heavier, I mean one way you could, will they do more things that would cause more civilian casualties and stuff? Will they shut off the internet? Will they do a lot more airstrikes than they did in missile strikes? I don't know, but like, there's. I mean, we've talked a bunch about, like, even if Putin like took over Ukraine, then I mean, so you're gonna be occupying this country, or a large part of the country, millions of people, tens of millions of people who don't want to do what you tell them. So you're gonna leave like a huge occupying force in there forever. I mean, that's a whole crazy scenario. But what if the military stuff doesn't go very well? So here's my thought. What if maybe the Russian military? There could be the case that they were overestimated how good they'd fight, or maybe there's like systematic problems, or maybe the people in the military have low morale because they don't know why they're trying to fight people in Ukraine. Whatever. Suppose like we're here like a week from now, and like things haven't gone that great for the Russian military. What will Putin do? Like, this would be like first of all, the whole thing is about as evil as you can get and morally abhorrent. But let's set aside the evil and awfulness of doing this for Putin. I would think this, if the military stuff keeps not going well, it'll be seen as such a failure for him. So how will he react? This is a guy who seems, I mean, his speech made it sound like he was crazy. I think it's crazy that he actually went in. Marco Rubio posted a tweet last night which said, like, I can't really say more, but like it seems like something's wrong with the guy. So my point is, how might he react if things are going poorly? How might he react? He seems to like not be in a very good place right now. So what would he do if things kept not going well? I guess that's what I'm trying to. I don't have no idea. See, Marco Rubio. Hang on a second here. Marco Rubio. I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way he would have 5 years ago. So what will he do? South Texas thinks Putin doesn't look the same as he did just months ago. What would Putin do if we're sitting here in a week and things like don't seem to be going well for the military? I do not know. Our viewer Adam thinks he'd probably go bigger. Like he's not a guy who wants to be embarrassed. He's not a guy who wants to look weak. "8080 says his only power to create is create fear." So, but again, what happens? It's like, again, just if we're sitting here in a week and things are not going great, which might not happen, but people talking about nukes. I'm scared. I'm scared. Like, if he's really crazy, and he sees things not going well, what would he do? Like, here's does he get in a fit of rage at Ukraine and start like bombing, like start bombing civilian areas of cities or something like that? Anyway, just a thought I had. Oh, Linda, thank you for monitoring. Linda Belk is over there in our Twitter chat. I didn't see you before, Linda. Thank you, Linda. One of our viewers said he will be a trapped rat. All right, hang on one moment. Hang on one moment here. Our viewer Anaconda says, I think he may start random bombing if he gets frustrated, but then I think the government would remove him from power. Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but you got to wonder about these things. I mean, it's crazy that he invaded like this. MBRB Gaming says it would be down to the generals and the soldiers given the order to fire just say no. Syrup Master thinks he's just going to slowly choke them out night by night. I don't. Again, there's a whole if he will and how will, if this keeps going on day after day after day for weeks, will the Russian public, how will their view of it be? I mean, it looks like a lot of Russian soldiers have died so far. I don't know how many. I don't know if some people don't buy the numbers that the Ukraine government is saying, which is in the thousands, but from what I've heard, like at least hundreds. But over time, like, will that, that could, I would think, hurt the view at home of people. So I don't, it's a really weird situation, and I don't know what's going to happen. Certainly, I hope it's not the case that, I hope it's not the case that, I hope it's the case that Ukraine can avoid getting like taken over or whatever Putin wants to do with it. All right, somebody mentioned there they heard about a new explosion somewhere or something, so I'll do a quick check. Oh, look. Elint News. Explosion near Zuliani Airport in Kyiv, reports say. Air defense is also activated. Wow. Nexta posted this. Very loud explosion in Kyiv. Wow. Very loud explosion in Kyiv. Presumably a rocket in the vicinity of the Zuliani Airport. Let's look this up. Giuliani. You know, I'll say it again. Where is the airport? They have an airport. Oh, Sikorsky International Airport. Look, Russia, the last couple days, they've tried to take an airport near Kyiv, and they haven't done it yet. Here's another one, Sikorsky International Airport. So could this be, they keep trying to take an airport, apparently, because they want to take an airport and then fly in all of these troops and equipment into the airport right near Kyiv. We've been hearing that for a couple days, and they've tried to do it with 2 different airports, and apparently they've been unsuccessful. So could they be trying it again with another airport not that far from Kyiv? Because there is an airport right here. One of our viewers, Lord Arbalest, says maybe Ukrainian forces are destroying the runway. Then Nexta posted this. Oh, what is this? I don't know what this is. Capture of SAP. Oh, they deleted their tweet. That tweet has been deleted. What is this one? It says Nexta. The mayor of Brovary, Kyiv region, asks all residents of Brovary district to identify themselves with a yellow ribbon on their left arm. Are they worried about, like, saboteurs or something? I'd have to read the original post. All right, hang on a second here. Oh, look, guys, breaking news. Something flew into a building. Something flew into a building nearby in Zulani, Kyiv. Like, was it like something that got shot out of the sky or something? I can go. This is a picture. I don't know if there's a video there. I'll go to the actual Telegram channel. What is going on with this? Let's look at the picture more close up. Oh, look, the building's missing. Look at this, guys. Look, see? There's like a piece missing of the building. Look at this. Now, this is in, some people are saying cruise missile. I don't know. This is in Zulani. So this is, you know, there's Kyiv. We're talking about from the center of Kyiv, we're talking about roughly about, I mean, this is not that far from center of Kyiv. It's about 5 miles. I mean, this is southwest Kyiv. This is southwest Kyiv. This is in Kyiv. It's part of Kyiv. Wow. Hey, let me go to the web, Telegram. Hang on here. Wow. What in the world? Real war. Yes, guys, I have a video for you. I have a video. Look. Video of a destroyed house in Zulani, Kyiv. There, look at this. See it? Oh my gosh. What in the world? Oh my gosh. Hang on. Hang on. What happened? Eland. Reports a cruise missile hit a high-rise building in Julani, Kyiv. Look at this. Was it like a missile that didn't go where it was supposed to? Look at that. Oh my gosh. There is a huge chunk missing. I'm guessing there might. I mean, I'm guessing there would be casualties. This is in the morning. Let me go back to that Telegram channel. So they said, let me show you this again on Telegram. Hang on one moment. This is the channel Real War on Telegram. It says several floors of a multi-story apartment building in Julani were destroyed. The number of victims is specified. Maybe they mean is not known. That's the picture. And then unbelievable. And let me show you that video again. Let me show you the video again. If I do this. Here's this video. Unbelievable. 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 Let's get some more information. This is in Kyiv. Guys, this is a building in Kyiv. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Is this true? Guy Elster says Russian troops have taken over the Kyiv hydroelectric power plant in the north of the capital. Hang on, guys. Let me get confirmation of this. Let me get confirmation of this. I don't know. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Where is that report coming from? Where is he finding that? Where is Guy Elster seeing that about the hydroelectric plant? I have not seen that anywhere else. Oh, breaking news, Jerusalem Post. Oh, no, hang on. This is Russian state media. This is Russian state media. Interfax is Russian state media. So hang on. Again, Russian state media is claiming that, I believe, oh no, this might be Interfax Ukraine. There's an Interfax Ukraine as well. There's Interfax Russia and Interfax Ukraine. So hang on, guys, I'm not sure. I know there's both. So I don't know which one is claiming this. Interfax news agency, because I know there's one that focuses. I don't know that the Ukraine one is Russian media. So, sorry. Jerusalem Post says, where is this? I mean, they just say that's breaking news. This is unclear. It's unclear whether Russian troops have taken over the Kyiv hydroelectric power plant to the north of the Ukrainian capital. This is unconfirmed. Hang on, we got some developments here. But that building is awful. Oh, BNO has a tweet about the building. BNO has a tweet about the building. Hang on, guys. Here, look. High-rise building in Kyiv damaged after being hit. Next up. There's a video. Wow. Oh, sorry. We're echoing.
Просто пиздец, ребятушки. Це проспект Лобановського. Зараз пролунав вибух, блядь. Це дім навпроти нас. І, блядь, ми в епіцентрі.
See, this is the stuff. Before this started, this invasion, we talked about this a number of times and talked about the idea that, you know, it's all one thing to talk about invasion in abstract. But when stuff like this happens and you see horrific video and images, this is going to make people around the world even just angrier at this whole thing. And this puts more pressure on other countries to do something about it. This stuff like this it's so powerful and terrible. And there might be a bunch of people killed in there, I don't know. So my thoughts are with everybody in the building. It's just horrible. But how does this happen? All right, hang on, folks. New video, PM breaking news. A high-rise building was heavily damaged after being hit in Kyiv. New video, Lark News. Now, Olga Tokaruik says residential buildings damaged. So, were any other buildings damaged? Let's see here. I mean, this building is the same as this building. Maybe she's not. It's the same building. But maybe there's other ones that got damaged. I don't know. I can see this one being damaged. Yeah, I'm going to look up the power plant, guys, and see if I can find more information on that. OSINT Technical identified the location. OSINT Technical identified the location. Let's look this up. Here. It's this building here. They're saying it's this building here? Okay. I guess I should do... Where? Is that... I think it's this building. Let's see. Yes. See this building here? Let's look at that real quick. Is that the same as this? It looks the same. So that would be the building there. Here's your neighborhood, right around here. Residential neighborhood. The one at the, I don't know if the one at the bottom is the same or, again, I don't know. So I think this is it. I mean, according to OSINT, yeah, there it is, right? Because you see this, you see that. I don't know if that's a different building or the same building, because that could be damaged too. This is it right here. That's May 2015, the picture, so. Unbelievable. Breaking news, Russian Ministry of Defense claims that they have taken full control of southern Ukrainian city of Melitopol. Melitopol has 150,000 people. People. 154,000. Wow. Now, what does full control mean? What does full control mean if they have full control? Hang on. Another shot of the video of the high-rise structure in Kyiv. Global military info. Now, by the way, if that's not true, what Russia said, it's going to be pretty easy to figure that out. Right? So it'll be pretty obvious if it's not true. Here's another picture from, guys, Kyiv mayor says a high-rise residential building has been hit by a missile. BNO News. So the Kyiv mayor is saying that a missile hit it. Let me just, this building here, this building, I'll show you Melitopol too. This building is apparently it. OSINT Technical identified it. Now this building, is there any airport near here? Well, there's an airport. Yes, that building is right near the airport. See? See? So there's an airport right here, and the building is, hang on, there. It's so maybe there was some kind of attack at the airport. Now I'm wondering, could that have been? Is there any chance that it was like anti-aircraft fire that hit the building, that it could have been like a surface-to-air missile that hit the building? You see what I'm saying? Like that it was Ukrainian forces. I mean, I don't know if this would happen, but you see what I'm saying? Russia could have been launching an attack on the airport, and then somebody fires something at the Russian plane. So we don't know exactly what happened yet. It's not that close. I mean, it's not. It's within a mile. To be clear. I mean, if we do this, and look at the distance, about a mile away. It's a mile away, so fair enough. But I just so fair. It's not literally right next to it, true, but there is an airport there, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I'm not guessing. I didn't guess at all. I raised a possibility and asked if it was possible. Look at this. All right, hang on, folks. What is going on? Rob Lee says video reportedly from this morning showing Russian helicopters near Hostomel. Hostomel is not far from, I think it's like just outside of Kyiv, I believe. I'll show you on a map. Hold on.
Вже 3 штуки полетіло штурмових. І ще летить. Це яка 50-ка, 52 вроді. Ні, це не наш.
I think Hostomel is the place where there was a attempted Russian attack like yesterday or something. It's outside of Kyiv, and there's an airport there. right here. And I believe that the original attack, a bunch of Russian helicopters were used in that attack. So are they attacking it again? I don't know. But there's Kyiv and there's Hostomel is here. And then the city that Russia claims they've taken is down here near Crimea, where Russia has brought in a lot of forces from. Melitopol, here. That's down here, southern Ukraine. One of our viewers said the apartment building hit on far side from airport. I think you're right. Although I'd have to look at it. Maybe it's diagonal or on this or not opposite totally. I don't know. I'll have to see. So a bunch of updates. Things are happening. Hang on, let me get you some more updates here. But hang on. Euromaidan. Now this is a pro-Ukrainian account. They say that a rocket or missile or something hit the residential building. They say 4 to 5 floors destroyed. Evacuation ongoing of the building. I don't know how far the damage goes on the floor, but you can actually see if you look at it. There's that many floors missing on the edge there, so just crazy. Oh, this we showed you my picture. This is from T.me Vana Real War. Powerful explosions in Hostomel. Again, there is an airport in Hostomel. It's in the Kyiv region. It's outside of the city of Kyiv. There's a video we just saw showing several Russian helicopters in the area. So what is going on in Hostomel right now? Euromaidan PR says several series of powerful explosions took place in Hostomel, Kyiv region. Reuters corrects their translation. Kyiv hydroelectric power plant is still controlled by Ukrainian troops. I guess Reuters had a bad translation. Guy Elster says, Reuters corrects their translation. Kyiv hydroelectric power plant is still controlled by Ukrainian troops. Okay, there you go. There you go. A quick thanks to our moderators. Let me thank our mods. Linda Belk, thank you, Linda. Oh, Tom says there's an Air Force base. I don't know which place Tom is saying. I can't tell exactly when he posted that. Linda says it just keeps getting worse. Yep, every day. Every day, every hour. Thank you to Sarah, who's been there moderating, AJ, Cynthia Moon, all of our YouTube moderators, our Facebook moderators like Roxanne Betke, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, moderators. And our Twitch moderators. Thank you so much. Bashing It Old Daily Disclosure. Bashing It Old Daily Disclosure, Duxor, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Tariag, Toby, Sully. So lots of news happening this morning, Ukraine time. Nexta posted this: people take down the Russian flag in Kherson region. This is in Ukraine, in southern Ukraine. So maybe some Russian forces put that flag up and people are taking it down now. This is the foreign minister of Ukraine. Kyiv, our splendid peaceful city, survived another night under attacks by Russian ground forces missiles. One of them has hit a residential apartment in Kyiv. I demand the world fully isolate Russia, expel ambassadors, oil embargo, ruin its economy, stop Russian war criminals. Look at that. Oh, look, someone's apartment camera recorded the hit. Look at this. OSINT technical. Watch. Hold on.
Какая жесть. Просто жесть.
Прикидываешь дома сидеть, Богдан?
У нас дырка просто...
Какая жесть. Просто жесть.
Прикидываешь дома сидеть, Богдан?
У нас дырка...
OSINT technical posted that. The Ukraine Armed Forces just posted about this. They said, Kyiv residential building after missile hit. This is from the Ukraine Armed Forces. Rob Lee just posted this. He says this is allegedly video of a strike on the Arsenal factory in Kyiv. Kyiv is a major city with millions of people. And it's now there's if you live in or you live near or have been to a major city with millions of people, imagine all of a sudden there's things getting hit and blown up by missiles and stuff. Arsenal factory in Kyiv. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know exactly what they mean, but maybe it's weapons or something. I don't know. Oh, hold on a second. Just have to start. Vladimir Zelensky posted another message. He says, a new day on the diplomatic front line began with a conversation with French President Macron. Weapons and equipment from our partners are on the way to Ukraine. The anti-war coalition is working. Yeah, I should have said, so I can't confirm this is a different building than the other one. Well, again, I assume this, I don't know this is legit for sure. And I don't know that it's the Arsenal factory. Rob Lee, he's responsible about what he posts, and he knows about the building that was hit. So again, I can't confirm this here. If I hear more, I'll let you know. Somebody was wondering, might it be the other building? But he saw the other building video and photo. So, oh my gosh, is this true? Rajip Soylu says initial reports, no casualties in the apartment in Kyiv. Well, the people must have not been home. Let me see if I can find the a local report about it. Here's an article from Ukrainian Pravda, Ukrainian newspaper. In Kyiv, a Russian shell hit a residential building. Now, a shell would be different from a missile. Well, was it art? But where were they firing it? Whatever hit it, where were they firing it at? A Russian shell hit a building. Is there any way this is intentional? There are no victims so far, I guess. An evacuation is underway. Look at that. Is there any chance like that the Russian forces would just say, hey, we're going to start doing this stuff? Oh, my King of Kings said they probably were all underground and they had evacuated earlier. That's interesting. Maybe people weren't in their apartments. Right. Now, no, but somebody said, I said this before, I said, could it have been like anti-aircraft fire or something that accidentally hit it? So I don't know. Okay, here's what we're going to do. All right, I am going to take a 2-minute break. I'm coming right back in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. We are back. Just a heads up, a quick heads up. We are at 11 hours and 11 minutes. There is a 12-hour limit on YouTube streams, so we'd have to end before 12 hours. Also, I'll have to see. We'll go a little while longer. I might end up, depending on how the news is at the time, we'll either stop at 12 hours or we'll keep going. I don't know. I'll just have to see what's going on with the news and how I feel. Oh, give me one more. I need about 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds. Hang on. Okay, we're back. We're back. Thanks to our new member, Alex Osageda, and everybody else. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. It's very kind of you, and it allows me to do this full time. So I really appreciate all the support for the channel. Thank you, and all the Facebook stars too. Thank you so much. And all of our moderators too. Hey, thanks to our mods. You guys are awesome. Oops, I had a spill here. Our mods are amazing. Okay, let's see what's going on. Hang on. I'm still suspicious of all of this. We'll have to hear more about this. Again, Russian troops, Russia says they've captured the city of Melitopol, which is about 150,000 people. They say that, but is it true? And what do they mean by captured? Like, do they have a big occupation force in there? Do they have a big occupation force? Have they set up an alternate government? Are they telling people what to do? You know, they might have like a highway around the city surrounded with troops, and then they say we've captured it. Well, so I'm gonna wait on that one to see what 150,000 people. I don't know that they're in full control of the city in a robust sense. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. They might. I just don't know. It's wartime. Both sides have an interest in saying we're doing well, and the other side's doing badly. Reuters correspondent said 2 missiles hit areas southwest of the Kyiv city center on Saturday. One of the missiles landed in an area close to the airport, he said. That's probably the one that hit the building. I don't know the details of this. Recep Soylu says 28 nations, including the UK and US, have agreed to give more weapons, medical supplies, and other military aid to Ukraine. I don't know the exact details on all that. President Zelensky did just recently tweet out that there's more stuff coming. More aid coming. The assistance includes lethal aid like ammunition and anti-tank weapons and anti-air weapons. And I don't know what the anti-air weapons are. And non-lethal aid such as medical supplies. It is understood that the aid is able to reach the Ukrainian military even as they battle Russian forces on multiple front lines. Sky News also understands that countries that had previously been against sending weapons to help the Ukrainian armed forces have now decided to do so. Does that mean Germany? I don't know. Anyways. Plane on flight radar over Ukraine. Don Ko thinks if Kremlin doesn't topple Kyiv and force a surrender of Ukrainian military command within 24 hours, politics will shift. I have no idea what's going to happen. This is Ukraine. There is a plane here. What is this plane? Look at this plane. This plane is over Ukraine. Oh, no, it's not. It's on the ground. That plane is on the ground. That is a plane on the ground there. At the Chernivtsi airport. There's a plane on the ground. Oh, look at this. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Moment at BNO News, moment the building's hit by a missile. This is unbelievable. That's unbelievable. What in the world? What in the world? We got to get some reaction. How fast it's going. Just unbelievable. Oh, look here. This is at the building. This is at the building here. Another war crime against the civilian population of Ukraine. Rescuers are evacuating the residents of the building. I hope that person's okay. Look, 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 look. I can't see. I can't really see. Rescuers evacuating someone from the building in Kyiv that the missile hit. Hope the person's okay. That's from the Ukraine Armed Forces, that video. That's Ukraine Armed Forces. And see, you can see, actually, it's hard to see here, but you can see all the debris on the ground. See the debris on the ground? I know it's kind of small, but here. I hope they're okay. Look at this. Oliver Carroll, who's in Kyiv, I believe, says, thinking about where to get a hold of food in Kyiv. A food problem in Kyiv. Read that again. What has the world come to? Some shops and supermarkets are working heroically, but I never thought I'd be thinking about where to source food here, usually a gastronome's delight. Yeah, some viewers mentioned CNN just started showing the thing with the building, about the building. This is also from Ukraine government here. On February 26th, it's a missile hit a multi-story residential building. There are no victims at this point, but it looks like they carried somebody out at one point. So I don't know if that person is hurt. Doesn't shoot at civilians, he says. And again, we showed this before, but it's just crazy video. Crazy video. Be it no news track this down. Here it is again. Look at this. Look at this video. Oh, Zelensky tweeted? Somebody said Zelensky tweeted? Hang on. Hang on, I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. He said it is a crucial moment to close the long-standing discussion once and for all and decide on Ukraine's membership in the EU, not NATO, EU. Okay. Breaking, Matt Talmer sent me this. Thanks, Matt. I haven't seen this yet. UK Armed Forces Minister J.S. Heapy says he does not recognize reports that Ukrainian southern coastal city of Melitopol has fallen to Russian forces. He says Russian invasion plan is running nowhere near to schedule. That's from Deborah Haynes. She's with Sky News. I told you also, I mean, Russia said they captured Melitopol. It's going to be very easy to figure out if that's a lie. So we'll see. But that's not a hard thing to figure out. Oh, Peter Newton sent me this. This person, here's more of people evacuating people. See, that's the building. That was posted by this person, by Aaron, who posted from BPT. BPT. Hang on. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's old. That's from like 40 minutes ago. Armed Forces Minister James Heapy in the UK says there are only isolated pockets of Russian troops in Kyiv, which is a testament to the resistance shown by Ukrainian forces. This is just an ongoing thing. This thing is like 24 hours a day. It's like, you never know, like the next time something's going to get like hit or destroyed. It's terrible. Shooting and everything. Jay Sleep, I don't know that tweet about the food situation in Kiev that Oliver Carroll made. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, it's not. I don't know if they, I don't know what's going on in the situation with the food there exactly. So I just don't know. I don't know enough about that situation. He said he was having a hard time finding a place to pick up some food. But I think in Kiev, because a lot of people were just, maybe shops are closed for the last couple of days. I'm not sure. Hey, let me show you some analysis from Michael Kaufman. He says, when I saw the pointless hell-born assault on the first day. So Russia tried to take an airport near Kiev by bringing in some airborne troops with helicopters, and they failed yesterday, or 2 days ago, I think it was Thursday, I think. He says, when I saw that pointless hell-born assault on the first day, that's the sort of thing I thought was going on. He's responding to this person said, fourth class officer said, some of the Russian ops feel very Operation Just Cause in the sense, okay, we have to have point where the Rangers do their thing and we have to get the SEALs involved somehow. So Michael Kaufman says, when I saw the pointless hell-born assault on the first day, that's the sort of thing I thought was going on. Airborne troops was attempting risky ops to, quote, do their thing. Naval infantry was going to attempt amphibious landings to get into the fight. So it was like giving these, like a political thing. You have to give like different branches a chance or something. He says the first 2 days of Russian military ops have a degree of banality. Is that like common? Being unoriginal. Degree of unoriginality, I say that sadly as a military analyst I find deeply familiar. I don't want to mischaracterize what I've seen in the first 48 hours. There's been intense strikes fighting urban warfare attacks and counterattacks. It's just some of the big risks taken by the Russian military don't appear driven by sensible operational requirements. Like, it sounds like he thinks maybe like there's like political considerations. Again, like, well, you have to let the airborne do something or something like that. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. He says, I find the need to attempt such airborne operation puzzling, but they've been trying high-risk airborne operations from the outset for unclear reasons. It remains to be seen how many troops they were. And we don't, anyways. He's confused as to why they're trying various airborne operations, Michael Kaufman. All right, guys, we need to start wrapping up the stream. Here's what I'm going to do. We're at 11:30. We're at 11:35. I can't get to 12. I can't get to 12 hours because then the stream disappears. So I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream. There's news around the clock. I think what I'm going to try to do is really wrap it up and not do enough. I'm going to try to get some sleep. I'll wrap up the live stream. I'm going to be up for a little while. If there's some huge development, I'll come on and do another stream. Last night I ended up having to do another stream. So we did it. So that's not my plan right now. My plan is to get some sleep and do a stream tomorrow. But if there's a huge development and I'm awake, I'll come back on the air. So subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. And also my Twitter, I will post on Twitter when I'm not on the air, while I'm awake, when I see updates. That's at Lookner, at Lookner. I'll post updates there when I'm not on the air. Okay? So, and Agenda Free TV is the channel. And if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you click the notifications bell. Oh, there's a bell here you want to click. Let me show you. There's a bell. Make sure you click the bell on YouTube, if you subscribe on YouTube, and choose all notifications. You got to choose all notifications. So I really appreciate all of you joining for our streaming for this. And I appreciate your help covering it. A lot of you have been sending me news links. Unfortunately, I don't get to all the messages. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure a lot of people have sent me like helpful stuff and good comments and interesting comments that I haven't seen. So I apologize. I try to check the messages as much as I can, but there's just so many. So I apologize for that. But I do really appreciate your help covering this. And please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. This is I don't know where the situation is going, but we have this enormous armed force that has been moving into Ukraine, and it's a very, very dangerous situation for the people in Ukraine. So please keep your thoughts with them, but we'll keep giving you more coverage. A huge thanks to all of our moderators, because our moderators are all volunteers and they're always here, and they're why we can have chats. The chats would just be unreadable without the moderators there. So they're the ones who allow us to have chats. So thank you, moderators. Such a big part of the channel. Linda Belk has been there so much in Twitter. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. We've had a lot of moderators in and out. In YouTube, Sarah's been there. AJ, Cynthia Moon, Rusty G, Lamar Watkins, and all of our other mods. Thank you. All of our YouTube moderators, our Facebook moderators like Roxanne Becky, Kay Lowry Body, Bud Green, Margaret Riley. Thank you, moderators. And our Twitch moderators. Thank you, Twitch moderators. You are awesome. Thank you. Like A Moment of Lovely, Duxor, Papa Bear, Tariag, Sully, and all the others who have been in there. And hey, thank you everybody who donated. That's what lets me do this channel full time and be on the air all the time and just be able to cover a news event like this. So in case people don't know, I do this full time. So when the people donate, that's what allows me to just do this full time. That's what that goes to. So I do apologize, as I said before. Normal stream, well, it's for these streams, it's been so busy and everything, I'm not kind of stopping to like thank all the individual donors, and I feel bad about it, but at the same time I think it's kind of just the way we have to do it for these streams. So just please know that I really do appreciate every single donation, because that's what lets me do this. So thank you, and that includes the Facebook stars, everybody who gave Facebook stars too. It's incredibly kind of you, so thank you. And a big thanks also to our YouTube members. They're really supportive. New member FC Baker, thank you, and all of our other members, Lynn Downey, C. Michelle Sparks, and all the other members who've been in there tonight, Cherry Cola and others. Thanks for all your support, YouTube members. Okay, and we have. By the way, I always post when Agenda Free TV on Twitter. I always post there before we come on the air. So if you're looking for an advance notice when we're coming on the air, follow Agenda Free TV on Twitter. And you can turn notifications on. That's a good way to get an extra notification when we're coming on the air so you don't miss live breaking news coverage. And also, we do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. And a lot of our viewers like to do that. And also, it's free, but you get really good notifications if you sign up for our broadcasts. You get the good broadcast notifications. If you put the Discord app on your phone, it actually pops up on your phone, which is really convenient and nice. So, so check out the Discord. The link is at the bottom of the video description, and our moderators can post that link as well. And again, thank you, Ricky Rand, and everybody else for your support. And again, I'm just hoping that, hang on a second here. This is a very, very dangerous situation, and I'm worried every day that it's not like worst case scenario. I'm like, phew. It was really looking bad, and I was very worried about what things were. I was worried overnight with the Kyiv stuff that they were going to shut the internet off, and it was going to be like a big massacre or something like that. So another day. One day at a time, and if we can avoid just horrific catastrophe, let's keep hoping for that. All right, let me thank some of our viewers, like people in the Twitter chat, people video on Twitter like DJ Cole, and thanks for watching there. Lovecraft Soap Co., Matt Chu, Tom Smoth, and others over there in our Twitter chat. No Cap'n as well. I'll do a check and make sure nothing crazy is going on. But again, if there's some huge development, I can certainly come back on the air. Hang on. Here, look, Michael Weiss, by the way, I want to show you this. He says, the reason I think it's become apparent that so many Russians and so many Ukrainians did not expect this war is they knew it would lead to exactly the consequences we are seeing now. Putin is losing the support of those he spent good money buying over the years. Okay. Thanks to our Twitch viewers who have been with us. Thank you, Twitch viewers. Like Fifth Nail, Twitch Bro, Excited Burrito, Lurky Cat, Manicotti, Vacancy, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Los Gatos, 11 Glowfly, Skip Foo, Wolverine, Mr. Plugin, Velo, Shaggy, Evening Redness, Slubbles, Killeen, They Call Me Taj, Sidewalk Connoisseur, John Solo, Lord Powder, and others. Boogaloo, Levelhead Rogers, and others. All of our Twitch viewers, thanks for watching there. Our Facebook viewers, thank you so much for watching. Marcy Elizabeth Walker, Linda Sue Lewis Terry, Rosalind Jesse, Brandy Coxton, Tawny Michelle, Bestie Christensen, Ardis Caverlin, Matt Knight, Jose R. Guerrero, Zarita, Gianna Coy, Gary Beaton, Mike McCoy, Paul Orlowski, Duster Singer. Good seeing you, Duster. Thanks for your support, Duster. And others. Hang on one second here. And also, all of our Facebook viewers, thanks for watching there. And our YouTube viewers, Cade Williams, Brendan Clark, Grant, Retro Jello, FC Baker, our member, C. Michelle Sparks, our member. Thank you for watching there. Barry Blackwater. Grant, thanks for watching. Pan, our one of our members. Ghost Rider, our member, thanks for watching. C. Rose, Stone Cold. Christopher Peoples, Cherry Cola, our member. Laura Nolan. Seize the Day. Thank you, Seize the Day, for watching and for your support. FC Baker, our member. Rhino, John Murray, Chris Kim. Ricky Rand, Sephirin, good seeing you, Sephirin. Johnny Shivers, BNC, Drathicus Resks, and others. Okay, let me do one last check here, but the plan is to try to get some sleep. But if there's big developments, I can come back on the air. I apologize for missing anything while I'm sleeping. I will certainly be posting stuff on my Twitter at Lookner. But I will be checking, and who knows. So again, sorry for anything I miss. Okay, guys, so I'm going to wrap up this stream right now. We have been bringing you more live coverage of the war. Russia attacks Ukraine. The war where Russia is attacking Ukraine. That's what I'll call it. Okay. Thank you again, and thank you so much to our moderators. Can't say thanks enough to our mods. Thank you, mods. All right, guys, that is it for now. Thank you for watching our coverage. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
We begin our coverage in Washington with Caroline Shively. Caroline, can you give us the latest on what we're hearing from the ground in Ukraine and reports about street fighting?
Absolutely, Alex and Christine. Kyiv officials sending out a warning to residents to avoid going near windows or on balconies to take precautions against being hit by debris or bullets. Throughout the night, Russian troops have moved to encircle Kyiv after pounding that city and several others from the skies. Our crew on the ground in Kyiv witnessing the explosions from missile strikes to small arms fire, although their latest word is they aren't hearing those larger explosions at this hour, just the smaller weapons being fired. But things are changing minute by minute. As many as 18,000 rifles have been handed out to civilians to protect their homes and families, grandmothers and teenagers taking up arms with minimal training. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urging citizens to stand firm against the siege, declaring the fight is here and the fate of Ukraine is being decided right now. Ukraine's military reports that it has shot down 2 Russian transport planes, one 50 miles south of Kyiv, another 25 miles south. Each plane can hold up to 125 people. Our Lucas Tomlinson urges caution on those reports. So far, we can't confirm those. We can say hundreds of casualties have been reported from Russian soldiers, the Ukrainian military, as well as civilians. Late tonight, here at home, President Biden authorized another $350 million to provide immediate military assistance to Ukraine. Alex and Christine, back to you.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for that perspective. And of course, we are seeing those shots and hearing about people that are hiding in subways to stay safe. Caroline, we thank you for your perspective there.
He has brought much of the Russian media under Kremlin control and disempowered oligarchs who had grown rich under the chaotic years of Yeltsin's reign. Putin's decisive action in Chechnya also brought him widespread support. There, he waged an uncompromising war against Islamist rebels, a war in which many civilians were also killed. In terms of foreign policy, Putin initially had a good relationship with his Western counterparts.
I looked the man in the eye. I found him to be very straightforward and trustworthy.
But Putin has always viewed NATO's expansion after 1997 with suspicion. When the pro-Russian government in Ukraine fell in the autumn of 2013, Putin intervened. Separatists took control of eastern Ukraine, and Russian soldiers occupied the Ukrainian peninsula of Crimea. Then Russia annexed it. After a difficult, lengthy, tiring journey, Crimea and Sevastopol are returning to the home harbor. Putin was excluded from the G8, and the US and the EU imposed strong economic sanctions against Russia. But Putin has stuck to his course, governing in an increasingly authoritarian manner. He has quashed protests against his policies. Russian opposition members live in fear. Mikhail Khodorkovsky was inundated with trials, then forced into exile. Boris Nemtsov was murdered in the street. Alexei Navalny was poisoned, then saved by German doctors. The Kremlin actively supports anti-democratic movements across Europe. Russian hackers attempt to influence elections. In Russia, Putin is regarded by many as the eternal president. He's been re-elected 4 times, and in 2020, he changed the constitution, allowing him to stay in power even longer. Vladimir Putin took over his country at a difficult time, but he's led it with a firm hand, something analysts don't see changing anytime soon.
And we're back now with our Russian affairs analyst Konstantin Eggert in Vilnius, and in studio DW Chief International Editor Richard Walker. Konstantin, I'd like to go to you first. Now, a lot has been written about President Putin and his time as a KGB spy during the Cold War. In your view, how much does that shape him and President Putin's worldview?
Well, good morning. Not so good morning, frankly speaking. I think that the first essential thing is not to describe him as a spy. He was never a spy. The KGB was a huge political police organization in which only one directorate, the first chief directorate, was actually occupied with spying. Putin never served in it. He actually seemingly aspired to go there. But he was sent to East Germany, the GDR, as an officer for a different directorate under the cover of director of the Russian Cultural, or rather at that time, of course, Soviet Cultural Center in Dresden, in East Germany. And it seems that his occupation was to watch the internal East German opposition and to probably monitor the activity of the Soviet personnel that was stationed there. There was, I would like to remind you, it was 1 million strong Soviet contingent, army contingent stationed in East Germany.
Right.
So I suppose that the KGB as such, of course, influenced him. It was the time when he thought he's going to make a fantastic career, because being a KGB officer was extremely prestigious in the Soviet Union, gave you a lot of perks, but additionally huge power. People would feared you if you were a KGB agent, well, KGB officer. So I think that this impacted him hugely, and his desire, if you wish, to have this power, unsaid power, intimidating power, is very much part of the, I think, KGB thinking. Another thing that's important, and full disclosure, I served 3 years as a translator for the Soviet military mission in the Middle East. I was doing just my national army service, but of course, in the course of my job, I've seen quite a few people from the KGB.
Right.
And what actually characterized them is A, belief in conspiracy theories, and secondly, this understanding that the Soviet Union doesn't work, but it doesn't work because people do not have enough sausage. You put the sausage back in the shops, allow for some private enterprise, and you can run it wonderfully. And I think that this cynical view of human nature is actually another important thing to understand.
I'd like to go back to the point that you made about power, and I'd like to tie that in with what President Putin has said in the past. He has said, and we just played that report as well, he has said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was a tragedy for all Russians. So what you're saying is that this is not so much about Russian pride, but personal power for President Putin?
Well, definitely. And actually, he used an even stronger term. He called the collapse of the Soviet Union the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And I think that it's true that he is, look, thing is that a KGB officer was always brought up on the saying of Felix Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka Lenin's feared secret police, that the KGB officers, the security service officers, are the knights in shining armor of the revolution. And that breeds this understanding of, on the one hand, you belonging to a very elite organization, on the other hand, you fulfilling the national destiny. So
Right.
for Putin, that conflates into one thing. It is essentially, yes, him, because he is defending a noble cause. And it is pretty much indistinguishable, personal power and convictions.
Right. Konstantin, stay on the line. I'd like to turn to you, Richard, just based on what Konstantin was saying and going back to the earlier point that you were making about he wants Ukraine to be, in a sense, subservient to him and to go back to the time before 2014 when it was, let's just say, within the Russian fold. It was at least pro-Russian in many ways. How do you see the current situation in light of that and the fact that for President Putin personally, power and national pride conflate into one?
Yeah, well, it's been really interesting to watch what Vladimir Putin has been saying during the course of this week as well. So if we remember, it's been a week absolutely dense with events, of course. But at the beginning of the week, he made this extraordinary address to the nation at the time where he announced that in the sort of first intensification of the crisis this week, that he was recognizing these breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine as independent states. The speech that he gave was really, and it would be fascinating to hear some of Konstantin's take on it as well. It was an hour-long, 7,500 words in the English translation. And it took this historical sweep in an effort to justify what he was about to do, and now in retrospect, what he's done later in the week as well with this invasion. And he completely delegitimized the idea that Ukraine is a sovereign state at all. Instead, regarding it as something that is an appendage of the Russian Empire, essentially. And going way back, even before the Soviet Union, and accusing Soviet leaders such as Lenin and Stalin even of making mistakes with regard to Ukraine. So taking an even kind of grander long sweep view of Russian history, and giving this strong impression that he feels after 20 plus years in power, and perhaps with another decade and a half in power, but certainly beginning to think about his legacy as a Russian leader, that he wants to undo some of what he sees as the mistakes of the past and essentially reunite what he sees essentially as part of the Russian Empire and not as a sovereign independent state.
Let's just take this to Konstantin. Konstantin, you were hearing Richard talk there. He talked about this historical sweep that President Putin referred to in his televised address. Can you give us some context on this? What prompts a Russian leader to think that Ukraine, which is recognized as a sovereign nation, does not essentially hold sovereignty and needs to bend to Russian will?
Well, for that, you need probably to live side by side with President Putin to understand what prompted this amazing turn, in which basically now it's for the whole world to see that there's only one issue with which Putin is, well, frankly speaking, obsessed, and this is Ukraine. To put it in a wider context, judging by this speech to which Richard alluded, 7,000+ words, plus the piece he wrote for the Kremlin website, 5,000 words, plus a video explainer. Well, judging by them, it seems that he sees essentially getting back Ukraine as a way of righting the wrong of the unjust collapse of the Soviet Union and unjust treatment of the Soviet and then Russian states by the West. And this is a way of saying we are still strong, we have our own sphere of influence, but I think, I'm terribly sorry, I think it goes further. Judging by by the text analysis by quite a few Russian experts and actually people dealing in philology and history, Putin's been impacted by and very strongly, by the ideas of an obscure Russian philosopher, Ivan Ilyin. He was a white emigre philosopher after the Bolsheviks won the civil war in Russia in early 20th century. So some people say that if the Bolsheviks lost, he would have been the philosophical founder of kind of Russian corporatist state a la Mussolini. This idea that Russia needs one strong leader, no matter what is the name, emperor, president, governor, whatever, and that Russia can only survive if it keeps the three Slavic nations together, Russians, Belarusians, and Ukrainians.
Right.
This is a very, very strong sort of thread that goes through the writings of this man, Ilyin. And it seems that Putin took him on board. He quoted him several times in his speeches before. And I suppose that this is an attempt to write one's own page in history in golden letters, Putin thought, but now this is written in blood of the Ukrainians.
Unfortunately, that does appear to be the case. Konstantin, thanks so much for that. Richard, quick final word from you. Joe Biden said that President Putin attempts to be going back to the days of the Soviet Union. Is that the case?
Well, I think as we've just been hearing there, you could even say that he's attempting to go back even further. And I think with what Western leaders are really worried about at the moment, and it links in with what Konstantin was saying there about the single powerful leader, is that at this moment in his period in power, Vladimir Putin is totally uncontested. He's been in office for over 20 years. We saw during the course of this week these extraordinary displays of the subservience of even his closest team around him in the Kremlin, where he was belittling the head of his foreign intelligence service on live television. There's no one in Russia in a position of power, it appears, to act as any kind of check on his behavior. And as we're seeing in Ukraine, he's willing to go into very serious risks. So concerns about how far this sort of untrammeled power that he has, what it could lead to.
Richard, we'll have to end it there. Thanks so much for joining us in the studio. Konstantin, thank you so much for being with us. That's the end of this program, but coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues on DW News. You can always check out our website for the latest or our Facebook and Twitter pages. That's it. Goodbye.
The 8,960th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is threat to international peace and security. The agenda is, I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Russian Federation is asking for a procedural vote on the proposal to hold this meeting on the initiative of the United States. The delegation of the US, in explaining its proposal on convening this meeting, has pointed out that it considers the deployment of Russian troops within Russian territory as a threat to international peace and security. This is not only unacceptable interference in the domestic affairs of our state, but also an attempt to mislead the international community on the situation in the region and also the reason for the current global tensions. We are being asked to convene a Security Council meeting on unfounded accusations that we have refuted frequently. Furthermore, we frequently refuted, often consistently refuted. Furthermore, the open format for discussion proposed by the US on this extremely sensitive topic is making this a classic example of megaphone diplomacy and working in public, for the public, rather. There's a need to review this, and we've all stated this frequently. We do not think that this will help to bring this council together. Rather, we fully understand that the desire of our American colleagues to whip up hysterics regarding its own situations regarding the so-called Russian act of aggression is something that they want to do, including within the Security Council from this rostrum. Our Security Council colleagues are being put in an extremely difficult position. This is of great harm, this hysterica, to Ukraine itself. the president of which, as we've seen, has asked Western countries just a few days ago not to whip up hysterics regarding the deployment of Russian troops near the border, since this all harms the Ukrainian economy. We do not need this panic, said President Zelensky. Rather, we need this is needed for those people who believe in the myth of the Russian aggression. The Ukrainian officials have talked about a lack of a threat from Russia. In particular, this pertains to the Minister of Defense, the President himself, Mr. Zelensky, who have said themselves that they do not see in this activity that we are being talked about today as a threat. We are prepared to disseminate this to you later. We would urge all colleagues to not use the rostrum of the Security Council to push forward the propaganda beliefs of our colleagues. We would also like to remind members of the Security Council that the Russian delegation in December announced its plans to have an annual discussion of the situation in Ukraine during our presidency of the Council that starts from tomorrow. The 7th anniversary of the adoption of the packet of measures of the Minsk agreements will be an excellent opportunity for us to constructively show the Security Council's commitment to 2202, that is the international basis for the Ukrainian settlement. The event is planned for the 17th of February. If our American colleagues really need to say in public any additional information about this, they can fully do this during the planned meeting in February. We would urge all sensible members of the Council not to support this provocative proposal and treat the UN Charter with respect. Thank you.
Thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of the US.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As our colleague stated, we have called for this meeting, and we've called for this meeting because of what we have all witnessed over the course of the past few months in terms of the actions of the Russian Federation on the territory on the border with Ukraine. They indicate that it's in their own territory, but it is also very close to their neighbor's border. It's a neighbor that has been invaded already before. It's a neighbor that has Russian troops occupying their territory. We have had numerous meetings, over 100 meetings over the course of the past few weeks, both with Russian officials and in consultations with our European and Ukrainian colleagues. All of these meetings have been in private. We think it's now time to have a meeting in public and have this discussed in a public forum. We have worked with the Ukrainians at their request to provide assistance to them so that they can prepare for what they see as inevitable, including having provided $200 million in assistance in recent weeks and over $5 billion in assistance since 2014. And that is so that they can be prepared. You've heard from our Russian colleagues that we're calling for this meeting to make you all feel uncomfortable. Imagine how uncomfortable you would be if you had 100,000 troops sitting on your border in the way that these troops are sitting on the border with Ukraine. For us, this is about peace and security. It's about honoring the UN Charter that calls on us as members of the Security Council to protect peace and security. So this is not about antics. It's not about rhetoric. It's not about US and Russia. What this is about is the peace and security of one of our member states. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States. In view of the request and the comments made by members of the Security Council, I intend to put the provisional agenda to a vote. Accordingly, I shall put it to the vote now. Will those in favor of the adoption of the provisional agenda please raise their hand? Those against? Abstention? The result of the voting is as follows. 10 votes in favor, 2 votes against, 3 abstentions. The provisional agenda has been adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Belarus, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, to participate in the meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Recalling the Security Council latest note 507 on its working methods, I wish to encourage all speakers, both members and non-members of the Council, to deliver their statements in 5 minutes or less. Note 507 also encouraged briefers to be succinct and to focus on key issues. In this spirit, briefers are further encouraged to limit their initial remarks to 7 to 10 minutes. Everyone is also encouraged to wear a mask at all times, including while delivering remarks. I now give the floor to Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Madam President, the United Nations is closely following the ongoing diplomatic discussions on the future of European peace and security architecture among representatives of the Russian Federation, the United States, members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the European Union, and the Organization for the Security and Cooperation in Europe. We hope the outcome of these talks will strengthen peace and security in Europe, including for Ukraine. Madam President, although not an active participant in these exchanges, in all his contacts, the Secretary General has unequivocally supported the ongoing diplomatic efforts at all levels. Still, we remain greatly concerned that, even as these efforts continue, tensions keep escalating and a dangerous military buildup is in the heart of Europe. It is reported that over 100,000 troops and heavy weaponry from the Russian Federation are positioned along the border with Ukraine. Unspecified numbers of Russian troops and weaponry are also reportedly being deployed to Belarus ahead of large-scale joint military exercises in February on the borders with Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states. NATO members are reportedly planning additional deployments in Eastern European member states, and NATO has advised that 8,500 troops are now on high alert. Accusations and recriminations among the various actors involved in the ongoing discussions have created uncertainty and apprehension for many that a military confrontation is impending. Madam President, the Secretary General has made clear that there can be no alternative to diplomacy and dialogue to deal with the complex longstanding security concerns and threat perceptions that have been raised. He has expressed his strong belief that there should not be any military intervention in this context and that diplomacy should prevail. He's been equally explicit that any such intervention by one country in another would be against international law and the United Nations Charter. His expectation is that we all contribute to avoiding confrontation and to creating conditions for a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. We therefore welcome the steps taken so far by all involved to maintain dialogue. We urge and expect all actors to build on these efforts and to remain focused on pursuing diplomatic solutions by engaging in good faith. We further urge all actors to refrain from provocative rhetoric and actions to maximize the chance for diplomacy to succeed. Achieving mutual understanding and lasting, mutually acceptable arrangements is the best way to safeguard regional and international peace and security in the interest of all. Madam President, let me repeat the full commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, political independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in accordance with relevant General Assembly resolutions. It is important, especially at this time, for the international community to intensify its support for the efforts of the Normandy 4 and of the OSCE-led Trilateral Contact Group to ensure the implementation of the Minsk agreements endorsed by this Council in its Resolution 2202. We welcome the recent meeting of the Normandy 4 advisors in Paris and their agreement to reconvene shortly in Berlin as another sign that diplomacy can work. We commend these efforts and those of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission. Likewise, United Nations agencies in Ukraine are committed to continue delivering on their mandates in accordance with the humanitarian principles of neutrality, impartiality, humanity, and independence. Safe, unimpeded humanitarian access must be respected under any circumstances to provide support to the 2.9 million people in need of assistance, with the majority in non-government controlled areas. In this regard, I encourage member states to contribute to the humanitarian response plan. Further, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine continues to document civilian casualties in the conflict area. Madam President, no one is watching the current diplomatic efforts more than the people of Ukraine. They have endured a conflict that has taken over 14,000 lives since 2014, and that tragically is still far from resolution. It is painfully obvious that any new escalation in or around Ukraine would mean more needless killing and destruction. Whatever one's position regarding the current situation or the status quo in eastern Ukraine, this should be inconceivable. The fact that it is not should give us pause. The principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and multiple other commitments to safeguard regional and international peace and security are crystal clear. Any escalation or new conflict would deal another serious blow to the architecture so painstakingly built up over the last 75 years to maintain international peace and security just when we need it most. Once again, I'd like to stress the Secretary General's appeal to all concerned to take immediate steps to de-escalate tensions and continue on the diplomatic path. The United Nations stands ready to support all efforts to that end. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Undersecretary General DiCarlo, for your briefing. Colleagues, the situation we're facing in Europe is urgent and dangerous, and the stakes for Ukraine and for every UN member state could not be higher. Russia's actions strike at the very heart of the UN Charter. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine. In the wake of World War II, the Council was formed to address precisely the kind of threat that Ukraine now faces. As Article 39 says, the Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace. Thus, our charge is not only to address conflicts after they occur, but also to prevent them from happening in the first place. This is why today's meeting is so crucial. Russia's aggression today not only threatens Ukraine, it also threatens Europe. It threatens the international order this body is charged with upholding. An order that, if it stands for anything, stands for the principle that one country cannot simply redraw another country's borders by force or make another country's people live under a government they did not choose. We continue to hope Russia chooses the path of diplomacy over the path of conflict in Ukraine. But we cannot just wait and see. It is crucial that this council address the risk that their aggressive and destabilizing behavior poses across the globe. First, let's be clear about the facts. Russia has assembled a massive military force of more than 100,000 troops along Ukraine's border. These are combat forces and special forces prepared to conduct offensive actions into Ukraine. This is the largest, hear me clearly, mobilization of troops in Europe in decades. And as we speak, Russia is sending even more forces and arms to join them. Russia has already used more than 2,000 rail cars to move troops and weaponry from across Russia to the Ukrainian border. Russia has also moved nearly 5,000 troops into Belarus with short-range ballistic missiles, special forces, and anti-aircraft batteries. We've seen evidence that Russia intends to expand that presence to more than 30,000 troops near the Belarus-Ukraine border, less than 2 hours north of Kyiv by early February. In addition to military activity, we've also seen a dramatic spike in cyber attacks on Ukraine in recent weeks. Russian military and intelligence services are spreading disinformation through state-owned media and proxy sites, and they are attempting without any factual basis to paint Ukraine and Western countries as the aggressors to fabricate a pretext for attack. Russia's military buildup on the border has been paired with extensive new demands and aggressive rhetoric. This is an escalation and a pattern of aggression that we've seen from Russia again and again. In 2014, Russia illegally invaded and seized Crimea. In 2008, Russia invaded Georgia. Russian troops are currently refusing to depart Moldova despite the wishes of the Moldovan people and their democratically elected government. And in the Donbas region of Ukraine, Russian-backed separatists continue to foment and ignore violence toward the Ukrainian people. Recently, Russia has threatened to take military action should its demands not be met. If Russia further invades Ukraine, none of us will be able to say we didn't see it coming, and the consequences will be horrific, which is why this meeting is so important today. Already, Russia's war in eastern Ukraine has killed more than 14,000 Ukrainians, nearly 3 million Ukrainians, half of whom are elderly people and children, need food, shelter, and life-saving assistance. Devastating as this situation is, it would pale in comparison to the humanitarian impact of the full-scale land invasion Russia is currently planning in Ukraine. Over the years, Russian leaders have claimed that Ukraine is not a real country and question its right to self-determination. So let's be clear. Ukraine is a UN member state that recently celebrated 3 decades of independence. It has a proud people and a rich culture. Ukraine is a sovereign country and a sovereign people entitled to determine their own future without the threat of force. This is not just the conviction that Ukrainians hold. It is a right enshrined by the UN Charter, a right that Russia and every other member of this institution has freely committed to upholding. Our international order is not perfect, but it is grounded in respect for people and countries to govern themselves, to defend themselves, and to associate with whom they choose. All countries have a stake in defending and preserving these principles, and nothing could be more fundamental. What would it mean for the world if former empires had license to start reclaiming territory by force? This would set us down a dangerous path. Russia could, of course, choose a different path, the path of diplomacy. In recent weeks, the United States, along with our European allies and partners, and other nations around the globe, concerned by Russia's threat to Ukraine, have continued to do everything we can to resolve this crisis peacefully. In all of these talks, our messages have been clear and consistent. We seek the path of peace. We seek the path of dialogue. We do not want confrontation, but we will be decisive, swift, and united should Russia further invade Ukraine. We continue to believe there is a diplomatic path out of the crisis caused by Russia's unprovoked military buildup. We're working to pursue diplomacy in every possible venue. But we also know that diplomacy will not succeed in an atmosphere of threat and military escalation. That is why we have brought this situation before the Security Council today. The United States has been clear. If this is truly about Russia's security concerns in Europe, we're offering them an opportunity to address these concerns at the negotiating table. The test of Russia's good faith in the coming days and weeks is whether they will come to that table and stay at that table until we reach an understanding. If they refuse to do so, the world will know why and who is responsible. Fellow members of the Council and other UN member states, we urge you to assess not only Russia's statements, but their actions with clear eyes, to evaluate the risk this presents not just to Ukraine's border and its people, but to all of us. And to speak clearly and forcefully in favor of the path of diplomacy rather than the path of conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening this open meeting, and thank you, Under Secretary General DiCarlo, for your briefing. Madam President, the primary responsibility of the Security Council is to maintain peace and security with a view to preventing conflicts in the world. We have argued here several times that in terms of prevention, the Council has still a long way to go. The Council has been seized many times to discuss the situation in Ukraine since the beginning of the aggression in 2014, and here we are again today. We express our deep concerns on the military buildup of Russia near Ukraine in recent months. Dozens of battalions have been already dislocated to the Ukrainian border. Military troops are being dispatched from eastern to western part of Russia. This includes heavy combat forces, tanks, artillery, air defense systems, and ballistic missiles. Several thousands of Russian troops have also been sent to Belarus. This movement of troops and weaponry weaponry is very worrying, has caused anxiety and fear among people in Ukraine, and justifiably serious international concerns, particularly for us in Europe. Madam President, let me reconfirm our unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Dear colleagues, in 1994, 27 years ago, Ukraine received security assurances through the Budapest Memorandum, where Russia, together with the US and UK, pledged, and I quote, to respect the independence and sovereignty and the existing borders of Ukraine, in exchange for giving up its nuclear arsenal. The signatories also reaffirmed their commitment to seek UN Security Council action to provide assistance to Ukraine should it become a victim of an act of aggression. We call on Russia and the Security Council to expressly confirm the respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Madam President, it would be wrong to consider the threat of a military attack by Russia against Ukraine as another crisis between Russia and the West. This is a challenge to the European security order and to the whole international security architecture, which is based on the UN Charter. It is an affront to the 1975 Helsinki Final Act and its decalogue, upon which OSCE is founded and where Russia is a part. These last developments on the Russian-Ukrainian border are a well-known playbook. We have seen them in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine repeatedly since 2014, unfortunately at the cost of thousands of lives, civilian and military. Russia has used military violence as a means of achieving its political and geopolitical goals. Madam President, Russia is a big country and has a role to play in European and world geopolitics. It can play an important part in making the world a better and a safer place. Unfortunately, it is doing the contrary. The narratives of spheres of influence in Europe or dictating by threats the geostrategic orientation of other countries are tools of another century, of another time, reminiscences of the Cold War. Countries are and should be free to join whichever organization they want, be it NATO, the European Union, CSTO, or CIS. Sovereign countries take decisions by their free will, not under the threat of a gun. Madam President, what is to gain in a potential conflict to which everyone anticipates the disastrous consequences? What can justify the loss of thousands of lives, widespread destruction, severance of relations, continued tensions, including, as it has been made repeatedly clear, severe consequences for Russia itself? No other place knows more about war and its disastrous consequences than this room. Therefore, we must be able to see beyond and seek other means to address issues, however complex they are or seem to be. Albania believes that this crisis should be solved through talks and discussion. Finding solutions through negotiations was our primary focus during the OSCE chairmanship in office in 2020. It remains the same now in the Council. There are several mechanisms to be used through diplomatic efforts. Concrete steps towards de-escalation are needed, paving the ground towards talks in efforts to seek solutions. Such efforts should be made in good faith and not be conducted in a climate of escalation rhetoric. The resumption of the Normandy format meetings last week in Paris was the right step, and we hope that this process will continue. Madam President, we all should bear in mind that the crisis in and around Ukraine has a direct impact on the whole Europe. The instrumentalization of ethnic minorities, targeted cyber attacks, political interference here and there for political gains, and a growing tendency of genocide denial and glorification on war crimes and war criminals, all these are acts that seek destabilization, create tension, and should be treated as a threat to peace and security because they are. This is why we deem of paramount importance to invest in prevention, and I hope this meeting will be part of such genuine efforts, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm grateful to Under-Secretary General Di Carlo for her briefing. Madam President, the first article of the UN Charter defines our purpose here: to take collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace. Today, over 100,000 Russian troops are massed on Ukraine's borders. They are equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, rocket artillery, and short-range ballistic missiles. They are supported by Russian air and maritime long-range strike capabilities. This is not a routine deployment. This is the largest military buildup in Europe in decades. In the best-case scenario, the scale of the Russian forces assembled on three sides of Ukraine is deeply destabilizing. In the worst case, it is preparation for a military invasion of a sovereign country. Madam President, in 2008, Russia told this council that it was sending peacekeepers into Georgia. In reality, it was invading an independent, democratic country. In 2014, Russia denied to this council the presence of its forces in Crimea. In reality, its soldiers were annexing part of an independent, democratic Ukraine. Today, Russia denies that its forces are posing a threat to Ukraine. But yet again, we see disinformation, cyber attacks, and destabilizing plots directed against an independent, democratic country. Madam President, the United Kingdom welcomes our discussion today as part of the intense diplomatic effort to ensure Russia de-escalates the situation and avoids conflict. We are unwavering in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. At the same time, we have sought dialogue with Russia through the OSCE, the NATO-Russia Council, and bilateral discussions with all levels of the Russian government. We are ready to address mutual security concerns based on existing European security structures and international commitments. This includes our expectation that Russia should address our concerns. We are committed to a constructive dialogue if Russia is genuine about finding a diplomatic solution. This Council has a vital interest in this diplomatic effort. Because let's be clear, this is not a regional issue. Any Russian invasion or act of aggression against Ukraine would be a gross breach of international law and Russia's commitments under the Charter. Conflict would result in terrible bloodshed and destabilize the entire international community. There should be no doubt about how costly such a miscalculation would be for Russia, or how devastating it would be for the people of Ukraine, whose only provocation is to want a democratic future for their country. There would be no winners, only victims. Civilians caught in the crossfire or forced to flee. Families grieving the loss of fallen soldiers on both sides. So, Madam President, we urge Russia to make clear in this Council that it will abide by its obligations under the Charter, that it has no plans to invade Ukraine, that it will refrain from the threat or use of force against its neighbour, that it will not further undermine Ukraine's sovereignty or territorial integrity by military or any other means, and that it will stand down its troops. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Madam
President, the situation at Ukraine's borders is a source of deep concern for France. The build-up of considerable military capacities along the border of a neighbouring sovereign state represents threatening conduct. It raises legitimate questions on Russia's intentions, particularly since this country has already infringed the territorial integrity of Ukraine in the past. France reaffirms its full support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. France calls on Russia to engage in de-escalating the situation, to abide by international law, and to participate constructively in dialogue within the framework of established international mechanisms. The priority is to work together towards a swift de-escalation. President Macron has made efforts in that regard over the last few days during his trip to Berlin and then during his telephone call with President Putin. This Security Council meeting should also be in line with this objective. France supports all efforts at dialogue within the different existing frameworks, and we hope that Europeans will be fully involved. In the context of the Normandy format that brings together Germany, France, Russia, and Ukraine, these efforts enabled, at the 26th of January meeting in Paris, an agreement on a statement of support for the unconditional compliance with the ceasefire and the implementation of the Minsk agreements. We will pursue efforts in this direction at the next meeting planned to be held in short order in Berlin. Dialogue, regardless of the venue in which it takes place, must observe the fundamental principles underpinning European security as established in the Charter of the United Nations, in the founding documents of the OSCE, including the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris. These principles comprise, in particular, the sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of borders, the non-recourse to the threat or the use of force, and the freedom of states to either choose or change their own security measures. They are neither negotiable nor subject to any revision nor reinterpretation. Notions of spheres of influence have no place in the 21st century. If Russia does not choose the path of dialogue and respect for international law, the response will be robust and united. Any fresh infringement of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine by Russia will have massive consequences and a severe cost. Europeans are working on coordinated restrictive measures and stand ready, together with their partners, to react. If the path of dialogue and cooperation is chosen, the European Union stands ready to engage to develop its relations with Russia on the basis of a united, long-term and strategic approach in accordance with the 5 guiding principles from 2016. In the context of current threats and tensions, France reaffirms its solidarity with the Ukrainian people and government. With our European partners, we will continue to mobilize in support of Ukraine, particularly through support for reforms. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France, and I give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been closely following the evolving developments relating to Ukraine, including through ongoing high-level security talks between the Russian Federation and the United States, as well as under the Normandy format in Paris. India's interest is in finding a solution that can provide for immediate de-escalation of tensions, taking into account the legitimate security interests of all countries and aimed towards securing long-term peace and stability in the region and beyond. We have also been in touch with all concerned parties. It is our considered view that the issues can only be resolved through diplomatic dialogue. In this context, we welcome the efforts underway, including under the Minsk Agreement and the Normandy format. Flowing from the recently concluded meeting in Paris under the Normandy format, we also welcome the unconditional observance of the July 2020 ceasefire and reaffirmation of Minsk agreements as the basis of work under the ongoing Normandy format, in particular, commitment of all sides to reduce disagreements on the way forward. We also welcome their agreement to meet in Berlin in 2 weeks. We urge all parties to continue to engage through all diplomatic channels and to keep working towards the full implementation of the Minsk package. Quiet and constructive diplomacy is the need of the hour. Any steps that increase tension may best be avoided by all sides in the larger interest of securing international peace and security. More than 20,000 Indian students and nationals live and study in different parts of Ukraine, including in its border areas. The well-being of Indian nationals is a priority to us. Madam President, I reiterate our call for the peaceful resolution of the situation by sincere and sustained diplomatic efforts to ensure that concerns of all sides are resolved through constructive dialogue. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank the representative of India, and I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A few moments ago, this Council voted to adopt the agenda for this meeting to consider the situation in Ukraine. Our responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security makes it imperative to encourage the path of dialogue and preventive diplomacy. That is the only way to end the tensions, bridge the differences between the parties, and forge a unified and pacific position on the situation in Ukraine. Let me begin by thanking Rosemary DiCarlo, USG for Political Affairs and Peace Building, for the briefing. I also welcome the participation of the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania in this meeting. Ghana has been following closely the situation in Ukraine. I've also listened carefully to the briefing we just received from the Secretariat, as well as the statement of delegations that have spoken before me. We have paid careful attention to the perspectives of the key parties to the situation and hope that at the end of this meeting, the views of members of this Council will be closer to each other than when we first began. We note from the situation in Ukraine that while there has been a buildup of Russian troops at the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, those troops are presently within the national territory of the Russian Federation. We also have taken note that while the military buildup of the troops of the Russian Federation are within its borders, this has caused for Ukraine and other parties a concern over the intentions of the buildup and its prospective implications on international peace and security. We therefore welcome the ongoing dialogue between the Russian Federation and the United States to address primary and secondary security concerns that have implications on the situation in Ukraine, as well as the recent face-to-face dialogue between the representatives of the Russian Federation and Ukraine under the Normandy format in Paris, after several months of no contact, to enhance trust and remove possibilities of an accidental incident. We note with concern the implications the situation has had on the economy of Ukraine and neighboring markets, and welcome in this regard the call by the President of Ukraine for an easing of the strong narratives on the situation. This must be a time for confidence building to facilitate a restoration of normalcy for the people of Ukraine. In concluding, Madam President, Ghana believes that in conformity with the provisions of the charter of this organization, differences between member states should only be resolved through peaceful means. We remain encouraged by the ongoing diplomatic engagement between the parties and reiterate our support for those efforts, which should also take into account the delicate nature of the situation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Ghana. I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks also to Under-Secretary General DiCarlo for your briefing. Madam President, today's discussion is an important opportunity for the Council to address the developing situation at Ukraine's borders, which has become a matter of profound international concern. Let me underline at the outset that Ireland, along with our EU partners, is a strong and unwavering supporter of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. At this moment of rising tension on Ukraine's frontiers, arising from Russia's military buildup, Ireland calls for calm, de-escalation, and the pursuit of diplomacy. We call also for constructive and determined engagement on all dialogue tracks, including the Normandy format and the OSCE. Ireland is fully committed to the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. These include the sovereign, equality, and territorial integrity of states. We recall today that these principles were agreed collectively and freely by all members of the United Nations. Moreover, European security is built on a series of essential commitments and obligations. It is the fundamental right of a sovereign and independent state to chart its own path in the world, to choose its own foreign policy, and to make arrangements for the security and defence of its territory. The Helsinki Final Act, one of the foundational documents of the OSCE, confirms the obligation of states, and I quote, to respect each other's sovereign equality and the right of every state to juridical equality, to territorial integrity, and to freedom and political independence, end of quote. Subsequent agreements, including the Charter of Paris and the Charter of European Security agreed in Istanbul in 1999, reaffirm the core principles and underpinning collective European security. Madam President, earlier this month, Ireland marked 100 years of a hard-won independence. Just as we would not accept another state determining our foreign and security policy, Ukraine similarly has the sovereign right to choose its own policies. In this Council, we are too often faced with the terrible humanitarian consequences of violent conflict, usually where diplomacy and dialogue have failed. Force is never the answer. It is not the answer now. What is needed now, above all, is a negotiated diplomatic solution that reinforces our collective security in Europe. We have the institutions and the mechanisms within which to pursue this solution. Let us use them. Absent that, it will be innocent civilians who once again pay the awful price of conflict. Madam President, that is not a prospect any of us wish to contemplate. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, China opposes the Security Council's holding of this open meeting as requested by the United States. The permanent representative of the U.S. to the UN, in her letter to the President of the Council dated January 27th, claimed that the reason why the U.S. is asking the Council to hold this open meeting was that Russia's deployment of troops along the Ukrainian border posed a threat to international peace and security. China cannot align itself with this point of view. Recently, there have indeed been some tensions over the issue of Ukraine, and we are paying attention to what exactly are causing the tensions. Some countries, led by the United States, have claimed that there will soon be a war in Ukraine. Russia has repeatedly stated that it has no plans to launch any military action, and Ukraine has made it clear that it does not need a war. Under such circumstances, what is the basis for the country's concern to insist that there may be a war? We note that the United States, Ukraine, and the relevant European countries, as well as NATO, are having varying forms of diplomatic contacts with Russia. The parties concerned should persist in seeking to resolve their differences through dialogues and negotiations. What we urgently need now is quiet diplomacy, but not microphone diplomacy. This is the viewpoint held by many members of the Council who have also made unrelenting efforts towards this end. Regrettably, the U.S. did not accept such a constructive proposal. At a time when dialogues and negotiations are underway and concrete progress is yet to be made, the holding of such an open meeting by the Council is clearly not conducive to creating a favorable environment for dialogues and negotiations, nor is it conducive to diffusing the tension. China once again calls on all parties concerned to remain calm, not to do anything to aggravate tension or hype up the crisis, but to properly resolve their differences through consultations on an equal footing on the basis of fully taking into account each other's legitimate security concerns and on the basis of mutual respect. Madam President, China's position on Ukraine is consistent. To solve this issue, we still need to return to the origin of implementing the new Minsk agreement. This agreement, endorsed by the Security Council in its Resolution 2202, is a binding, foundational political document recognized by all parties and should really be effectively implemented. China supports all efforts in line with this direction and spirit of this agreement and hopes that all parties concerned will show their positive willingness to implement this new Minsk agreement, resolve their differences arising from the implementation of the agreement through consultation, and promote the actual implementation of this new Minsk agreement. The expansion of NATO is a problem difficult to circumvent in handling the current tension. NATO is the product of the Cold War, and NATO expansion epitomizes group politics. We believe that the security of one country cannot be achieved at the expense of the security of other countries. Still less can regional security be guaranteed by intensifying or even expanding military groups. Today, in the 21st century, all parties should completely abandon the Cold War mentality and come up with a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism through negotiations. And Russia's legitimate security concerns should be heeded and addressed. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing. And first and foremost, I would like to thank those countries who conducted themselves and deemed it possible to vote against or abstain against the proposal of the US to discuss this topic today. One might have the impression that Russia is scared of discussing the situation regarding Ukraine and therefore put forward this procedural vote. Russia is not refusing to discuss the situation in Ukraine, but we just don't understand what we are discussing here today and why we are indeed here today. As I already said, on the 17th of February, we are planning to hold a meeting during our presidency of the 7th anniversary of the implementation of the Minsk agreements, where we are able to talk about the situation with regarding Ukrainian settlement. But today's meeting is not about that at all. Recently, we've been encountering a very unusual, even given today's difficult time situation, a very unusual situation. The deployment of Russian troops within our own territory has frequently occurred on varying scales before and has not caused any hysterics whatsoever. Troops and servicemen who are in their own areas of deployment and barracks where they were before. And they are, where they were before, are not actually on the border. So this deployment of Russian troops in our own territory is getting our Western and US colleagues to say that there's going to be a planned military action and even an act of aggression, But the USPR said as if that act of aggression has already taken place. I very carefully listened to her statement. The military action of Russia against Ukraine, that they're all assuring us is going to take place in just a few weeks' time, if not a few days' time. There, however, is no proof confirming such a serious accusation whatsoever being put forward. However, it is not preventing people from whipping up hysteria to such an extent that an actual economic impact is already being felt by our Ukrainian neighbors. Our Western colleagues are talking about the need for de-escalation. However, first and foremost, they themselves are whipping up tensions and rhetoric and are provoking escalation. The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality. This is despite the fact that we are constantly rejecting these allegations. And this is despite the fact that no threat of a planned invasion into Ukraine from the lips of any Russian politician or public figure over all of this period has been made. No such threat has been made. Rather, at all levels, we've been categorically rejecting such plans. And we're going to do this right now. Everybody who claims the opposite is misleading you. If our Western colleagues who provoked and supported the 2014 bloody anti-constitutional coup, bringing to power in Kiev nationalists, radicals, Russophobes, and pure fascists, Nazis rather, if they'd not done this, then we to date would be living in a spirit of good neighborly relations and mutual cooperation. However, some in the West just don't clearly like this positive scenario. What's happening today is yet another attempt to drive a wedge between Russia and Ukraine. Thanks to their geopolitical games, our colleagues have been suffering for some 7 years now. The Ukrainians are actively being brainwashed. They're cultivated with Russophobia and radical thinking, leading to the belief that for Ukraine to have a bright future, it mustn't establish relations with its neighbors, but rather at any cost strive to join the EU and NATO. They are banning Russian, which is a native language for a significant, if not the majority, of people in Ukraine. They are causing an Orthodox church split, or divide. They are making heroes out of those people who fought on the side of Hitler, who destroyed Jews, Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians. The interest of the Ukrainian people in this destructive game is something that our Western colleagues are not taking into consideration. Their aim is to prevent the natural brotherly coexistence of our two people, brotherly peoples. Peoples and countries, rather, which would destroy their plans to weaken Russia and would create an arc of instability around it. There's nothing that we're seeing that's new here in the same spirit of divide and conquer, the divide and rule. This same spirit was characteristic for Western powers, or Western states rather, earlier. It's also noteworthy that our American colleagues artificially are getting involved in the sham tension that they themselves created on the Russian-Ukrainian border. There was the negotiation process pushed forward by ourselves to ensure for Russia legally binding security guarantees. They deliberately are creating the impression that Moscow apparently is specifically or on purpose stirring up tension that means that it can be more accessible for the US and NATO. If you look at the timetable for the negotiation process, you'll see that such considerations are fundamentally untrue. The situation, in fact, is completely the opposite. Our Western colleagues are trying on the wave of, on the top of this wave of hysteria to boil our dialogue solely down to so-called settlement of the situation on the border with Ukraine. Our security demands are much broader: the non-accession of Ukraine to NATO, the non-deployment in its territory of foreign troops. All of this is just one part of the agreements that could fundamentally improve the military political situation in Europe and for the world as a whole. And this type of agreement is something that we talked about in the Astana, Istanbul, and OSCE summits, where apart from the freedom to choose one's allies or alliances, was also the stipulation that the security guarantees of some states should not be carried out to the detriment of the security of other states. Since our American colleagues convened us today, let them show us any evidence apart from bogus narratives that Russia is intending to attack Ukraine. In the statement of my American colleague, there was a significant hodgepodge of accusations of aggressive actions by Russia, but no specific fact given. Incidentally, I'd like to put a question not only to our US colleague, but also to those who said, where did you get the figure of 100,000 troops that are deployed, as you state, on the Russian-Ukrainian border? Although that is not the case. We have never cited that figure. We've never confirmed that figure. We do recall this, and we recall this since Secretary of State Colin Powell in this very room waved around a vial with an unidentified substance as so-called evidence of the presence of WMDs in Iraq. They didn't find any weapons, but what happened with that country is well known to one and all. Ukraine as well is a country, it seems, that our colleagues are prepared to sacrifice for their own pernicious interests. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why, in convening us today, the initiators of this meeting did not even heed the opinion of the President of Ukraine, who asked the West not to whip up panic, which has already had a harmful impact on the economic situation in the country. Otherwise, it's difficult to explain why our colleagues from the US and a number of other countries are actively pumping Ukraine full of weapons and ammunition, and talk about this with great pride, moreover. The weapons that it would readily use against civilians in the east of its own country. And all this is being done in violation of the Minsk agreements approved by the UN Security Council as the only basis for a peaceful settlement of the internal Ukrainian conflict. Incidentally, to my American colleague, well, she mentioned the fact that 14,000 people have died in the conflict. I would recommend that she reads the report of the Special Monitoring Mission of the OSCE and look at what side, how many people died on each side out of these 14,000. Most of these people are civilians in Donbass who died from shelling from the Ukrainian armed forces. Madam President, the maneuvers of the US regarding the convening of this meeting is particularly hypocritical because it was the Americans who hold the record for having troop presences outside their territory. American troops, advisors, and weapons, including nuclear weapons, are frequently deployed thousands of kilometers from Washington. I'm not even talking about the fact that the military adventures of the US have killed hundreds of thousands of civilians of countries, of places where they were supposed to be bringing peace and democracy. The US consistently, including over recent years, has used force against other states without the authorization of the UN Security Council. In their arsenal, unilateral sanctions and coercive measures, threats of implementing it seems to be like the ruling of some kind of Supreme Court that they want to impose this upon enemy. For example, many countries of the UN have been subject to aggression or attacks by the US, and 191 countries of the Security Council have seen American troops deployed there. There is data available on the internet stating that there are 750 US bases in more than 80 countries of the world. The overall number deployed abroad of US troops. This is 175,000 troops are deployed abroad. 175,000. And more than 60,000 troops are deployed in Europe. The volume of the US military budget was $700 million. 778 rather. Russia's budget was 12 times lower. So these examples are pose a specific threat to international peace and security, and they're clear examples of this. As regards the calls to settle the crisis regarding Ukraine, we wholeheartedly clapping for this, but this crisis just has one dimension. It's a domestic Ukrainian crisis, and changing the situation, improving it, can only be done through Kiev implementing the already mentioned Minsk agreements that stipulate primarily direct dialogue with Donetsk and Lugansk. There is no other option if our Western partners push Kiev to sabotage the Minsk agreements, something that Ukraine is that they're willingly they're willingly doing, then that might end in the absolute worst way for Ukraine, and not because somebody has destroyed it, but because it would have destroyed itself. And Russia has absolutely nothing to do with this. Don't try to shift the blame onto somebody else. And we are going, incidentally, to talk about all of this in detail on the 17th of February during the long-planned annual UN Security Council meeting on the implementation of Resolution 2202. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank the Undersecretary General, Rosemary DiCarlo, for her briefing. Madam President, my country is following closely the prevailing situation at the borders of Ukraine and Russia. We have taken note of the information on a considerable mobilization of Russian troops at Ukraine's borders that portend imminent military action. This alarming information is accompanied on the ground by a true maelstrom of activity, along with the deployment of troops, military hardware from friendly countries of Ukraine. The consequential rhetorical escalation and acute tensions are polarizing important diplomatic activity conducted through various initiatives, including the Normandy format in the framework of the implementation of the Minsk agreements. In the face of this situation of particularly worrisome tensions, my country, aware of the challenges and the potential of the forces in place, calls on all stakeholders to demonstrate restraint and to favor the path of dialogue and negotiation in order to preserve peace and stability in the region. It is time for the international community and its members to activate the channels of preventive diplomacy, such as those provided by Chapter 6 of the UN Charter enshrined in the peaceful settlement of disputes. It is clear that the effectiveness of this preventive diplomacy depends not only on the good faith of the protagonists, but also on the tactful and calm conduct, as well as the framework within which such diplomacy occurs. We see a two-sided rhetoric. On the one hand, an alarming rhetoric on the imminence of military action in Ukraine, and on the other, a denial from the other side. These intensify the fragmentation of this council, just as the people of the world are expecting from our council a consensus and resolute action commensurate with the havoc wrought by wars and crises that are bringing bloodshed to several regions of the planet. The strength of this council resides in its unity. It is unity and not fragmentation that make this council worthy of its mandate, working for peoples of the world. We believe that diplomacy in its most practical and efficient forms is capable of bringing calm to the borders of Ukraine. To conclude, I would like to echo here the appeal made last Friday by the Ukrainian president, asking for parties to exercise restraint and to refrain from whipping up panic. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Gabon, and I give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for the briefing he has put forward to the Council this morning. Geopolitical tensions and threats to international peace and security require the Security Council to engage promptly and timely. Open references to military actions, unilateral economic sanctions, and other measures are developments that should be avoided under the UN Charter. The Security Council must fulfill its primary objective, which is to prevent war. There is a general and urgent need to resort to meaningful dialogue with and between the parties directly involved in the escalation of tensions. We urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to engage constructively in talks aimed at resolving their differences. There is room to restore confidence and find a lasting diplomatic solution to this crisis. For that, we need political will and genuine commitment from all sides. Brazil encourages all parties to strictly observe international law. It is imperative to apply the principles enshrined in the Charter consistently, in a non-selective manner. The prohibition of use of force, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the protection of human rights are pillars of our collective security system. Brazil also highlights the need for good faith in order to address legitimate security concerns of all parties, including Russia's and Ukraine's. We encourage parties to pursue genuine talks on the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Security Council Resolution 2202, which provided useful guidelines to address the situation in eastern Ukraine, is also a valuable tool in the diplomatic efforts to overcome the situation. Brazil welcomes the resumption of talks in the Normandy format and the renewed commitment to the ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. Despite the sensitive and difficult nature of the issue on our agenda today, I would like to conclude with a note of hope. It has been encouraging to hear, over the past few days, statements to the effect that there is no military solution to the situation. At this moment in particular, this should be the motto of the whole United Nations membership and of the Security Council for a renewed commitment to diplomacy and prevention. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Brazil, and I give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor and also for the able way in which you have presided over the Security Council in the month of January. I thank Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing, and I welcome the participation of the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Poland. Kenya abstained on the procedural vote to hold this meeting. We did so to reflect our contention that the main issue in question here is the impasse between NATO and the Russian Federation. We believe that it is imminently solvable and that the diplomatic steps underway already show promise. This, rather than escalation in search of a winner-take-all outcome, is what is required to support and protect international peace and security. Kenya has always maintained that the respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries is a cornerstone of global peace. Where there are disputes regarding territorial jurisdiction or security interests, we strongly support patient diplomacy as the first, second, and third options. When the dispute is between major powers and regards the security of a third country, it is imperative that they embrace a spirit of compromise. We believe that the United States, NATO, and the Russian Federation have an opportunity to establish a diplomatic framework that will allow them to resolve their differences. Their security and that of the entire world depends on them willingly taking this step, not in ushering in a new age of containment, provocation, and proxy actions. Compromise is not surrender. The special powers given to the Security Council's permanent members demands that they embrace this principle if the United Nations is not to go the way of the doomed League of Nations. Africa recalls the rejections of compromise and the search for total victory that led to the Cold War. We experienced that Cold War as a series of hot wars and interventions that deeply damaged our dreams for peace, development, and competent, inclusive government. Our internal divisions and fragilities were weaponized at the altar of geopolitical rivalry. It confirmed the truth of the African saying that recognizes, when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Madam President, given that the majority of the conflict situations the Security Council deals with are in Africa, we do not want them to serve as surrogates for a new Cold War. We in Africa, therefore, have a direct stake in de-escalation and renewed faith in diplomacy. We have serious challenges to solve together. Rarely has the world more urgently needed a United Nations that can deliver ambitiously. Madam President, Kenya believes that there is still plenty of opportunity for the Normandy format talks, the Trilateral Contact Group on Ukraine, and the direct negotiations between the United States and the Russian Federation to produce a satisfactory outcome. We urge all these parties to ensure that their negotiations respect the security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Faith in innovative diplomacy may also allow for agreements between today's major powers, inspired by the 1975 Helsinki Accords, which did deliver some stability to Europe during the Cold War. This time, however, such agreements need to advance the principle of non-interference to other parts of the world, and particularly to Africa. Madam President, in closing, it is critical that diplomacy and its acceptance of compromise as an inevitable outcome win the day. If there are future discussions to be held in the Security Council on this matter, let it be to announce a new era of cooperation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kenya, and I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you to Undersecretary General DiCarlo for her briefing. I would like to welcome the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania to this meeting. Madam President, I'd like to begin by noting that my country deems the holding of this meeting as timely, and that in accordance with our foreign policy principles. In addition, we deem it relevant since the Security Council must be informed about the prevailing situation in Ukraine. It is not in our interest to contribute to further polarizing the narrative. Thus, I will limit myself to noting what, for Mexico, should be basic principles for the consideration of this matter in accordance with the United Nations Charter. In this case, I will refer to three of them. The prohibition on the threat or the use of force in international relations, the principle of non-intervention, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. On the first principle, the mere escalation of tensions in Eastern Europe represents a potential threat to international peace and security, and thus it falls within the purview of this Council pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter. For this very reason, and in light of the prevailing mistrust, it's important to try to avoid any type of action that might be considered as hostile by any of the parties, however slight it may seem. But it is, however, encouraging to hear what we have just heard from the representative of the Russian Federation. He was very clear in reiterating here that there is no planned invasion in Ukraine. I think that I have cited word for word what he said. Well, how good it would be if that is the case. This is a unilateral statement of non-aggression. Mexico maintains, together with what has been said by the Secretary General and others here in this room, that there is no military solution in this issue. On the contrary, preventive diplomacy and dialogue should be followed as means to achieving an easing of tensions, and there are, to that end, various channels. The conversations in Geneva, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the Normandy format. On non-intervention, we reiterate the importance of respecting the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine in full adherence to international law, the United Nations Charter, and Resolution 2625 of the General Assembly. Hence, it falls to this Security Council to determine, as applicable, the existence of an act of aggression in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 3314. Added to what I have just stated, this principle is further bolstered by the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes. States have the duty to settle their disputes by peaceful means, as established in international law. Mexico has upholds, and will continue to uphold diplomacy above force. And diplomatic paths for this particular case remain open. They have not been exhausted. Madam President, where there is no doubt is with regard to the responsibility of this Council to make its due preventive efforts to act as warranted by these circumstances, and I firmly believe that in holding this meeting, we are doing that. We are complying with our mandate without excess nor omission. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mexico, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to thank Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, for her informative briefing. Madam President, the UAE is closely monitoring recent developments. In the context of our discussion today, I would like to focus on the following aspects. First, the UAE firmly believes that the dispute in Europe requires various countries in the region to engage in a serious dialogue based on the values of stability, coexistence, and peace. We stress the importance of reaching a negotiated solution to this issue through the available mechanisms and with the support of regional organizations. We refer here to the Normandy format talks and the initiative of the chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe that aims to initiate a substantive dialogue on European security. To address the security concerns of its members. We also welcome President Volodymyr Zelensky's appeal for calm, and we hope to build on it to further build confidence in the region. Second, the UAE welcomes the announcement made in the Normandy format meeting on the 26th of January, in which the Russian Federation and the Republic of Ukraine confirmed their intention to implement an unconditional ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. We are counting on the various initiatives currently underway to allow for dialogue, including between the United States and the Russian Federation, whose existing diplomatic efforts must be supported and given space to achieve the desired results. The UAE also stresses the importance of maintaining security and stability, as well as the central importance of the Minsk agreements and the need to adhere to them and ensure their implementation. This will contribute to reaching a comprehensive regional understanding that maintains the security and stability of the concerned countries and addresses all their legitimate concerns. Third, escalation must be avoided as it could have a negative impact on civilians and exacerbate the fragile humanitarian situation in eastern Ukraine. In this spirit, we stress the importance of considering the humanitarian needs of civilians and of preventing the deterioration of the humanitarian situation in the region. Fourth, respect for and adherence to international law is essential to ensure that the situation in Eastern Europe does not deteriorate further. We also stress the importance of these principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and good neighborliness, which are indispensable for the maintenance of international peace and security. Finally, Madam President, the UAE reiterates the importance of constructive dialogue to resolve differences. The role of the Security Council as the body responsible for maintaining international peace and security is essential to provide a diplomatic platform that enables states to present and resolve their differences peacefully. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of Norway. Let me start by expressing Norway's strong support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. This includes the Crimean Peninsula and its territorial waters. Norway is deeply concerned about the Russian large-scale military buildup near the Ukraine's border and in occupied Crimea. This is unprovoked and unjustified. Further escalation can have devastating humanitarian consequences. Through its harsh statement and unrealistic demands, Russia now challenges the security architecture in all of Europe. The crisis therefore not only affects the region, but represents a clear threat to international peace and security. Russia has repeatedly accused NATO of increasing tensions. I would like to underline that the alliance is defensive and voluntary. We do not seek confrontation. At the same time, we cannot and will not compromise on the principles on which the security in Europe rests. We stand ready to discuss security concerns. Norway supports the European Security Order based on international law and national sovereignty. We cannot allow this to be replaced by spheres of influence. Every country has the right to freely choose its security alignment. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to engage constructively in dialogue through the established international mechanisms in good faith. Furthermore, Norway underlines its support for the existing international frameworks for the sustainable and peaceful resolution of conflicts in accordance with international law. Russia has itself repeatedly invoked in many other Council discussions the principles of respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Norway calls on Russia to now respect these principles when it comes to Ukraine. Thank you. I shall now give the floor to the representative of the United States, who has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Good. Thank you, Madam President. I can't say that I am surprised by my Russian colleagues' comments, but I am disappointed. Madam President, I cannot let the false equivalency go unchecked, so I feel I must respond. Let me be clear, there are no plans to weaken Russia, as claimed by our Russian colleague today. On the contrary, we welcome Russia as a responsible member of the international community, but its actions on the border of Ukraine are not responsible. The threats of aggression on the border of Ukraine, yes, on its border, is provocative. Our recognition of the facts on the ground is not provocative. The threats of action, if Russia's security demands aren't met, is provocative. Our encouraging diplomacy is not provocative. The provocations from Russia, not from us or other members of this council. We have made clear our commitment to the path of diplomacy. I hope our Russian colleagues will also choose this path and engage peacefully with the international community, including Ukraine. I say to Russia simply this: your actions will speak for themselves, and we hope and encourage that you make the right choices before this council today. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the United States. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation, who has asked for the floor to make further statements.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't plan to enter a dialogue between Russia and the US in this meeting. Everything that we wanted to say is in our statement today. However, we really just don't understand what threats and provocations and escalation by Russia is being talked about. Okay, fine. You've already said about this in your statement, talked about this. But I want to say that when I heard the statement of the US, I didn't hear any mention or any reference to the Minsk agreements or 2202, the Security Council resolution. And that is very indicative, incidentally. So this is the context that we need to use when we're talking about the Ukrainian crisis. The US is looking at this from a completely different angle. And ultimately, Madam President, I would like to apologize to the members of the Council, and I don't want to change the situation. I really, just before our presidency of the Security Council, have to meet with the Secretary General, so I'm going to have to leave. And so I can't change this situation because of the SG's timetable, so I'm going to have to leave. I do apologize. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I wish now then to again remind all speakers to limit their statement to no more than 5 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out this work expeditiously. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I would like immediately to apologize that I may not be within the 5-minute limits, especially given the length of the Russian intervention. I would like to express my gratitude to the Norwegian presidency for calling this briefing of the Security Council, of the need of which I spoke exactly a fortnight ago with Her Excellency Foreign Minister of Norway during our meeting here in New York. I express our thanks to the US, who as a member of the Security Council, in close coordination with Ukraine and partners, requested today's briefing. And of course, I express our appreciation of the presentation by Undersecretary DiCarlo. It's a duty and need for the Security Council to be fully informed in case of grave threats to international peace and security. What is going on along the border with Ukraine, where the Russian Federation continues its military buildup, falls under the above qualification. It is important that Ukraine's vote is heard today in the Security Council and is not lost in translation. when the position of my country has been delivered by a foreign ambassador in the Russian language. I would ask the deputy of Vasily Alexeyevich to tell him that my leadership speaks its language, has its own ambassadors and spokespersons. So there is no need to interpret the words of Ukrainian officials in a foreign language, especially if it is done the way Humpty Dumpty, Shaltai Baltai, spoke of the meaning of the words. Even if Lewis Carroll appears to be a favorite writer of the Russian top diplomats. Against a backdrop of unprecedented sequence of high-level diplomatic contacts in the past few weeks, a serious talk in the Security Council is required more than ever to present facts, to listen to each other's positions and concerns, as well as to outline further actions towards the escalation. The fact is that nowadays about 112,000 Russian troops have been amassed around Ukraine's borders and in Crimea. And together with the maritime and aviation components, their number reaches about 130,000. Another fact is that the Russian troops are also being deployed to Belarus for the Union Resolve 2022 joint drills to be held on 10 to 20th February. They include, in particular, Iskander missile divisions, S-400 Triumph and Panzer anti-aircraft systems, Sukhoi 35 Generation 4++ fighters. On top of that, on 26 January, the Russian fleet started another military drill in the Black Sea with involvement of frigates, patrol ships, missile ships, assault landing ships, and minesweepers. This reminds us of the ongoing heavy militarization of the temporarily occupied Crimea, the Black Sea, and the Sea of Azov by Russia, which poses a serious threat to Ukraine, all littoral states, and their wider region. Significant reinforcement of combat capabilities of the Russian occupation forces in Donbass is another worrying trend. Currently, these formations consist of up to 35,000 personnel, including around 3,000 servicemen of the Russian armed forces on command posts and in other critical combat positions. In the border areas outside government-controlled illegal border crossings by cargo trains and truck convoys delivering armed supplies to the Russian armed formations in Donbass is a routine practice. OSCE SMM reports provide ample evidence of various illegal activities in the border areas. No surprise, the restrictions of the OSCE SMM freedom of movement are on the increase, in particular in non-government controlled areas close to the Ukraine-Russia border. On the 22nd December 2021, the Trilateral Contact Group reached another understanding on resuming the ceasefire regime. Nevertheless, shootings, shellings, sniper fire on Ukrainian positions, and systematic use of attack UAVs against Ukrainian troops have not stopped. We have lost 12 servicemen killed in action and 14 wounded since 22nd December 2021. Just a few days ago, on January 25, armed formations of the Russian Federation once again attacked the positions of the armed forces of Ukraine in the area of Pishevik, Donetsk region, using an attack UAV. VOG-17 fragmentation grenades dropped from the UAV resulted in severe injuries to 2 Ukrainian servicemen. The current impasse in the consultations process within the framework of the TCG continues on practically all tracks. While the decisions adopted by the Normandy format leaders during their December 2019 summit in Paris remain unimplemented. Over the past year and a half, we have seen deliberate efforts by the Russian side to obstruct TCG activities and even to prevent finalization of the already agreed, including at the expert level, arrangements within TCG in the security and humanitarian areas. All this is accompanied by Russia's stubborn denial of being a party to the armed conflict that has been raging for 8 years now in the Donbas region of Ukraine. Attempts to impose a so-called direct dialogue with these puppet occupation administrations, as well as refusal to engage in substantive discussion on political settlement of the conflict. The question is why all these Russian forces are there. We have asked this question on different fora, along with sending own clear messages. Ukraine is not going to launch military offensive neither in Donbas, nor in Crimea, nor anywhere else. Ukraine sees no alternative to peaceful resolution of the ongoing conflict and restoration of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yet we also see a surge in Russian disinformation campaign, including false accusations of Ukraine plotting a military attack. This is not going to happen. This is direct evidence of Russia's unwillingness to de-escalate and prepare to justify its possible further aggression. We are well aware of Russia's history of ploys and provocations, and we will do everything possible to prevent another Manila-type provocation by Russia. Once again, I have clear instructions from my government to reiterate today the absence of any aggressive intention, as well as Ukraine's strong commitment to peace. Today we have heard from the Russian side that they do not intend to launch a war against my country, although one should rather speak about to launch a new phase of the Russian aggression. It is a very important message, as we still lack credible explanations by Russia of its actions and military movements. Based on experience, we cannot believe Russian declarations, but only practical moves on withdrawal of troops from the border. Madam President, Ukraine strongly rejects any attempt to use the threat of force as an instrument of pressure to make Ukraine and our partners accept illegitimate demands. There is no room for compromise on principal issues. The most principled position for Ukraine is that we have inherent sovereign right to choose our own security arrangements, including treaties of alliance which cannot be questioned by Russia. Moreover, this right is enshrined in many international legal instruments that Russia itself a party to. Ukraine will not bow to threats aimed at weakening Ukraine, undermining its economic and financial stability, and inciting public frustration. This will not happen, and the Kremlin must remember that Ukraine is ready to defend itself. At the same time, we support the need to keep diplomatic channels with Russia open. If that prevents a shift to military tools, my president has reiterated most recently that he is ready to meet his Russian counterpart. If Russia has any questions to Ukraine, it is better to meet and talk, not to bring troops to the Ukrainian borders and intimidate Ukrainian people. For Ukraine, the first priority today is to achieve a sustainable and unconditional ceasefire in Donbas. The ceasefire regime must be guaranteed, reliable, and on this basis, further steps can be taken. Intensification of the work of the Normandy format, including at the level of leaders of the 4 countries, is an important prerequisite for next steps towards lasting peace in Donbas. And we are ready to resume Normandy 4 talks in all formats. The recent political advisors meeting on 26 January in Paris, despite many differences, gives a hope for a continuation of the negotiation process, which Ukraine will staunchly support. Madam President, we consider that despite the Russian attempt to impede the briefing from being held, the Security Council and the wider UN membership have received today a very important information. Information that the members of the Security Council need to take an informed decision when appropriate to act swiftly and decisively in employing preventive diplomacy under the Chapter 6 of the UN Charter that rests on the Security Council responsibility to investigate any dispute or any situation which might lead to international friction or give rise to a dispute. After listening to the Russian ambassador today, I would like to ask how long Russia will pursue a clear attempt to push Ukraine and its partners into a Kafka trap. And still, I perhaps should acknowledge that it was important to hear the Russian envoy today, and yet I must end with what my foreign minister has recently said, and I quote, "If Russian officials are serious when they say they don't want a new war, Russia must continue diplomatic engagement and pull back military forces it amassed along Ukraine's borders and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Diplomacy is the only responsible way," end of quote. Let's judge by actions, not by riddles and semantic puzzles. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Ukraine, and I give the floor to the representative of Belarus.
Thank you, Madam President. The Republic of Belarus is continuing to uphold its consistent and principled position on the unacceptable nature of resolving any conflict by force. We have made significant efforts to settle the conflict in Ukraine. Our country is still prepared to do everything possible to restore dialogue and mutual understanding in the region. There is no alternative to the Minsk agreements playing a key role in the peaceful settlement of the crisis. The negotiation process as part of the trilateral contact group and also the practical implementation of the agreements in the conflict zone of the domestic Ukrainian conflict will enable the peace process in Ukraine to get on a sustainable, positive track. The U.S. delegation proposing today's topic for consideration in the Security Council is yet another attempt to artificially whip up tension in the region purely as an instrument of political accusations. Such actions only heighten mistrust and in no way help to solve disagreements. Despite the concerns expressed frequently by representatives of the Republic of Belarus at international fora, negotiating fora and during bilateral contacts, the expansion of military powers on our western and southern borders not only is not ceasing, but rather it's becoming threatening in nature, despite our consistent calls for dialogue and cooperation, including regarding arms control. In fact, even more pressure is being exerted on our country by individual countries. Our proposals to return to negotiations are not being responded to by our Western partners. Incidentally, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that here we heard a reference to the Budapest Memorandum. I do really urge you to read that document regarding the Republic of Belarus, and I would draw your attention to the promises in that document not to exert any coercive economic measures on Belarus and to remember the numerous packages of economic sanctions from individual states that have been imposed against us. Given the current difficult situation, the leaders of Belarus and Russia have taken the decision to conduct jointly activities to assess the preparedness of the armed forces of the two states to provide military security, given the commitments of our military political alliance. As part of these agreements, a decision has been taken in February this year to conduct a verification of the responsiveness of our forces of our alliance. The main aims of this verification of the military forces is to assess the preparedness and capability of our military command and control, to conduct joint exercises to guarantee security of our allied state, to develop joint measures to eradicate the threat on the borders of our allied state, including caused by the migration crisis and the need to stabilize the humanitarian situation, organizing the defense and protection of strategically important facilities, to curb and ward off external acts of aggression during defensive operations, and to combat terrorism and protect the interests of our state alliance. At the final stage of these activities, from the 10th to the 20th of February this year, there will be a joint Belarusian-Russian exercises called Allied Resolve 2022. During these drills, there will be joint drills carried out for specific purposes. We note that these options for actions for this regional group of troops something that have been regularly developed during joint exercises. They are always purely defensive in nature, and they pose no threat either for our European partners or our neighboring countries. The Republic of Belarus is continuing to uphold unswervingly all of its obligations under international regional treaties on arms control. Incidentally, all information about the forthcoming military drills is fully available on the official site of the Republic of Belarus Defense Ministry. Just a few days ago, on the 28th of January, the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, responding to questions, stated that war is only possible in two circumstances: if there is an attack on Belarus or if there is an attack on our ally, the Russian Federation. Responding to the different insinuations against Belarus regarding anything to do with the domestic Ukrainian situation, we'd like to remind you that Belarus is prepared to continue to provide all necessary assistance to settle the conflict in Ukraine. This includes through setting up all necessary conditions for the work of the trilateral group and for negotiations in any possible formats and options. Today, many people in the world are talking about the need to have broad dialogue on issues of international security. An initiative on holding this kind of dialogue under the conditional name Helsinki 2. Such an initiative was put forward by the President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, some years ago now, and this idea, unfortunately, has not yet been implemented. The Republic of Belarus sincerely wants a swift settlement of the regional crisis, purely on the basis of dialogue and mutual respect. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Belarus, and I give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Madam President, Madam Undersecretary General, Excellencies, Poland is grateful for convening today's meeting on the Security Council, as we are increasingly concerned with Russia's continuous large-scale military buildup on the border with Ukraine, both in the territory of Russia but also in the territory of Belarus, including continuous redeployments of troops, prepositioning of military hardware and offensive weapons. We cannot keep quiet because what is happening in our neighborhood constitutes a serious threat to international peace and security, reaching far beyond our region and continent. The current security situation in Eastern Europe unfortunately follows a pattern of precedents, with the Russian Federation being the destabilizing actor in the region at least since 2008 and the war in Georgia to 2014 and illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. As we speak, the frozen conflicts in eastern Ukraine, in the Georgian breakaway regions of Skhin Valley and Abkhazia, and in the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova are unresolved, undermining the stability and regional security of this part of the world. Madam President, we cannot keep quiet because what is happening in our neighborhood constitutes the outright violation of the fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Poland deeply adheres to principles of international law, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, and non-use or threat of force. And we call upon all member states to act in the same spirit. We know very well from our country's history that the political order based on the spheres of influence brings no positive results. It is here in the United Nations where it is our duty to protect the principles of international law, strongly condemn any threat of use of force, and work together to dismantle spheres of influence in order to maintain peace. What is at stake today is not only the subordination of Ukraine and the creation of the so-called buffer zone in Eastern and Central Europe. The real threat is to shake the very foundation of the security architecture in Europe by undermining such tenets of international law as inviolability of borders and the freedom to choose one's own security arrangements, among others. Unfortunately, this may have a global impact and contribute to deterioration of international security, not to mention the possible humanitarian crisis. And there are other revisionist powers which may follow the suit. Madam President, Poland deeply believes in the power of preventive diplomacy. Holding the chairmanship in office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, we stand open to facilitate talks on the European security within the organization. OSCE can provide the right venue to discuss matters of concern because of being the broadest of the regional formats. We call for constructive engagement of all participating states in order to find a peaceful solution to the current crisis. Let there be no doubt that the current status quo is not a solution at all. Living in a constant fear of another frozen conflict is against the commitment of these United Nations to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as a good neighbors. With Winter Olympics just less than a week away, let us do whatever we can to maintain the Olympic peace in the Eastern Europe. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland, and I give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Madam President, let me thank you for convening this meeting on such important issue and for granting an opportunity to speak. I am delivering this statement on behalf of the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and my own country, Lithuania. Firstly, let me reiterate our country's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We strongly condemn the clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity by acts of aggression by the Russian armed forces since February 2014. We do not recognize and continue to condemn the illegal annexation of Ukraine's Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by Russia. We remain concerned over the increasing militarization of the peninsula, the severe deterioration of the human rights situation there. Let me add, in this context, that we welcome the establishment of the International Crimean Platform launched at the kickoff summit that took place on 23rd August in Kiev and support the implementation of its joint declaration. We invite other UN members to join this initiative as well. Madam President, the conflict in Ukraine has claimed around 14,000 lives, displaced 1.5 million persons, and has resulted in countless suffering on both sides of the contact line in eastern Ukraine. We reiterate our full support to the efforts towards peaceful and sustainable resolution of this conflict, namely in the Normandy format, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the OSCE, including its special monitoring mission to Ukraine. Yet, despite all international efforts, until now, we see little progress towards the resolution of this conflict. Ukraine's constructive approach has not been reciprocated by Russia. We condemn Russia's continued aggressive actions and threats against Ukraine and call on Russia to de-escalate the situation and to abide by international law. We call on Russia to immediately stop fueling the conflict by providing financial and military support to the armed formations it backs and to withdraw the Russian military troops and materiel from the eastern border of Ukraine and Crimean Peninsula. Madam President, despite all diplomatic efforts, Russia further escalates and continues military deployment around Ukraine's borders. Moreover, Russian troops are deployed in Belarus as well. This adds up to the current escalation and is of direct concern to us. Kremlin continues to use a false narrative that Russia is forced to defend itself from a threat, even as the opposite is true. It is Russia who is threatening Ukraine and other neighbors by positioning over 100,000 troops. Russia is not a victim, as it attempts to portray itself. It is the aggressor, strengthening its security at the expense of others. By its own actions in the Georgian breakaway regions of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, the Transnistrian region, the illegal annexation of Crimea, Russia has contributed to a significant deterioration of security environment in Europe. We reaffirm full commitment to the core principles of international security enshrined in the UN Charter, founding documents of the OSCE, including the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris, and others. This includes, notably, the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, refraining from the use of force. Their violation by Russia is an obstacle to a common and indivisible security space in Europe and threatens peace and stability on our continent. Times of limited sovereignty in Europe are long gone. Notions of spheres of influence have no place in the 21st century. States have freedom to choose or change their own security arrangements. No third country has a veto right over the sovereign choices of independent and democratic states. Madam President, in response to the recent tensions, the EU has made clear in the December and January European Council conclusions that any further military aggression against Ukraine will have massive consequences and severe costs, including restrictive measures to be coordinated closely with our transatlantic partners. Madam President, we call on Russia to respect principles of UN Charter, de-escalate, and engage in genuine dialogue. It is our duty as members of the UN to defend the rules-based international system. Violation of its fundamental principles will have the consequences for other parts of the world. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.